Be cool, be kind, be classy. The cupcakes so sweet and sexy. Have fun and enjoy the journey. Or just have a good attorney. No big whoop, no biggie. She lives in New York City. And not just a YouTube show. When you know, you better grab a straw. Learn about the law. It's cool here in the shade. Sipping motions and lemonade. Cool heads will prevail, kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Oh, Melanie Little is going live. Oh no, where is Melanie? Follow the island's melody. There's a concert within reach. No surprise, she's at Jones Beach. She heard some music far away. Captain Jack Stack Harbor Bay. He sings and his piano plays. Not all sounds are waterways. Speaking Yiddish and Latin, it's not just for Manhattan. It's for Goethe and Machegas. Ridiculous the insanus. Oy vey, Marcus. Proset, that's for schmucks. Be cool, be kind, be classy. My cupcakes sweet and sassy. And not just a YouTube show. When you know. Cool heads will prevail. Kindness will never fail. Be classy and vastly wise. Melanie Little is going live.
Good morning. Good morning. Happy Monday. It's Fun Day Monday. Today is February 9th, 2026. And happy Chris Melton Day to everyone who celebrates. I came on a little bit early to get people to come in because Chris Melton is on the stand today, Tara's boyfriend. Tara's boyfriend is on the stand. He's doing it. And I love how you guys were in the chat like, hurry up, hurry up, hurry up. I had a doctor's appointment. What am I going to do? What am I going to do? So here's what we're doing. Sorry about the Patriots. Oh, well, that was a bummer, huh? What a bummer that was. Poor Drake May. He did not have a good game. I'm sorry. He just didn't. He just didn't. I almost won the Super Bowl pool, too. Well, I'm not almost won, but I'm figuring it out in my head. Okay, if the Seahawks score another touchdown. I had 6-7 in the box thing, the Super Bowl pool. I almost won the final. If they had scored a touchdown and they... whatever, you're figuring out in your head like, oh, I'm going to win $2,500, but I didn't. Anyway, let's pull our badass for an affirmation for a badass today. Here it is. Affirmation for a badass for today, Monday, February 9th, 2026. And see what the cards have to say for today. Yeah, the offense was terrible. I know. I agree. It wasn't Drake May's fault. The offense was terrible. I mean, the Seahawks were like unstoppable, right? It is what it is. You had 6-7 in the final too. All right. Here's today's affirmation for a badass. I am brave. I am fierce. I can do hard effing things. Who needed to hear that today? I am brave. I am fierce. I can do hard effing things. For those of you who needed it, and even if you didn't, who doesn't need to hear that every day? You are brave. You are fierce, and you can do hard effing things, my friends. You can do it. The only way out is through. The only way out is through. Now, as I was on my way back from my doctor's appointment, I was listening to it in the car, and there was a lot of sidebars this morning. So there was a lot of stuff discussed at the bench, and then when they called Chris Melton to the stand, I was like, oh, that's why they had all of these sidebars ahead of time, because Yama Lama Ding Dong wanted to get ahead of all the things that he did not want Ahmad Crews to ask of Chris Melton, the boyfriend of Tara Baker. You won $1,600. Congratulations, Joanne. That's awesome. That's awesome. Congratulations. See? Buy a lottery ticket today, because you never, ever, ever know. Jenny Lynn is the hard thing about getting through it today for Jenny Lynn is going to be getting through the testimony without screaming in her office. Oh, many of you have directed me to the Crime City podcast, which was started, I think, in 2020. And it was in an effort to help close this cold case of Tara Baker. I have not listened to it. Many of the episodes have been pulled down. it is important to note that the guy, I think it was a guy, Cameron, I think his name's Cameron J, who did the Crime City podcast, is very, very dear friends with Chris Melton. Okay. He says it right there in his website. Many of the episodes about Chris Melton, I think, have been pulled, and many of the episodes about that other potential third-party culprit, the lawyer who Tara had been out to dinner with maybe a couple of times at her law firm where she was working, those episodes have been pulled as well. So when you listen to that podcast or you go on that Facebook page, just keep in mind that the person, I think it's a guy, Cameron could also be a girl's name, I understand. I haven't listened to it, so I don't know, is very dear friends with Chris Melton. Okay. So that is the lens that and we are always looking through things in a certain lens, right? Through a certain lens. The lens that I look at things through is the person sitting in that chair. The defendant is innocent until proven guilty. Innocent until proven guilty. Always. Always. And remember the openings that we watched on the Paul Canero trial, which is still going on, by the way. And the defense attorney, who reminded me of Kim Kardashian a little bit, talked about something, I don't know, that she learned in law school, or somebody was questioning a jury and they asked juror number 1, is the man sitting in that chair guilty or innocent? And she went through a couple of different things, and she would strike the jurors who said, and I don't remember the story exactly now, because now it is like the person sitting in that chair is innocent. If a person said, well, I have to wait until I hear all the evidence before I can decide, she was like, okay, thank you for your service. Goodbye. Maybe it was the judge who was questioning them. The person sitting in that chair is innocent. We are entitled to the presumption of innocent. Every defendant is innocent until if and when the state can prove the defendant guilty. So far, I haven't heard anything except some junk science and some swabs that were mislabeled. And, is it because they were they mislabeled? Listen, we've been through the ringer on law enforcement corruption, so we've pretty much seen it all. Doesn't mean all law enforcement is corrupt. It doesn't mean Chris Melton is guilty of anything. But is Edrick Faust the right person to convict for the murder of Tara Baker? And my heart goes out to the family. My heart goes out to the family. No family should ever have to go through this. My heart goes out to Tara's friends. My heart goes out to Chris Melton. My heart goes out to all of the students at UGA who were students when this brutal, horrific murder happened to one of their fellow co-eds. And it's horrific. But the Coleman-Baker Act was enacted in Georgia in 2023, and $5 million was allocated to the closure of cold cases. And I don't know if it's very coincidental that the first cold case that they want to try and close is Tara Baker, whose name is in the very name of the act. The Coleman-Baker Act is named for her. It's also kind of odd that on the Crime City podcast landing page, they've got the picture of Tara Baker, and then it says, solved across it. It's not the way our justice system works. Just because there's a man sitting in a chair fighting for his life, and there's someone that's been arrested for the cold case of Tara Baker does not mean that this case is solved. And so when that was the first thing I saw on that landing page, I was like, oh, okay, this is where we're going here. And then you dig a little deeper and you find out the person who's in charge of it is dear friends with Chris Melton, etc. Again, no rumors, no doxing. We're not doing any of that stuff today because this is about the victim. This is about Tara Baker. All right. So we're going to go to court right now and we're going to catch up because Chris Melton has been on the stand for, I don't know, maybe an hour or so. And so we will catch up and we will get to real time. But let's go. Are you ready for it? Here we go. Welcome to Asheville County, Georgia. If you're not familiar with the case, there are extensive notes underneath this video for you. And again, no spoilers, please, if you are ahead. And take deep breaths. In, out, in, out.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Thank you very much for being on time. We are ready to resume the trial. State of Georgia versus Edrick Faust, SU 24CR0547. Is the state ready?
State's ready, Judge.
Is the defense ready? You may call your next witness, Mr. Yellamachilli.
State calls Mr. Chris Melton.
Could you get Chris Melton? Thank you.
Let me know that my volume is even with court, please, and that we're good. Don't worry, mods. I'm here too. And when court's on, I can mod as well.
Sir, if you would, please raise your right hand and take an oath. Do you swear or affirm testimony you'll give to the court today be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? All right. If you would, please have a seat and state and spell your name for the record and just speak towards the microphone both now and when you're giving your answers, please.
Chris Melton, CHRISMELTON.
And Mr. Melton, where'd you grow up?
I grew up in Loganville.
All right.
South Walton County and Covington address, but I went to Loganville High School and School District.
Okay. And did you graduate from Loganville High School?
Yes, sir.
What year was it that you graduated from Loganville High School?
1996.
After you graduated from Loganville High School, did you go to college anywhere?
Yes, sir. Georgia College in Milledgeville.
Okay. Back when you were in high school, did you play any sports?
Yes, sir. Football, track, a year of golf. He's always was pretty busy with sports and involved with the school.
Once you got to Georgia College, where is Georgia College?
It's in Milledgeville, Georgia.
All right. When you got there, did you try to get connected with anything that was sports related?
Yes, sir. Once I was there, I wasn't on any type of sporting team, and I kind of missed the interaction. I missed being involved with the school, and I actually had a friend that I had made along the way that had come and introduced me to the cheerleading squad, and I thought that was interesting. So that's where it started there, sir.
Had you done any cheerleading before that or anything?
No.
I mean, no shade. How do you go from being a football player to a cheerleader? Do you remember? I can't remember what this is from exactly, but there was a movie, or maybe it was a Saturday Night Live skit where there was a male cheerleader, and people were like, "You're a cheerleader," and he's like, "No, I'm a yell captain. I'm a yell captain." If you know what that's from, tell me, because it's bothering me. I've been thinking about it all day.
Sir.
All right. Did you take to it pretty well?
I did.
Okay.
I was pretty athletic, and with the coaching and so forth and the support, it came pretty easy. Yes, sir.
Did you end up finishing your degree at Georgia College or leaving before you finished?
I left before I finished.
Okay. And so I want to go to your time while you were actually there at Georgia College. Did you ever meet a young lady by the name of Tara Baker?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How'd you meet Tara?
I met Tara through actually one of the cheerleaders I have become friends with, Phil Peavy, and his sister was Ashley Peavy, and that was one of Tara's closest friend, if not best friend, and that was how we had the introduction.
And Ashley Peavy, does she have a different name now? Is she married?
Yes, I believe it's Ashley Hall.
Okay. And if you pardon me for just a minute, I'm going to pour myself a glass of water. Would you like a glass of water?
Yes, sir, please.
Really? That was all for show. I'm going to pour myself a glass of water. Would you like a glass of water? Okay. Witnesses are given water before they even come in. There's usually a pitcher next to them. They can pour their own water. But Mr. Yamalama Ding Dong, Yamalama Chili wants to make it sound like he's, how hospitable of you, Mr. District Attorney, to offer the witness some water.
So Ashley Peavy, who is Ashley Hall, now introduced the two of y'all. When you left Georgia College, where did you go?
Once I left Georgia College, I moved back home with my parents.
So when you and Tara met at...
Do you think Ashley, the roommate who already testified, and her brother Phil, and her husband, the other Chris Hall, are all still friends with Chris Melton.
Georgia College, did y'all ever go on any dates or anything?
Yes, actually, the first date we had was her sorority, 80 Pi sorority, formal. And she did not have a date. And I was approached, would I be interested in being her companion for the evening? And I was all for it. Yes, sir.
Okay.
That was our first date.
This is the first dig at the victim. She didn't have a date, so, it was a pity thing. I went with her, decided to help her out.
At the time, was Tara someone you were interested in romantically?
Before that, I would say no, sir.
Okay.
We had introductions, and I thought she was gorgeous, but I wasn't pursuing. No, sir.
Okay. And so did your relationship become more serious after you left Georgia College?
Yes, sir. We the night of the formal, we kind of had a spark, and while I was at the school, we kind of would cross paths and so forth, but in social events and so forth, but our relationship took off after I had left, and she had moved back to her parents, and we got reconnected, and that's when it really became an exclusive relationship.
And you said when she went back to her parents, do you know where her parents were living?
Her parents lived in Lovejoy.
Okay. And do you know what she was doing when she went back home?
She went back home. She started working at a law firm, a real estate law firm.
In Lovejoy?
I believe it was.
Okay.
They're in the vicinity.
While she was at Georgia College, do you know what kind of student Tara was?
She was an incredible student.
Okay.
Sure.
How long, if you know, did it take her to graduate from Georgia College?
I believe it was early. I believe she was a year early on her graduation.
Okay. And do you know how many degrees she graduated with?
I believe 2.
All right. How did that compare to you as a student?
She outperformed me by all means, in most, I would say.
And I'm sorry, I cut you off. You said "and most."
I would say in most, yes, sir.
Okay. When you got home, and college didn't work out for you or wasn't for you, what were you trying to do with your life, or what did you decide to get into?
Well, I was introduced to a plumbing ad in a newspaper by my mother the first day that I made it home. I came down the stairs, and as I turned the corner, she's sitting at the dining room table with the newspaper open and had already highlighted a plumbing job that was advertised. And she said, you're getting to work.
Yeah. So you weren't just.
So mommy needed to find you a job, and it was back in the days of the newspapers, and she had the ad circled, and she's like, dude, you better get to work if you're going to drop out of school. Okay. I mean, I get it.
Just going to get to hang out and watch TV, I guess. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Oh, 11:11. Everyone make a wish for Tara, the angel. What was I going to say? I was going to say that he did sneak in there that she worked for a law firm. She worked for a real estate law firm, trying to maybe cast suspicion on someone else. But remember, the only third-party culprit that Mr. Crews is allowed to point to on behalf of his client, Edrick Faust, is this man. That has already been ruled by the judge. He's the only third-party culprit that he's allowed to point to.
Is that something you begin to pursue kind of more seriously than just passing the time and making a little bit of money? Yes, once I got involved, it actually became interesting. It seemed like a different side of my brain was activated. It was actually fairly easy to me. I'm not downplaying what the tasks are, but it's something I connected with very quickly. My father's side, he was a very good engineer, fabricator, pipe fitter. He wasn't necessarily a plumber, but he could build and take down and reconstruct about anything you you could think of.
Plumbing is interesting. If you are a plumber and you are in the chat, please raise your hand because we may need to call on you. Thank you.
Okay. And were you and your dad pretty close?
Oh, very tight.
Okay. Is he still with us?
Unfortunately, no.
Okay. And when did he pass away?
May 26th of 2024.
And so I want to get back to you and Tara's relationship as you're living with your parents and she is back home with her folks in Lovejoy. Around what year is this?
98.
Okay. Did you text a lot of people back in 1998?
I don't think I could text in 1998.
All right. So how is it that you and Tara were able to reconnect after she gets home and you're home?
While I was still at Georgia College, we had started having affections for each other. We weren't in a relationship, but each time that we crossed paths, our eyes would lock and we'd smile and spend. She left, before I'd left, she had found me on campus and made sure that I had her information back to Lovejoy, where her parents were, her phone number, her address, and she had written it on an index card. And once she handed that to me, I folded it up, put it in my wallet, and made sure I never lost it.
Okay.
He's trying to weave a very, am I unfrozen now? He's trying to weave a very romantic story.
And so how far away from each other were y'all living during that time period?
Quite a distance.
Okay.
I would say.
As best you can recall, do you remember how long it took to drive from your parents' house to her parents' house, roughly?
Hour and a half, hour, 45 minutes.
Okay. How did the relationship progress? Was it something that started quickly or slowly, or how did that happen?
Well, it progressed with the first phone call. I reached out, and our first conversation, it was like we had been talking the whole time. And I recall spending 2+ hours with her on the phone, and it just came naturally. And I recall her just being, so funny, so smart. She was intriguing. She just bragged about her family, her siblings, her parents, what they did. And the conversation would just naturally roll out. And that made me want to continue to speaking with her and further on. And then we spoke day after day after day. And then I was invited out to her home for our first visit and then pretty much our first date.
Okay. After your first visit and first date, how often would y'all get to see each other in person?
On the weekends, mostly. She was working, I was working, and we would see each other like Friday night or like a Saturday night, what was available, working with our schedules. Never spent the night. It was just always a day visit, a night to the evening, and then either, I would have to leave, and then we would find things to do, locally or at her parents' house. We'd watch movies or spend some time with the family or whatnot. But that's how it slowly progressed there.
Okay. As you continued that relationship, did you learn anything about Tara's plans for the future?
Yes, she had admirations to go to law school. And at first I remember
I'm sorry, did he say she had admirations of going to law school? Hold on a second.
About Tara's plans for the future?
Yes, she had admirations to go to law school.
Admirations of going to law school. I think he meant to say aspirations. We did hear from at least one of the roommates that perhaps they were on the verge of a breakup. Perhaps Tara was realizing that he was just not as smart as she was. I don't know, just a guess.
And at first, I remember she wanted to be a Supreme Court justice at one point, if I'm not mistaken. And then she got into, when she was working at the real estate law firm, that sparked her interest. She started getting more involved in that, and I think she liked the, as she would say, happy law. And that kind of fit her and suited her personality better.
Okay. And so,
If you're keeping track, that is twice that he has mentioned the real estate law firm. Twice.
so did she have plans to go to law school?
Yes, sir.
Is there anywhere in particular that she wanted to go to law school?
UGA.
All right. And is that something she was able to accomplish as far as being able to attend UGA law school?
Yes, sir.
All right. And do you recall when it is that she, or well, let me ask it this way. Did Tara end up moving out of her parents' house?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Where did she move to?
Her first apartment was Timothy Woods.
Okay. Timothy Woods, where is that? What city?
That is in Athens.
All right. And when, if you recall, did she move to Timothy Woods?
'99, I would say, around that time. 99,
Okay.
somewhere in that area.
So when she first moved to Athens, did she move here to start law school or to start something else?
When she moved to Athens, she had a job at another law firm. Excuse me.
Was that law firm in Athens?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you remember how long roughly she worked there until she started law school?
Yes, sir. I would close to a year,
Okay.
I believe.
And so when is it that Tara started law school?
2000.
All right. And I want to back up and talk about what you were doing in this time frame. We talked about you had kind of found a home in plumbing. It was something that suited you and that you learned pretty quickly. Is that something that you were continuing to pursue?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so were you working for a company or how were you working as a plumber during that time period?
Okay. When I began, I worked for a company named Car Plumbing, and they had great ownership, great superintendents, great instruction, and that made things easier. And once I was there and I was exposed to the environment and blueprints and the procedures, it sparked I was a hands-on person. I liked putting things together. And so that helped me.
Saying that you're a hands-on person in a strangling case just might not be the best choice of words. I'm just saying.
And actually pursuing plumbing in itself. I could see the potential. The owners of the business were very well off. They were very successful. So I saw a future in that, and that was a goal at that point. I could see that maybe this is something I need to stick with.
Did you ever move out of your parents' home?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And when you did, where did you move to?
I moved to Jamestown North in Athens.
Okay. Do you recall where in Athens those apartments are, or what type of residence was it?
They're more or less like townhomes, 2 stories that are close proximity attached. And South Millage Avenue is where they're located.
Okay. And when is it that you moved to Athens?
I moved to Athens in 2000.
All right. So at this point, how long had you and Tara been dating as a couple?
I would say over 2.5 years.
Okay.
At that point, around 2 years.
And so you moved to Athens when in 2000? I'm sorry.
I believe it was in April of 2000.
Okay. And so you're in Athens also. This is the first time that y'all are living back in the same town since y'all were in Georgia College. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And it's the first time you're living in the same town since your relationship has been serious over the last 2 years or so. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Talk about leading your own witness.
But y'all are living in two separate places, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. How often would you get to see Tara once you moved to Athens?
Definitely. I was happy because we did get to see each other more often.
Happy.
I could see her pretty frequently on a daily, if not a daily basis, multiple times a week, upwards of 5 days a week.
Okay. And so we talked about the Timothy Woods address that Tara lived in from 99 to 2000. Did she move somewhere else in Athens around the time she was starting in law school?
Yes, sir. I believe it was Deer Park.
Okay.
I believe it was Deer
Who
Park.
did she live at Deer Park with?
Dude, 25 years you've been accused of this crime pretty much behind the scenes, according to Cameron J., the guy who did the Crime City podcast about this case. You believe it's Deer Park?
She lived with, at the time, Ashley Peavy and Valerie Lang. I believe it was Valerie's last name.
All right. And Ashley Peavy, you mentioned her before from Georgia College. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. How is it that Tara knew Valerie?
I believe she met her through Ashley. I think it was Ashley's old roommate, but previous roommate before.
All right. And so were Ashley and Valerie seeing anyone romantically?
Yes. Ashley was in a relationship with Chris Hall, to whom I believe who she's married to now, and they met in Milledgeville also, from my understanding. Valerie, I wasn't as familiar with their relationship, and I'm sorry, but I can't quite remember his name.
Well, that's okay. So who would you ever go over to Tara's residence once you moved to Deer Park?
Yes.
Okay. And would Tara come over to your residence at Jamestown?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Did y'all ever spend the night with each other?
Yes, sir.
All right. And so would she spend the night more often at your residence than you would at hers?
The majority of the time would be my place.
Okay. Were there times though when you would stay over at her place sometimes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were there times when you would go and hang out there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have a key to that residence at Deer Park?
No, sir.
All right. Are you aware of any of the boyfriends having keys to that residence?
Nope, he didn't have a key. He says he didn't have a key, so he couldn't possibly have deadbolted the front door and the back door. And if Tara's room needed a key, he couldn't have deadbolted that either. He said he didn't have a key. Let's watch him for body language. I'm not a body language expert, but we like to watch. Here you go.
Then you would at hers?
The majority of the time would be my place.
Okay. Were there times though when you would stay over at her place sometimes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And were there times when you would go and hang out there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have a key to that residence at Deer Park?
No, sir.
All right. Are you aware of any of the boyfriends having keys to that residence at Deer Park?
No, sir.
Okay.
He didn't blink. He didn't blink for a very long time while he was saying that. He did not blink for a very long time. I don't know if that means anything or not.
All right. So I want to talk to you a little bit about, what that law school experience was like for Tara. Once she started in law school, would that have been, August of 2000? Does that sound right?
Sounds right.
Okay. What was that experience like for her as far as academically and time constraints and things like that?
It was a new challenge. Her academics previously, I would say, came pretty easily to her. And then when she started law school, it was more consuming and definitely much more of a challenge.
Okay. Is that something that kind of compressed y'all's free time?
Yes.
I'm
I
gonna-
can rephrase
All
the
right, I'll
question, Judge.
sustain it, allow you to rephrase if you choose to.
I mean, he's been constantly leading, and you could see Ahmad Crews is probably sitting on his hands, like saving the objections for like the important parts because he's already been held in contempt and fined $1,000 during opening. Want to hear that again?
Y'all's free time?
Yes. And definitely much more of a challenge.
Okay. Is that something that kind of compressed y'all's free time?
Yes.
Yeah, just a bit.
I can rephrase
All
the
right, I'll
question, Judge.
sustain it, allow you to rephrase if you choose to.
Compress y'all's free time, like you couldn't spend as much time together. Is that what he's trying to get at? How did your relationship change? How did the frequency which with you did the frequency with which you saw each other change when she started law school? That's a proper question.
How did law school affect Tara's free time?
It definitely consumed more of her free time.
Okay.
She had to spend more time there.
And so at this point, you're in Athens. Where are most of your plumbing jobs happening, though?
Walton County, Gwinnett County, some in Rockdale County, and the northern side of Forsyth, and sometimes even in Hall.
Okay. So all west of Athens.
Correct.
Okay. Who were you working for back then?
I started with McCarr Plumbing, and I worked for them for 2.5 years, I would say. And there was a point that after I really had the hang of it, and I really knew I had a grasp, and I had been a crew leader at this point for multiple years, I decided that I think I was going to pursue a stepping stone, which at that point would be referred to as subcontracting. And so at that point, you would purchase your own vehicle, your tools, your equipment. You would have your own insurance, and you would have your own employment as far as employees that would work for you.
Okay. And so you're getting ready to try to take this next step that you just described. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. Well, I want to back up a little bit and talk about that and kind of the broader context of you and Tara's relationship. You know, obviously, Tara's a very high achieving person. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir. She is a large motivation for me to so early want to pursue the next step.
And you mentioned it right there. You called it a motivation. Were you ever intimidated or discouraged or upset by Tara's achievements?
Never.
Okay. How did you take it?
Never. Yes, this is right. Thank you, Martin. It reminds me very much of Adam Lally. He would do the same exact thing. He provides the witness with the answer, and if it's objected to, he rephrases, but the witness has already been given the answer. We've seen this a lot. We saw it a lot in the Karen retrial. It bugged the crap out of me. Do you think that he was intimidated that she was more successful than he was, or do you think maybe she was getting tired of him and she wanted to move on? Never is a word that Sergio always points out. That's right, Tiff. Agreed. Hear that again.
To try to take this.
And you would have your own employment as far as employees that would work for you.
Okay. And so you're getting ready to try to take this next step that you just described. Is that right?
That's correct.
All right. Well, I want to back up a little bit and talk about that and kind of the broader context of you and Tara's relationship. You know, obviously, Tara's a very high achieving person. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir. She is a large motivation for me to so early want to pursue the next step.
She is a large motivation of me to try and do the next step. We're getting grammar snobs here, right? Few things annoy me more. I mean, that's that's not true. But When people are talking about past events, especially events that happened 25 years ago, and they're talking as if it is in the present tense, it really bothers me. It really bothers me because I feel like if I'm talking about something that happened 25 years ago, I'm going to say, well, she did this, she did that. It was like this, it was like that. She went to school, you know, she would, the way that he's talking in the present tense is just odd. And I see that a lot in witnesses. It's in the past. And we need to talk about it like it's in the past. Otherwise, I don't know what the body language experts or the linguistics experts talk about that, but it comes off as fake and not real. Yeah, it does.
Tara is a very high achieving person. Is
He's
that a fair
saying it
statement?
too.
Yes, sir. She is
Tara was a high achieving
a
person.
large motivation for me to so early want to pursue the next step.
And you kind of, you mentioned it right there. You called it a motivation. Were you ever intimidated or discouraged or upset by Tara's achievements?
Never.
Okay. How did you take it?
I took it as a good thing. I was supportive. I knew from the beginning her ambitions, and I always try to be supportive in any way I could. And she did the same for me.
And so, we talked about when you were at McCart.
Did they mention at all that he was pre-med? Was that brought out at all during this direct? Because I must have fallen asleep during that part. Because I think when they started dating at the University of Georgia, was he pre-med? And then he dropped out because his mother found an ad about a plumber in the paper. I must have missed that part about the pre-med. Because what he's not pointing out here is that Chris was highly motivated to do something. In fact, he wanted to be a doctor. But then he dropped out, went to live with his parents. He played football in high school, but then he was a cheerleader in college, and then he dropped out. And now he moved back with his parents to be a plumber, but then he moved back to Athens because he still wanted to be with her and be near her. Okay.
You mentioned going out on your own subcontract and you got to get all this stuff for yourself. At McCart, were you using your own money to buy gas to go to jobs and fuel, or gas to go to jobs or other supplies or anything like that? Or was that part of what was given to you?
No, sir. Once you are a crew leader, you're issued a vehicle, gas card, all your equipment, tools, fittings, and so forth. Whatever's needed to complete the job, they supply.
Okay. So who was paying for gas when you were working for McCart and living in Athens and having to travel for jobs?
When I was working for McCart, they paid for everything.
Was that the case for you as a subcontractor trying to go out on your own, or was it different?
It was different. Yes, sir. And I was responsible fully for everything.
All right. And so at this time, where were your folks living?
They were living, it's a Covington address, but it's in Walton County.
Okay. And so that address, was that closer or further from most of your jobs than where you were living in Athens?
Much closer.
Okay. Based on that, did you make any decisions about how you were going to spend your time between Athens and other places?
Yes, sir. I had just started working for myself maybe a week prior. Okay. And
I'm going to stop you just a week prior to what?
To Tara's death.
Tara's death. It was a brutal murder. If your girlfriend was murdered, would you say death or murder? Candlerland, no, they met at university. They met at Georgia College, but Tara was attending UGA law school. So yeah, it is a little confusing, but at the time of her murder, she was attending UGA law school.
Okay.
I was within within a week I had started. What I had to make a decision was to stay at my parents' due to the cost and the additional expense of the travel. I still wanted to keep my place in Athens. I had no intentions of moving from there, but I did like having my place something close to Tara. So when we did have free time, we did have a place to meet, go. I could have my own space. But during
I stand corrected. CJ's right. I think there was a pretrial motion to not be able to say the word murder. I think you're right. I remember seeing it briefly, but I don't remember if I saw a ruling on it. So thank you for that. I'll take that back a second. Nash Plumbing will come in soon. Don't worry. We're a little bit behind real time.
still wanted to keep my place in Athens. I had no intentions of moving from there, but I did like having my place something close to Tara. So when we did have free time, we did have a place to meet, go. I could have my own space. But during the work days, I would stay at my parents'. That way I had a truck, a trailer for hauling equipment. They had the space, and they were roughly in one direction, 50 plus miles closer to most of my jobs.
Okay. And so at this point, we're talking about January, within a couple of weeks of Tara's murder. Do you still have your apartment at Jamestown?
That's correct.
Okay. How was the state of you and Tara's relationship, in those months leading up to her murder?
Everything was wonderful. It was difficult for us not to see each other as much as we would have liked, but we were both in the understanding that we were pursuing future paths for us to have a better future together. And so
everything was wonderful. Everything was wonderful. It was sunshine and rainbows. Everything was wonderful. The attorney said murder. Let me take that back. Maybe that motion was denied. I think it was a defense motion, so it probably was denied. Hold on.
during the work days, I would stay at my parents'. That way I had a truck, a trailer for hauling equipment. They had the space, and they were roughly in one direction, 50 plus miles closer to most of my jobs.
Okay. And so at this point, we're talking about January, within a couple of weeks of Tara's murder.
Yep, he did. He said it. He said it. Okay. Yes, we're talking. He did mention the law firm a couple times now, twice, I think. At least twice. Atlas says, wasn't she seeing someone at the firm she worked at? Well, she was going to dinner with some of the lawyers from her firm.
Do you still have your apartment at Jamestown?
That's correct.
Okay. How was the state of you and Tara's relationship, in those months leading up to her murder?
Everything was wonderful. It was difficult for us not to see each other as much as we would have liked, but we were both in the understanding that we were pursuing future paths for us to have a better future together. And so she was supportive of my pursuits, and I would be supportive of her pursuits, but our relationship was strong.
And you mentioned in order for us to have a future together, is that something that y'all talked about, a future together?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I want to talk with you about some difficult things, obviously. I want to talk with you in particular about the morning of, let's start with Thursday, January 18th, going into Friday, January 19th. Okay. Did you talk, and I don't want you to tell me what people said to you, okay, but did you talk to Tara on Thursday, January 18th?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what, if anything, was significant about that weekend that was coming up in a couple of days, sir?
It was her birthday.
Okay. And what was Tara's birthday?
It was the 20th.
All right.
And that would have been the Saturday coming up.
Did y'all have any plans for the weekend based on the fact that it was her birthday?
Yes, sir. She had, there was, I believe, law school students and even co-workers from the law firm, if I'm not mistaken. And we were going to go out and have a kind of a mix, mingle, drink kind of social event in celebration of her birthday.
Mix mingle kind of thing. A mix mingle kind of thing? What day were they going to do that? Hear that again.
I'm going to talk with you in particular about the morning of, well, Friday, January 19th. Okay. Did you talk, and I don't want you to tell me what people said to you, January 18th?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what, if anything, was significant about that weekend that was coming up in a couple of days, sir?
It was her birthday.
Okay. And what was Tara's birthday?
It was the 20th.
All right.
And that would have been the Saturday coming up.
Did y'all have any plans for the weekend based on the fact that it was her birthday?
Yes, sir. She had, there was, I believe, law school students and even co-workers from the law firm, if I'm not mistaken. And we were going
Again, co-workers from the law firm. Was that like the third time?
to go out and have a kind of a mix, mingle, drink kind of social event in celebration of her birthday.
All right.
When?
Is that something you were excited about?
Absolutely.
Okay. Do you know how Tara felt about it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. How
What-
did she feel about
She
it?
was excited.
All right.
What day were you supposed to do that, sir? Because Tara was supposed to meet friends for drinks on Friday, and she didn't show up.
And then, I want to talk about January 19th of 2001. When you woke up that morning, about what time did you get up and what was your plan for the day?
Okay. I would have woken up somewhere between 6:30 to get ready.
No. I don't know I don't want to know what you would have done. I don't know. I don't want to know what you normally did. I don't want to know about your routine. I don't want to know about your custom habit and practice and what you would have done. I want to know what you did on the morning of January 18th, 2001. And sir, you have been questioned about this for 25 years. And you've been thinking about this for 25 years. I don't want to know what you would have done. I want to know what you actually, in fact, did. Do you see? Do you see the language here? Okay, listen to this again. He still didn't even say what day they were supposed to go out with the law students and the colleagues and the co-workers from the law firm. He didn't say if it was Friday. He didn't say if it was Saturday. Listen.
Morning, January. And then, I want to talk about January 19th of 2001. When you woke up that morning, about what time did you get up and what was your plan for the day?
Okay. I would have woken up somewhere between 6:30 to get ready. Josh McCurdy, who worked for me at the time, he would arrive at my house around 7:15, and then we would go from my house to Nash Plumbing. Nash Plumbing offered.
He would arrive at my house around 7:15. Then we would go to Nash Plumbing. I would wake up between 6 and 6:30. Okay, where did you sleep? Where did you wake up? He's just talking about his routine. He's not committing to what he actually did that day. Okay?
The ability to use my subcontracting abilities. Some companies would.
Your subcontracting abilities. He did not go to her candlelight vigil. He went to a concert with another chick instead. Remember that. Thanks, Carrie. We heard that from a witness. Let's hear that again.
15. Josh McCurdy, who worked for me at the time, he would arrive at my house around 7:15, and then we would go from my house to Nash Plumbing. Nash Plumbing offered the ability to use my subcontracting abilities. Some companies would only work in-house employees, but Nash Plumbing would allow us to work there. So around 7:15, we went to Nash Plumbing to load up for a task. They would issue me that task that morning. We had just previously completed one. Within just a few days prior to that, we had started and finished it the day before. So at 7:30 to 7:45-ish, we arrived at Nash Plumbing to load up the materials for the next task. And then
I want to stop you for just a second there.
Did you rip your hands apart loading up the materials? What is Nash Plumbing like a WeWork for wannabe plumbers? Anyone? They just would assign you another task? Like TaskRabbit?
You're saying you get assigned a task at Nash Plumbing. What do you mean by a task?
Okay. Well, Nash Plumbing has the licensing, the contract agreements with developers and contractors. They work the figure sides of things, the overall cost.
The bidding?
The bidding.
Okay.
Yes, sir. As a subcontractor, you are paid per fixture. And so there's a per fixture cost being such as something like and I did rough ends before the sheetrock went in the houses and so forth. The houses are studded. When the roofing's...
He has just turned to look at the jury for the first time during his testimony. If you can come to your screen safely, please do so, because this is interesting. He feels comfortable talking about the roughing in work. Watch.
The contract agreements with developers and contractors, they work the figure sides of things, the overall cost.
The bidding?
The bidding.
Okay.
Yes, sir. As a subcontractor, you are paid per fixture. And so there's a per fixture cost being such as something like and I did rough ends before the sheetrock went in the houses and so forth.
There it is.
The houses are studded. When the roofing's put on.
Turning his chair, facing the jury.
So I would get the assignment from them. They would give me the address, the superintendent to whom I would meet, and then I would go to the job sites and I would lay out with them the blueprinting and so forth and what is intended to be installed. And they would supply me in return. Nash would give me the fittings, the pipes, the glue, the adhesives, the fasteners, whatever's needed to be installed. But I've supplied the trucks, the vehicles, the fuel, and the help and insurance. That's the agreement at that point.
Okay. And so I just want to back up. You mentioned an individual by the name of Josh McCurdy. Is that right?
Correct.
And you testified that that's someone who is working for you. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. How did you know Josh?
I met Josh when he came on to work for McCart Plumbing, and he actually ended up on my crew that I was in charge of. And when I decided to leave, he and I had a good relationship. We got along very well. I saw potential in him that he could gain in his abilities, and he was always reliable and so forth. I asked him, would you be interested to come work for me as I step out into this next leg? And he agreed, and that's where that started.
Okay. And I'm not going to ask you your full date of birth, but can you tell me what year you were born in?
78.
Okay. Sorry, I'm going to do that at the front end there. And so at this point, sorry, let's go back to January 19th of 2001. Now that we have a little explanation of how the business model worked between you and Nash Plumbing. So on January 19th of 2001, you said you went to Nash Plumbing to get your task. After you get your task, when you're working for Nash Plumbing, Is there anything else you have to do while you're there?
Once they tell me the amount of fixtures, the size of the house, I have to load up the appropriate fittings, pipe, the linear footage that's needed to be installed. And then we load that onto my vehicle, and then we take it to the job site and we do the installation.
Typically, on average, how long does that process of determining what you need and then loading it all up, how long does that take?
Take anywhere from 45 minutes to even sometimes upwards of an hour and 15 minutes to an hour and a half.
Is that dependent on the size of the assignment that you've received or the task that you've received?
That's correct. Along with, there's other contractors there that hold, we'll say, the same subcontracting title, and they're also loading up. So sometimes you have to kind of move around and wait your turn to speak with the owner and so forth. But we're all kind of, if I'm there without other people, it can go much faster. But if it's a busy time like the subway or whatnot, so to speak, in the office, it can take you a little bit longer. And depending on the size of the house, yes, a small house takes less time than a large house to pull your materials.
After you did finish getting loaded up, where did you go next? And I mean, I know it's been 25 years, but as best you recall, where did you go next?
I went to...
Dude, if you didn't prep him on his prior statements, then that's your fault. I know it's been 25 years. That's all for the jury. It's all for the jury. Thank you. Say what now for your 5? He's talking about Nash Plumbing now. I don't know that they went to school together. I guess on Cross, maybe we'll find out more about that, about Josh. But he says he met him at the other job. He's still one of their employees. Thank you, a lot of Bev down in Georgia for your 5. So just because you're awesome. Here we go. Oops.
To Wachovia in Loganville.
Okay.
Hold on, this is important because this is his bank alibi. Caroline says Faust was arrested for attempted murder for stabbing someone in the neck literally 2 weeks after Tara was murdered. He pled guilty too. Yeah, we know. We're aware of that. They brought that up. He got some stitches and he was sent home, and he did plead guilty, and he I think got 6 years for that. And maybe that's why they needed someone like him to pin this crime on. Maybe. It was a bar fight. It was a guy that he had a long-standing beef with. He cut him. The guy got a couple of stitches. He didn't stab him. Words are everything. Thank you for your 5. I think it's going to come in, though. I think it's going to come in. So we're going to hear more about that. And we're also going to hear from a jailhouse snitch. Not a house defendant says, I want to know if he's related to Ashley because of mitochondrial DNA. Thank you for your deuce.
House takes less time than a large house to pull your materials.
After you did finish getting loaded up, where did you go next? And I mean, I know it's been 25 years, but as best you recall, where did you go next?
I went to Wachovia in Loganville.
Okay. Is it the Wachovia in Loganville, approximately how far away that is from Athens?
From Athens? 50 to 60 miles.
Okay. And about what time were you at Wachovia?
Right after I believe at the time I opened, is around 9 o'clock, 9 to 9:10, somewhere in that area when I arrived.
And so when you got to Wachovia,
Do you see how he paused to think about how far it was from Loganville to Athens? I mean, this is the most important part of the testimony because this is his alibi. He's saying, I wasn't there when Tara was murdered because I was 50 to 60 miles away at a Wachovia bank in Loganville getting money from a teller. Listen.
did you go inside the and so when you got to Wachovia, did you go inside the bank?
I did.
All right. And what were you doing inside the bank that day?
At that point, I believe I was depositing a check and I was withdrawing money.
Okay. After you got done at the bank, did y'all leave?
That's correct.
All right. And where did you go?
From Wachovia, I believe it went to Truk Kustoms in Loganville, just to talk to Bill, the owner. I had planned to have a ladder rack We had talked about this and had something ordered in. That was a ladder rack that was going to be installed onto my work truck to help out. And that would be the next place, to my recollection.
And I mean, Truk Kustoms feel a little silly asking this question. Seems like it's right in the name, but what type of business was Truk Kustoms?
Okay. They would do modifications, all types of modifications, from tires to lift kits to toolboxes to ladder racks, anything that would help with, work or appearance on vehicles.
So the first time you got to Truk Kustoms, you made reference to a pipe rack a few minutes, or probably not even a minute ago in your testimony. Was that ready to be installed when you got there the first time?
No, sir, it wasn't ready.
Okay. And so what did you do at that point?
Josh and I went to a house in Grayson. We had previously completed that, the installation. So with that being said, we had to fill the piping with water, pressurized on the water piping size, and then you fill the drain piping with water to have it ready for inspection for the county to come in. And it was my duty to go back and do an inspection to make sure that we didn't have any leaks or any corrections that had to be made.
All right. Were y'all able to complete that task?
Yes, sir.
All right. Was there anything else that y'all were supposed to be doing that day?
Yes, sir. We had to go to Forsyth, to the house I had loaded up the materials for earlier that morning. From your task or assignment from that morning from Nash? That's correct. Okay. All right. And where was that house? That would have been, I believe, in the northern part of Forsyth County. Okay. In Forsyth County. Did you all go to that residence? Yes, sir. All right. And what phase of construction was this home in? It was in the new development phase. So the foundation has been installed. The framing has been completed, excluding the roof. They had not put the decking on the roof, and they were in the middle of trying to get the decking put on. And it was, at that point, it was literally like raining that day, and rain was coming down inside of the house. And so I had the opportunity to meet with Mike, who was the superintendent. I'm not really sure who the contracted company was it was doing, but I met with Mike, who was in charge of doing the layouts, and we got the blueprints, and we completed the layout for the house, and I unloaded the plastic fittings and piping because it wasn't really at risk of being stolen, not like copper piping. So I held on to that where I didn't have to haul that back and forth. And so we left that on the site. Well, and you mentioned risk of being.
He remembers all the details. All the details now he remembers. People who believe that Chris Melton had nothing to do with this say that his alibi was rock solid. So just pay attention to that. Please do not ask in the chat about Chris now, whether he's married, where he lives, what he does. We're not here for that. We're not here to dox people. Not that you guys would do this, but there are crazy people out there who will go, and find him. That's not what we're doing here. We're evaluating his testimony and whether or not we think he's telling the truth, whether or not he's being obstinate, whether or not he's being cooperative, whether or not. Please don't ask if he's married, what his children's names are. Let's refrain from that. Thank you.
In stolen and copper piping, the stuff that you left at the site, is that stuff you can turn in for money at a salvage yard?
Not really. No, sir.
Okay. And so given the rain that was coming down, were you able to complete what your task was supposed to be that day?
No, sir.
All right. And why is that?
With the water coming into the house, my next step would have been pulling electrical cords and electrical equipment to drill the appropriate holes in their locations. So once that happens, it's too high of a risk of electric shock. So we just didn't go any further with that.
Okay.
Hold. Please don't try to pull my focus into other cases right now while I am laser focused on this case. I am aware of everything involving Kelsey Fitzsimmons. I have all the papers right now. I am here, and everyone is here for Edrick Faust. Okay. If something breaks about Savannah Guthrie's mother and you want to go watch it, please go and watch it. You don't need to announce your departure. It's not an airport. We're here for Tara Baker today and for Edrick Faust today. Okay.
Site.
Well, and you mentioned risk of being stolen and copper piping. The stuff that you left at the site, is that stuff you can turn in for money at a salvage yard?
Not really. No, sir.
Okay. And so given the rain that was coming down, were you able to complete what your task was supposed to be that day?
No, sir.
All right. And why is that?
With the water coming into the house, my next step would have been pulling electrical cords and electrical equipment to drill the appropriate holes in their locations. So once that happens, it's too high of a risk of electric shock. So we just didn't go any further with that.
Okay. Where did y'all go from Forsyth County as best you can recall?
I believe we went back to Truk Kustoms. I just swung back in just to talk to Bill to get some measurements to make sure he could construct the pipe rack at that point, to the right lengths and distances and pinpoints. And
he made a timeline. But here's the thing. His timeline doesn't start until he says he woke up around whatever time he woke up, right? Or he would have woken up at around 6:30. I got to go back all the way in my notes to how he would start his day. But, he would wake up and then his guy, Josh, would pick him up around 7:15. Remember that he changed his story in 2024 to say that he did have a booty call with Tara the night before and he left at midnight. We've never received a time of death on Tara, have we? Did the medical examiner opine on time of death? Because maybe I missed that part. But I think we did hear the part where she may have been alive when the fire was started. We didn't really know when the fire was started. Somebody smelled smoke. There's a witness who smelled smoke in the neighborhood around 8. There are some people who saw a man walking while black in the neighborhood with an orange shirt on around 8:15 or so. And he looked suspicious because he looked very awake for that time of day, but he wasn't running. And the call to the fire department was not made until 11:22 a.m. So could Tara's death have occurred sometime the night before, up until he went home to his parents' house and went to sleep and woke up at a certain time? He's got a lot of detail. He made a whole timeline, it sounds like, about everything that happened at the bank, the thing. There might be video from the bank. And maybe he had nothing to do with it. But maybe Edrick Faust had nothing to do with it either.
it still wasn't ready at that point.
All right. And so where did y'all go next?
I recall going from there back to Nash Plumbing and speaking with Jody Nash, who is the owner's wife. This would have been a husband-wife operation, but they were successful. They had lots of work that was coming through, but Jody is the one that was in charge of getting us to our appropriate assignments and paperwork. And I went back there just to swing in to let her know, you know, this is where we're at with the Forsyth house, and I will be coming back, you know, Monday, you know, to get that house started.
And where'd y'all go after that?
We went back to my house. Went back to my parents' house. Josh's vehicle was there at this point. He could go back home. He lived in close proximity. Go back home. We're on some downtime for the moment, because at that point, when I went to Truk Kustoms, we had established a time that I could return and it would be ready for the installation. I could leave the truck with him for an hour or so and he would complete the installation. And that's why we went back to my house for a short period of time.
Okay. And about what time of day would this have been at this point?
Okay. Arriving back at my house, that would have been maybe around 2 o'clock or so, 2 to 2:30 ish. I know that we had agreed to meet back up at my house around 3:30 to 3:45 to make the trip back to Truk Kustoms in Loganville, to drop off the vehicle. He followed me in his personal vehicle where we could leave the vehicle and then just kind of run around and do some personal things and errands and so forth while that installation was being completed.
Yeah.
And what time,
you know what?
if you
All of this is nothing to me. I don't care what he did the whole rest of the day. She was already murdered by then. She was already murdered by then. By 9:32, he was already at the ATM. No, he was actually at a teller. He went to a teller to get the money. Little cupcake, but it wasn't called in until 11:22. That's when the fire call came in. She could have been there for who knows how long, dying. Somebody could have murdered her and then went back early in the morning at a certain time and set the house on fire then, right? It is possible that the beating and the strangling with the printer cord and the horrific things that happened to her, the SA, the grape, the sodomy, could have happened the night before or in the middle of the night. And then whoever did this went back there in the morning to set the fire. Isn't that possible? Because in my opinion, the person who did this had to know that those two roommates were gone, that they were not coming back.
call were you supposed to be back at Truk Kustoms or could be back at Truk Kustoms to pick up your truck?
That once it would take about an hour or so. Once I would drop it off at 4, it was going to take an hour and 15 minutes, he said, to have the installation complete.
Okay. Did y'all ever go back to Truk Kustoms to get that installation done?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And about what time was that?
We arrived approximately around 4 p.m.
All right. While you were at Truk Kustoms, well, let me go back and ask this question. At that time period, what types of communication devices or ways that people could contact you did you have?
I had a pager, a cell phone / Nextel, if anybody recalls what Nextels were. So that's the Nextel aspect of it was mainly used like through the contractors and glorified walkie-talkie. But I had a cell phone and a pager.
Yeah. Well, and it just for folks that might not remember, and I think I remember, but can you explain, what was it about those Nextel phones you said was a glorified walkie-talkie? What do you mean by that?
All right. Nextels could only communicate with another Nextel. And so you didn't have a phone number, so to speak, but you had a pre-issued number that you could type in, and then basically you would push the button and speak, and then that would directly alert the other person on the other line, and they could hear you, and then you would let off the button, and then the communication could continue back and forth.
So it wasn't necessarily like a ring and answer. It was almost like a system where you come on like a public address system.
More or less.
Okay. And so did you receive any kind of alert from anyone while you were at Truk Kustoms?
Yes, I received a page.
And that page, do you know who that came from?
It came from Miss Baker.
Okay. And when you say Miss Baker, are you talking about Tara or somebody else in her family?
Tara's mother, Virginia Baker.
Well, that was poor
and
wording.
If you recall, what was
That was
initial
poor wording. Okay, so Tara's mom paged him. Okay, what time was this?
page that you were, all right? And if you recall, what was the initial page that you received?
If I can recall, I believe it was her home phone number.
Okay.
Came through.
And did you reach out to Miss Baker?
Yes, sir. I reached out. I asked if I could use Bill's phone number, Bill's phone at Truk Kustoms, and he allowed me to use his phone for a moment to return the call.
If you guys are too young to remember pagers, a pager was a little device that you would clip to your belt, keep it in your purse, whatever. It would vibrate when it went off, and you would look at it, and it would just have a phone number on it. And whoever was paging you wanted you to call them at that phone number. You could also say things like hello if you knew how to do the letters and numbers do the numbers upside down. So he was paged. It was Tara's mom's number. He used somebody's phone to call her. And what time was this?
Okay. And I don't want you to get into the specifics of words that someone said to you. But what did you learn when you called Miss Virginia Baker?
She had told me that there was a fire at Tara's residence. Her car is the only one in the driveway, and there was a body discovered in the fire.
Okay.
Oh,
In that moment, what was your reaction to hearing that information?
Devastated.
What, if anything, did you do right after that as far as where you were going to go or what your plan was or what you were trying to do?
I recall once I got off the phone with Miss Baker, I kind of just was in shock, and I had to take a moment, and I recall, I believe somehow either I ended up taking a knee or two knees or sat down on the floor to have a moment to recover in the showroom. And then once I came around, the attention was on me, and I remember Bill, I believe, reaching out and asking if I was okay, and Josh was like, "Are you okay?" And I
wait, what? Once I came around, the attention was on me. I don't put a whole lot of stock into people saying, "Oh, he's got fake tears, he's crying, there's no water coming out." I mean, everybody cries differently, right? It's just like, does it look like a fake cry to me? It's not whether like actual tears come out. All right, let's hold on, let's hear this a little bit.
and I had to take a moment, and I recall, I believe somehow either I ended up taking a knee or two knees or sat down on the floor to have a moment to recover in the showroom. And then once I came around, the attention was on me, and I remember Bill, I believe, reaching out and asking if I was okay, and Josh was like, "Are you okay?" And I looked at Josh and I said, "You need to get me to Athens right now." And he agreed.
Okay. So what did y'all do from there?
Josh took me in his vehicle. They had already taken my vehicle back for the installation. So we jumped in his vehicle and he drove. And as we're en route to Athens, I'm trying to reach out I'm calling 411, trying to find Ashley and Valerie's parents from their last name. And kind of at that time, I believe I knew Ashley was from Milledgeville area, and I can't recall now at the moment where Valerie was from, but I did at the
Wait a second. Weren't you like besties with Ashley's brother, Bill? I think his name was Bill. Isn't that how you met Tara? Was because you were good friends with Ashley's brother? Do I need to rewind my notes? Why wouldn't you just call Ashley or her brother to get the parents' number? That's kind of weird to me, but okay. From your Nextel, right. What's he calling from? Hold on. How can you be in the car and call 911? We didn't have the technology to do that at the time. I remember having a phone hardwired in my car at some point before 2001, but hold on. I want to hear this again.
my vehicle back for the installation. So we jumped in his vehicle and he drove. And as we're en route to Athens, I'm trying to reach out I'm calling 411, trying to find Ashley and Valerie's parents from their last name. And kind of at that time, I believe I knew Ashley was from Milledgeville area, and I can't recall now at the moment where Valerie was from, but I did at the time. And I had also, when I was on the phone with
Yeah, didn't he say that his Nextel didn't make calls, so he had to call from the truck company line? Did Josh have I'm confused. How did he do this? Okay.
she had stated there was a body in the fire, and they
Wait,
did not
what?
know.
How did we just
where
go
Valerie-
backwards?
Mr. Yeoman, shall any response?
Hold on.
If this is Tara,
To July of 2000. Were y'all, when I say y'all, I mean, were y'all celebrating?
Okay, StreamYard is having issues. I keep disappearing from the screen. Then I just saw that again. I just flashed off the screen. There is a ghost here trying to tell me something. And then the feed keeps blinking off the screen. This is a StreamYard issue, not a me issue. Hold a second. I may have to refresh my browser, but I got to go back to where we were. Hold on.
way, and there was a body discovered in the fire.
Okay, we got to there.
What, if anything, did you do right after that as far as where you were going to go or what your plan was or what you were trying to do?
I recall
All right, he took a knee. He
in
went to the
shock,
floor.
and I had to take a moment, and I recall, I believe,
He went into
seeing
shock.
around, the attention was on me to Athens. And so he
At what point did you punch the wall with both your hands? At what point did you beat the wall? Because that's probably what he's going to say happened.
and trying to find Ashley and Valerie's parents from their last name. And kind of at that time, I believe I knew Ashley was from Milledgeville area, and I can't recall now at the moment where Valerie was from, but I did at the time. And I had also, when I was on the phone with Miss Baker, she had stated there was a body in the fire, and they did not know where Valerie or Ashley were at that moment. They had not made contact.
Was that part of the reason that you were trying to get a hold of them or their families?
Yes, I was.
I'm going to sustain that, ask you not to lead the witness.
Why didn't he call Tara? Thank you, empty evidence bag. Why didn't he call Tara ASAP?
Thank you, Judge. Why were you trying to get a hold of Ashley and Valerie?
I was trying to figure out where everybody was. I had, with the information given to me, I already felt at heart that I knew who this was just based on whose car was in the driveway, but I was uncertain, and I wanted to reach out to her parents and anybody I could get a hold of to see if they had been in communication, and also to inform them of what had happened.
Did Mrs. Baker, he's calling her Miss Baker, so I don't know if she was married at the time, but didn't Tara's mom ask you to do that? Did she ask you to call the roommates? Huh.
A hold of to see if they had been in communication, and also to inform them of what had happened.
Did y'all eventually arrive in Athens?
Yes, sir.
Okay. When you arrived in Athens, where did you go?
What I can recall is when I was on the phone with Ms. Baker, I think Athens Clark County had reached out to her, and she informed me of that. So I reached out to Athens Clark County and called, and I went straight to the police department, is where I was told to go from the police department. They said, come straight here. And so that's where we were.
And I think that it's kind of indicated in your answer, but let me just ask it to clarify. When you say that you reached out to Athens Clark County, is there a particular department or agency or part of Athens Clark County that you reached out to?
Not that I recall. I think it may have just been like the main number at that time.
The main number for what?
For the police department.
Okay. All right. And so you went to the police department. At any point, did you leave the police department to go somewhere else?
Yes. Once I was there, they had.
Right. She had classes that morning. Wouldn't the first thing to do would be to find out if she had gone to class? I don't know. No crying yet.
Asked me a few questions in a room, and then they asked me if I would identify her body.
What went through your mind when they asked you that?
They asked him to identify her body. Where did her parents live? How far away were her parents? Hold on. Maybe he could get there faster than they could. Hold on.
Asked me a few questions in a room, and then they asked me if I would identify her body.
What went through your mind when they asked you that?
I really did not want to agree at first because I was aware that there was a fire, and I didn't want to see any of them. You know, no matter who it was, I didn't want to see what devastation that may have caused, and it's difficult just to comprehend. And then the detective, he asked if I would identify the body because he did not want the parents to have to identify the body, and could save them some grief. So I agreed.
Where did you go at
Save
that
them
point?
some grief.
They took me to
Okay. All right. I don't know. Scott, are you here? Is this usual that they would ask the boyfriend to identify the body from a fire? Hold on. They wouldn't let the parents or family see her due to the condition, says Toxic Grape Granny. All right. I want to hear this.
It was difficult just to comprehend. And then the detective, he asked if I would identify the body because he did not want the parents to have to identify the body, and could save them some grief. So I agreed.
Where did you go at that point?
They took me to Deer Park, and they took me to the scene.
To the scene.
When you got to the scene, what did you do next?
Once we got out of the car, the detectives wanted to walk me into the house to identify her, and we were stopped at the door, I believe, by a fireman, if I can recollect, and he said he cannot come in here. And at that point, they came up with a different plan. They walked me back to the curb.
Stop. He said the devastation I caused. Okay, hold on. I want to rewind that because a lot of you were saying that in the chat. He said the devastation that I caused. Hold on.
It may have just been like the main number at that time.
The main number
After
for
this, right?
what?
For the police department.
Okay. All right. And so you went
So he called the main number for the police department. Okay. It's after this, right? Okay.
to the police department. At any point, did you leave the police department to go somewhere else?
Yes. Once I was there, they had asked me a few questions in a room, and then they asked me if I would identify her body.
What went through your mind when they asked you that?
It keeps going off screen.
I really did not want to agree at first because I was aware that there was a fire, and I didn't want to see any of them. You know, no matter who it was, I didn't want to see what devastation I may have caused.
What devastation I may have caused. I'm going to slow it down. Hold on. It's going to really sound like a Southern drawl now. This is slow speed.
What devastation I may have caused.
What devastation I may have caused or it may have caused. It sounded like I to me.
I didn't want to see any of them. You know, no matter who it was, I didn't want to see what devastation that may have caused.
Sounds to me like he said, I can't be certain. Want to hear it at regular speed again?
No matter who it was, I didn't want to see what devastation that may have caused.
Not sure. I don't know if he just confessed. But what I do know right now is that I need to refresh my browser. So just stay right there. You're not going to want to miss this before we get cut off through StreamYard. So give me 2 seconds. Hang tight. Hopefully that will fix the problem. All right. Let's go back right to where we were.
And it was difficult just to comprehend. And then the detective, he asked if I would identify the body because he did not want the parents to have to identify the body, and could save them some grief. So I agreed.
Where did you go at that point?
They took me to Deer Park and they took me to the scene.
When you got to the scene, what did you do next?
Once we got out of the car, the detectives wanted to walk me into the house to identify her. And we were stopped at the door, I believe, by a fireman, if what I can recollect. And he said he cannot come in here. And at that point, they came up with a different plan. They walked me back to the curb and said, we're going to do this a different way. And they took a picture, and I got to identify her through a digital camera image from the camera itself.
Man, that is
I want
rough.
to take you back to July.
So if he did go into the scene, which I thought is what he was going to say, I was going to say, oh, is that how your hair got onto the transponder of the printer cord that she was strangled with? But he didn't go in the house. They took a picture of her and made him look at it and identify her. And that is horrific.
Allison, were y'all, when I say y'all, I mean you and Tara, were y'all celebrating to July of 2000?
Identify her through a digital camera image from the camera itself.
I want to take you back to July of 2000.
Why?
Were y'all, when I say y'all, I mean you and Tara, were y'all celebrating anything special as far as a milestone or anything in that time period?
July of 2000? This murder was in January of 2001. Why are we talking about July of 2000? Okay.
Yes, sir. Along the way of starting to date back when she was at her parents', when we can kind of considered us exclusive, we both would agree upon that first date, that when I came to visit would be our first, date line, timeline.
Anniversary?
And so it was July 4th weekend. And so July 4th, we considered that our anniversary. Yes, sir.
So July 4th of 2000, based on what you were saying, 1998, is that what you just said?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay. So what anniversary would that have been for y'all?
We're looking at, what's that, 99, 2000, close to, I would say 3 years.
Well, so from July of 1998 to July of 2000.
To 2000. Okay.
Yeah.
That's-
99, 2000, 2 years.
Is that why you quit
Apologize.
college? Because
Did
math
you
is
get
hard. You
Tara-
quit college because math is hard. Thanks, Gigi, for your 5.
Anything special for that anniversary?
Yes, sir. I got her diamond studded earrings.
How did she feel about that gift that you had gotten her?
Oh, she adored them. She realized, and we had discussions that, you know, this is representation of where we've been and where we're headed. And once she put them in, to my knowledge, unless she was to clean them or whatnot, she always wore them. Every time I saw her, she always had these diamond earrings in.
On January 19th of 2001, did you talk with police about those diamond earrings at all?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
When I was shown the pictures of Tara, I was in utter shock.
Okay, once again, he's looking at the jury again. He's looking at the jury again because Mr. Yamalama Ding Dong must have told him that this is really important testimony. So now again, he's turning his chair towards the jury to talk about the earrings. Okay, listen, watch.
Wore them. Every time I saw her, she always had these diamond earrings in.
On January 19th of 2001, did you talk with police about those diamond earrings at all?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
When I was shown the pictures
Looking at the jury
of
now.
Tara, I was in utter shock, just in the moment. But as I got to gaze upon these pictures, it did not look like Tara. And I couldn't, for certain, even identify her. And it just came to mind, if this is Tara, she's wearing the diamond earrings. And so they returned into the house. And then he returned back to me. And when he opened his hand, he had one of the diamond studded earrings. And that's when I knew for certain.
Why would they take the earrings
It was
out
Tara.
and show it to him instead of taking a picture of the earrings? She must have been really badly burned. This is horrible, horrific, trigger warning type testimony. And now he's going to turn the tears on.
And then he returned back to me. And when he opened his hand, he had one of the diamond studded earrings.
Wait, was it a detective or a firefighter? Sorry.
She's wearing the diamond earrings. And so they returned into the house.
Doesn't say.
And then he returned back to me. And when he opened his hand, he had one of the diamond studded earrings.
Why would they tamper with evidence like that? Come on.
And that's when I knew for certain. It was Tara.
So you see the diamond earrings.
She's unrecognizable. She's unrecognizable from the picture that they showed him. So they go back in and take an earring out and they're tampering with evidence and the body. And they bring out the earring in their hand. I don't know if it's a detective or a firefighter because he's not really saying. And they show him the earring in their hand and then he knew it must be Tara. Wild. No, none of the law enforcement or firefighters spoke about this, did they? But we haven't heard from, we've heard from a detective who went to the crime. Nobody's testified about this, have they? This is the first time we're hearing this, yeah? Okay.
Do you communicate your certainty to them that that is Tara?
Yes.
Okay. At this point, about how many police officers are out there at the scene, as best you can recall?
I know just regular uniformed police officers, I would guesstimate maybe 3 or 4. But surrounding me at that very moment, if you include the person that's holding the camera, I'm not sure if these are detectives, there's approximately 4.
And I'm sorry. I thought something was trying to get communicated to the bailiffs, Judge. So I just
Does anybody in the jury need something? Oh, okay. Thank you. All right. You may continue, Mr. Yelman-Chili.
thank you, Your Honor. So about 4 uniform patrol, 3 or 4, and then you're surrounded by some detectives. Is that what you just said?
That's correct.
Okay. What type of feeling were you getting in your perception of the way that those detectives were interacting with you and talking to you?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Thank you.
Mr. Yelman-Chili, any response?
What type of
Yes, Judge. I don't think that it's speculation to ask Mr. Melton what his perception
Relevance.
of certain people's actions towards him
relevance? Objection, relevance. What were your feelings?
were.
Overruled. You may continue.
Mr. Melton, I'll ask you the question again, sir. What was your perception?
See the difference? See the difference when you have to state grounds from when you don't have to state grounds? Like in Massachusetts, you didn't have to state grounds, so your objection could be anything. Here you have to state grounds. It was overruled.
Of certain people's actions?
Mr. Yelman-Chili, any response?
Yes, Judge. I don't think that it's speculation to ask Mr. Melton what his perception of certain people's actions towards him were.
Overruled. You may continue.
Mr. Melton, I'll ask you the question again, sir. What was
Come
your
on, ground.
perception of the way that those detectives surrounding you were treating you and speaking with you? And I'm not asking you to say what people said, but what was your perception of the situation?
I felt as if they were gazing upon me, and I could feel the
Objection, relevance.
intensity from them staring at me as they were angry. And I would say,
They were
Did you-
angry at you?
That's all right.
Thought you did it?
If you could, I know it's difficult. All witnesses do it. Make sure that you speak clearly and loudly towards the microphone so that our court reporter is able to make a record. Okay.
yes, sir.
All right. Did you ever leave the scene that evening?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We went.
Did you ever leave the scene that evening? Who, if
Yes.
anyone, was driving the ambulance?
I was taken back to the police department at that point. Yes, sir.
Okay. That night when you were at the police department, did you speak with law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you do so voluntarily?
Yes, sir. As there was a point in time that I was taken back to the police department. My parents, I had called to inform them what had happened. They were they had difficulty of finding the location. They knew where I had an apartment at Jamestown North. So the police gave me, they took me in an unmarked vehicle back to my place where I could meet with my parents. And then my parents, we went back to the police station.
Okay. And is that the point at which you talked with police after your parents took you back to the police station?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have a lawyer with you?
No, sir.
Did you ask for a lawyer?
No, sir.
Objection, objection,
When you
objection, relevance, objection. They're trying to show that he's not guilty because he didn't have a lawyer with him. Hold on.
at the point at which you talked?
The police gave me, they took me in an unmarked vehicle back to my place where I could meet with my parents. And then my parents, we went back to the police station.
Okay. And is that the point at which you talked with police after your parents took you back to the police station?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Whoops.
Did you have a lawyer with you?
No, sir.
Did you ask for a lawyer?
No, sir.
Okay. When you spoke with the police that evening, did you tell them or did you answer all their questions truthfully?
Yes, sir.
Okay. After that interview concluded, where did you go?
Wait a second. So you answered all their questions truthfully? Like, when was the last time you saw Tara? Because originally he told police he didn't see Tara for 6 days. And then in 2024, he told the police he saw her the night before for a booty call, but he left at midnight. So put a pin in that.
Or did you answer all their questions truthfully?
Yes, sir.
Okay. After that interview concluded, where did you go?
We were put up in a hotel, Holiday Inn, near the downtown area, and that was provided by the police department. They said you can. It
Gave
was
him a
when it was
hotel?
all concluded. It was late, and it had been an emotional day, and we were all exhausted, and we were put up in a hotel room. My parents, my mother, my father, myself.
Well, and let me ask you this and back up a little bit. When you interviewed the
Scott, did the NYPD ever pay for a witness to have a hotel room? Because it was late?
with the police on January 19th, did you have any kind of things on your hands from working?
Yes, sir. Which I usually.
Oh, did you have any kind of things on your hands from working? Any kind of things? What kind of things, Mr. Yellowman Chili? Bite marks, teeth marks, marks that look like you just beat someone to death on both of your hands? Oh, here we go. Here we go. My freeze game is on point. Come back to your screen now because you're going to want to assess the credibility of this witness by looking him right in the eyes. But he's not because he's looking down. Here you go. Taking it back. Did you have any kind of things on your hands? Remember, you saw the pictures of the hands. We all did.
Ask you this and back up a little bit. When you interviewed with the police on January 19th, did you have any kind of things on your hands from working?
From
Yes,
working.
sir. Which I usually did, like primer, if you're in glue.
Objection leading. From working. Primer and glue, let's see.
Did like primer, if you're in glue, solvents. You know, they can stain your hands. You know, primer is purple in color. Some may even say kind of purplish blue, and whatever it touches, it stains. Piping cement, it kind of adheres to you pretty well, and I had things such as I believe that on my hands. Yes, sir.
Cement and insurance.
So I want to go forward now to January 20th of 2001. This is the day after. At that point, did you ever return to those Jamestown apartments that you had an apartment at?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
My parents had taken me back to the apartment to grab a few things.
I don't think he said he did
Well, let
no
me ask
work
you
that
this.
day. I think he was on a couple of different work sites. I don't think he said he did no work. I think he said he had to leave because it started raining, and I don't. I have to go back and listen more carefully, but I don't think he said he did no work that day. Let's hear this again. It's like a whole new blue paint theory is what it is.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
My parents had taken me.
You had an apartment at?
Yes.
Did you ever return to those Jamestown apartments?
Just jump
versus
again?
January 20th of
Hold on.
Melton. how do you typically deal with very stressful situations? At that
He
point,
did not
did
work
you
that day?
ever
They even say kind of purplish blue, and whatever it touches, it stains.
So he said he did no work that day?
Piping cement, it kind of adheres to you pretty well. And I had things such as, I believe that on my hands. Yes, sir.
Okay. So I want to go forward now to January
Then
20th
he closes his eyes
of
after he said that, he closed his eyes and took a big, deep cleansing breath. Watch. Maybe he hadn't washed his hands in a couple of days. Remember, this was a Friday.
I believe that on my hands. Yes, sir.
Okay. So I want to go forward now to January 20th of 2001. This is the day after.
Day after.
At that point, did you ever return to those Jamestown apartments that you had an apartment at?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
My parents had taken me back to the apartment to grab a few things.
Well, let me ask you this, Mr. Melton. How do you typically deal with very stressful situations with difficult emotions
Objection.
involved?
Relevance.
Traditionally, I bottle it up inside, and I'm bottle it up inside and try to hold a secure presence for myself and the people around me. And yes, sir.
A secure presence.
What happened on that day on January?
Are you the Rock? Chris Melton, the Rock? A secure presence. Try and make people feel safe. Hold on. I'm told the family doesn't think he's guilty. Well, from the guy who did the podcast, who is dear friends with him.
Try to hold a secure side. Traditionally, I bottle it up inside, and I'm bottle it up inside and try to hold a secure presence for myself and the people around me. And yes, sir.
What happened on that day on January 20th, the day after Tara's murder, once you got inside of your apartment, townhome, however you want to describe it?
Once we entered my apartment, my parents were with me, and I started having an extreme emotional moment.
Anger.
And they recognized that it was hard for me to hold it in any longer. And I do recall my parents coming to me and wrapping their arms around me and trying to get me to calm down. And in that moment, I actually felt claustrophobic. I felt restraint. And I remember pulling away from my father to get away from him. And then I spun around and there was a wall in front of me at the bottom of the stairwell. And it was the sheetrock wall. And I just remembered unleashing my emotions on the sheetrock wall. And I punched.
He unleashed his emotions on the sheetrock wall with both hands? With both hands? Are your parents going to say they saw you do it? Here's the thing. At this point, he doesn't know she was murdered, right? Allegedly. At this point, he thinks she died in a fire, right? Right? He said her face was unrecognizable because she was burned. I don't know that he knows that she was murdered. He may think he may just have surmised she died in a fire. Why did they give him a hotel at the Holiday Inn if he still had an apartment in town for him and his parents? I've never heard of that before. Is this like the good old boys police department? Like, we're going to need to talk to you again tomorrow. So we're going to need to give you a Holiday Inn. And so now he's going to have a story about how he was punching the wall. And she was beat to death, by the way, and then strangled and stabbed. And then the house was set on fire at some point. Okay, so let's listen to this again. Somebody said, I think that's when he confessed to his parents. The parents said they said it was murder at the police station, but he hasn't said that yet, though, right? He hasn't said that he found out that it was a murder. All he knows is that Tara's mother called him and said there was a fire at Tara's house. Her car is the only one there, and they found a body, right? This guy failed shut up class. Here we go. Now he's going to talk about him punching the walls. The walls had teeth.
For me, a moment. And they recognized that it was hard for me to hold it in any longer. And I do recall my parents coming to me and wrapping their arms around me and trying to get me to calm down. And in that moment, I actually felt claustrophobic. I felt restraint. And I remember pulling away from my father to get away from him.
He's facing the jury
and then
again.
I spun around and there was a wall in front of me at the bottom of the stairwell.
He's looking down, though. He's not looking at anyone. He's looking down as he's saying this.
And it was the sheetrock wall. And I just remember unleashing my emotions
Now he's looking at
on
the
the
jury.
sheetrock wall. And I punched it, I don't know, maybe 30 times, maybe
30
more.
times.
Did that do any damage to that wall?
Oh, yes, sir.
30 times.
Did it do any damage to your hand?
He punched it 30 times. How many of you have ever punched a wall in anger or frustration? Did you punch it with one hand, or did you use both your hands? Like, did you box with the sheetrock? Asking for a friend. 30 times. When's the first time he told that story? Was it today on the stand? My freeze game is so on point. No broken bones. Did you lose your security deposit? I have so many questions. Who fixed it?
I don't know, maybe 30 times, maybe more.
Did that do any damage to that wall?
Oh, yes, sir.
Did it do any damage to your hands?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Good. What kind of damage did it do to your hands?
It scratched my hands up. It swole my hands up. Fortunately, I didn't break anything, and I guess fortunately, I didn't find a stud in the wall.
Oh.
It was mainly sheetrock, and as I went through the sheetrock, I was finding, I believe it was the concrete siding on the outside. It was an exterior wall, so I was.
It was an exterior wall, so you found the concrete side too. So that's how your knuckles got all scratched up. Are you sure you didn't slide down the driveway with a beer in your hand and like break your fall with your knuckles? At least your story's a little bit better than other people's stories that we've heard about their busted up knuckles. Does anyone believe this story? His parents just let him beat the wall 30 times. Did he have any violent propensities? Everyone says that, he was such a gentle guy. He never would have done anything violent. I don't know. Maybe he wasn't. Let's hear that again. Luckily, he didn't break anything in his hands. He just bottled up all his emotions and he couldn't take it. So he punched the wall 30 or more times.
What kind of damage did it do to your hands?
It scratched my hands up. It swole my hands up.
Swole. There was
Fortunately, I didn't break anything, and I guess fortunately, I didn't find a stud in the wall. It was mainly sheetrock, and as I went through the sheetrock, I was finding, I believe it was the concrete siding on the outside. It was an exterior wall, so I was punching through the sheetrock and hitting the concrete siding
Mhm.
to the outside, and I was knocking, to my knowledge, I was knocking the siding loose also.
You didn't have a stud finder? Didn't have stud finder? Well, that must be what happened with your hands, because they didn't take any pictures, I don't think, until like the 21st, right? So you punched the wall. You had to fight with the wall 30 times. You punched the wall 30 times, and they didn't take any pictures of your hands until the next day. Oh, Mr. Crews, we cannot wait to see what you do with this.
The next day, that's January 20th of 2001, after you stopped at your, townhouse apartment, whatever you want to call it, at Jamestown, where did you and your parents go after that?
We went back to my parents' house.
Okay. So on the 21st, did you speak with law enforcement again on that day?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what is it that you were going back to speak with them about and do?
I believe to answer further questions. At that point, they were asking for further information to my knowledge.
Okay.
And once I got there, we had discussed blood work and other, blood work and other things that may be needed, like
Blood
hair
work?
samples and such.
Blood work? Were they going to do a CBC? Did they want a sample of his blood? What do you mean blood work? Were they going to test you for blood alcohol content? I'm confused. Did you go to the ER or did you go to the police department?
Okay.
Blood work section. At that point, they were asking for further information to my knowledge.
Okay.
And once I got there, we had discussed blood work and other, blood work
Apologize
and
to the
other
microphone.
things that may be needed, like hair samples and such.
Okay. Was this something that you were having to do because of a court order or search warrant or
Objection,
something?
leading.
No, sir.
Okay. Is it something that you did voluntarily?
Objection, leading.
Absolutely.
Okay. At this point, we're 2 days away from January 19th. You've already testified about how you felt the police were looking at you. Did you take a lawyer with you to that meeting on the 21st?
No, sir.
Okay. Were you honest with police about the questions they were asking you to the best of your recollection?
Absolutely.
Stand, I'll ask you to rephrase if you choose to rephrase.
Okay. Did the police ask you questions?
Yes, sir.
Did you answer them honestly?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Except for when you saw Tara last.
On that day, January 21st, were there any photographs taken?
They had taken pictures of my hands. I had to remove my shirt. They had taken pictures of my body, I believe, which included from my head to my waist, and I can't remember if I had to remove my pants, but I do remember from my waist up having to strip down to have photos taken also.
Boxers or briefs?
After you finished having photographs taken, did you end up having blood drawn?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember, and if you don't, that's fine also, but was it the same or a different detective who talked to you on the 19th and the 21st?
I believe it was the same.
Okay. And so after you finished that interaction with police officers, what did you do?
As far as, can you rephrase? Can you ask me that once again?
Yeah. So we've talked about you go and talk to the police, then you go and do a blood draw. What did you do after you got done with the blood draw?
We went back to my parents' house.
Okay. obviously there's an investigation going on during this time period. Did that investigation continue to your knowledge?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
For 25 years?
How, during this time period, how are people who were in your life reacting to the investigation and to you?
I noticed distance.
Overruled. You may continue.
I'll ask the question again, Mr. Melton. How were people in
Hold on. What was I want to hear the objection.
the investigation and to you?
How were people reacting to you? Wait.
How?
Oh, mofo. Come on, man. Hold, please.
We discussed, I even talked to
I have to
Just
get back to where
different
we were.
things. I'm sorry. It's hard for me to get my ground to sand.
The next day, that's January 20th of 2001, after you stopped at your, townhouse apartment, whatever you want to call it, at Jamestown.
Hold on.
I believe to answer further questions for work and other, blood work and other things. No, sir.
Okay. Were you honest with police?
Yes, sir.
Okay. On February 21st, were there any photographs taken?
They had taken pictures of my hands. I had to remove my shirt. They had taken pictures of my
Okay.
body.
All right, we got there.
I'm
Boxers,
back.
briefs.
That's fine also, but was it, okay. And so after you finished that interaction with police officers, blood draw, did that investigation continue to the investigation life or around your life? How were people
Overruled. You may continue.
and to you or in your period? How?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Here we go.
How, during this time period, how are people who were in your life reacting to the investigation and to you?
How are people reacting
I
to the
noticed
investigation? and you?
distance.
Overruled. You may continue.
Distance.
There was an
Overruled.
objection. I
You may
couldn't hear what it
continue.
was.
I'll ask the question again, Mr. Melton. How were people in your life or around your life reacting to the investigation being ongoing and reacting to you?
I could see that there was distance occurring. Like people would just it started fading away.
Did they think you did it? Were you considered a suspect? Did everyone hate you because they thought you were the killer? That's what he wants them to say.
Friends, and even, I hate to say, even family members that would just stop communication. And if it was discussed or brought up, or if I was in an area or a room that people knew of what had happened to Tara, I felt that I was being looked at as the person that would have caused this. And that's the perception I was feeling. That's feelings that I was getting.
I don't understand why this is so hard for him to verbalize. People thought I killed Tara. Why is that so hard to verbalize? People thought I was the one who did it. For 25 years, I was the number one suspect. And nobody wanted to be my friend. Why is that so hard to verbalize? I don't know. He's twisting himself in a pretzel to try and answer it. Thank you, Kelly, for your super chat. She says, welcome to hour 48. of the defense of Chris Melton. Do it again.
I felt that I was being looked at as the person that would have caused this.
The murderer.
The perception I was feeling. That's feelings that I was getting.
People thought I was a murderer.
You testified earlier about having a tendency to bottle up your emotions. How were you doing emotionally during that time period?
I'm struggling. I am struggling.
I am, or I was, or I still am.
Daily, I have to put on the best way I could describe as a facade to make it through the day. I understand that I have to make it through daily, but at night or whenever things stop, such as work or things that can keep me sidetracked, especially the nights were horrible.
The night the lights went out in Georgia. He's closing his eyes as he's remembering how horrible it was for him. Jennifer McCabe had no problem talking about how people were calling her a murderer and how she was endlessly harassed and harassed and harassed. But you went out on dates and you went to concerts with other chicks within days of Tara's murder, and you didn't go to her candlelight vigil. And again, he's talking about it as if it's in the present tense, and now he's closing his eyes so to help him remember how terrible it was. And I'm sure, listen, I'm sure if he didn't do anything, it is terrible. But you have to understand that the CIGO is always the number one suspect in cases like this. Did you declare your innocence? Did you go out there on an innocence tour? Did you ever try and help find out who actually did this to your girlfriend? I don't know. I have a lot of questions.
The nights
were
horrible. I would find myself
Here come the tears.
on my knees, pounding the ground, the sand, whatever. Just
The sand? Pounding the sand? Is he on the beach now?
pounding the ground, the sand, whatever. Just finding myself so mad at God
Here comes God. Enter God.
that I couldn't understand. And I would wake up so many times for the longest time in fetal position where I just cried myself to exhaustion. But every day, each time I would be so angry and find myself in this position. As mad as I was and not understanding how God could allow the devil into his angel's house, I would feel warmth and thoughts in my head that weren't my own.
Wait, what? The devil into his angel's house, and then he would feel warmth? Hold on. Now, I am not saying that this man is guilty, but he is laying it on awfully thick. It's going to be up to a jury to decide whether or not this is enough reasonable doubt to acquit Edrick Faust. I still haven't heard anything about Edrick Faust. Edrick Faust's name did not enter the case file until 2024. Okay? There was never even a black man who was a suspect in this murder. Okay, now we're talking about the devil and angels, and I have tiny Jesus here listening to all of this as well. Too much.
But every day, for the longest time,
And his eyes are closed throughout. And people say it's easier to lie when your eyes are closed. Code red.
that I
black.
couldn't understand. And I would wake up so many times for the longest time in fetal position where I just cried myself to exhaustion. But every day, each time I would be so angry and find myself in this position. As mad as I was and not understanding how God could allow the devil and his angels' house, I would feel warmth and thoughts in my head that weren't my own,
Now you're hearing voices?
telling me not to give up, not to give in. And it gave me the strength to get up each time and strap on my boots and carry on
Strap on my boots.
through the day. And this cycle continued for a long time until I just couldn't recall certain things and it would fade. But through the days, I would just find a way to make it through and keep my mind occupied and just dread of the next night to come. And it was so difficult. But I found a way. Jesus helped me
Jesus helped
get
me.
through this.
Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. He's still got his eyes closed. And now he's going to talk about Jesus. Here we go. Here we go. Here's tiny Jesus. 25 years later, we have watched so many people testify about things that happened a couple years ago. And I've never seen this level of emotion. This is the Chris Melton Redemption Tour, everyone. This is the Chris Melton Redemption Tour. 25 years he's been accused. And now they finally got a guy on trial so he can come out and do his apology. Jesus, take the wheel. Hold on a second. I don't know if any cupcakes told me that they were going to court today. I know that Christie's going back tomorrow. I don't know if anybody's there today because I did not get confirmation from anyone who's actually there today. But listen to this one, laying it on thick.
Of the next night to come. And it was so difficult. But I found a way. Jesus helped me get through this.
Jesus help me. Did Jesus help you within the 48 hours that you were out with another chick at a concert, double dating with Ashley and Chris Hall? The other Chris and one of the Halls. Did Jesus help you within those 48 hours? Weren't you at a concert with another girl within a couple of days too? Come on, man. Crocodile tears.
Jesus helped me get through this and carry forward.
His eyes are still closed.
Mr. Melton.
Yes, sir.
There's an objection, but
Mr. Melton,
it was overruled.
I'm going to
Oh, he
ask
just
you,
came out of
sir,
it. He just snapped out of his trance all of a sudden. Lama Ding Dong said his name and he snapped out of it. Watch how he snaps to attention when he realizes that his false memories can stop now. Listen, watch, and learn from someone who's not very good at this.
Is that?
Mr. Melton.
Yes, sir.
Overruled.
Objection, non-responsive, overruled. I don't even remember what the question was at this point.
Overruled.
Mr. Melton, I'm going to ask you, sir, did law enforcement continue to reach out to you at certain times during the investigation?
It's all about
Yes.
him.
Okay. When they reached out to you, would they ask you for things or ask you questions, or what would they talk to you about?
I Am the Drama by
Just
Chris
different
Melton.
things.
Never once did he use a tissue. Never once did he pull out a hanky. Never once did he blot his eyes. Never once did he wipe his face. I feel like he just went through an exorcism too. Thank you for saying that, Sony Cole.
I'm sorry. It's hard for me to get my thoughts together at the moment.
Well, that's okay.
Been 25
let me
years
ask you this.
sniffles.
At any point, did you refuse to speak with law enforcement or retain an attorney to speak with law enforcement?
No, sir.
Objection. Relevance.
What was your mindset as far as, why you were continuing to be cooperative with the investigation?
Objection. Relevance.
I always believed that the truth would set me free.
I
had nothing to hide.
Stop it. Oh, and the award goes to, I always thought the truth would set me free. You can't hear this thing talking because of the mic, but it says bullshit level DEFCON 5. DEFCON 5. The truth will set me free. Hold 1 second. I have to get something from across the room. One moment, please. This trial has been scripted and brought to you by Harper Lee. This is a real life To Kill a Mockingbird, my friends. You are watching it in real time. If Lifetime isn't writing the movie right now, well, first of all, I don't want to see a Lifetime movie on this. I want to see Jordan Peele do a movie on this, like Get Out. Okay? Because Get Out, Melton, the truth will set you free. Okay. It is day 6 of this trial. We have seen sanctions. We have seen Mr. Crews, the attorney for Edrick Faust, just about kneecapped at every turn. We have seen and heard all kinds of bullshit. We have not heard about any evidence implicating Edrick Faust in this murder. This entire trial has been about the defense of Chris Melton, and he just told you that the truth will set him free. Here you go. Let's just listen to that one more time for effect. Because did that have the effect that he wanted it to have? How long has he been rehearsing this?
Law enforcement?
No, sir.
Okay. What was your mindset as far as, why you were continuing to be cooperative with the investigation?
I always believed that the truth would set me free.
Wow.
I had nothing to hide.
Except you lied about when you last had sex with her, with Tara Baker. Say her name. You did hide that, didn't you? Slowest golf clap in history. No tears. I am the drama.
Mr. Melton, thank you very much. I don't have any other questions for you right now.
Oh, thank you, Mr.
Cross-examination,
Yamalama.
Ms. Crews.
Here's Cross. Let's just take a quick break before we get to Cross, shall we? I think we need to, because I got to change the banner. Now, Mr. Crews is going to have to be gentle with this witness because apparently the family doesn't believe that he did it. And he's a gentleman and a gentleman, both. Ahmad Crews is. He's our new favorite defense attorney of the week. And he can start off that way, but I need to see him get a little more fired up. Maybe. It's a style. It's a style call. KLM said, I just seen a chat go by saying a few boots are on the ground in court today. They need to email me, fanbase@mlittlelaw.com. We can't wait to hear your thoughts. Thank you, Suze, for whatever it is that you sent me. Sin in the house said, I have lit a hot pad on fire and I know I could never walk into a bedroom without getting burned. It just hit me. A plumber would have heat safe gloves like a welder since they're a plumber. Oh, thanks, Sin. Freedom Ring says, wouldn't the most normal, natural thing for him to say be something like, OMG, I was just with her only hours ago. So surreal that life can change that quickly. Feels like a blink of an eye from when I left her. You would think so. I mean, he said he didn't get a lawyer. He knew that they were suspecting him, and yet he never got a lawyer because he just wanted to help, and the truth will set him free. But he didn't tell the truth. We're going to find that out, hopefully, in Cross. Thank you for your 20. Cindy said, my stepfather was asked to identify my cousin who was, thank you. I'm so sorry about that because my parents were closer and to save his parents the trauma. Love you, Melanie. Thank you so much for your 10. And I'm so sorry about your cousin. Chance said, wasn't it said earlier that her hair still smelled like shampoo? Yes. One of the first responders said that. Former firefighter paramedic here. If she was unrecognizable due to fire, you're not going to smell shampoo. It's a horrible smell. I'm so sorry that you know what that smell is like. Yes, I know what you're talking about. Thank you. Laura says, how many times have you been to a crime scene and ID'd a burnt body traditionally? Are you talking about me? Never. Are you talking about this guy? Never. I would imagine. So I'm not sure if that was a rhetorical question. Thanks, Laura, for your 5. Pamela P says, has the prosecution given us any evidence that Edrick did this? This case is so messed up. I still don't think that we've heard the alleged results from the alleged true allele DNA testing, but that is what they are going to try and use. And the judge has said it's going to be allowed in, even though it's never been allowed in any other court in the U.S. ever. Thanks for your 5. I don't think we've heard it yet, though, have we? I think we would remember that. Heather says, is this grieving or guilt? Thank you, Heather. That's up to you guys to decide. Gigi said, if I was Crews, when was the last time you were at church? And Gigi says that eyes being closed indicates lying. Thank you, Gigi. Not a single tear. Thank you, Burp. And Lozzie says, me. And Charlie says, praise the Lord. Thanks, Charlie, for tuning in from down under. And Lozzie from across the pond. And Positive Vibe says, was that hard? Yet you went to the concert. Okay. Thanks for being here for 13 months. UK Anton says, not sure Jesus was the one who helped you. Thank you. Gigi said, I'm trying to book a flight and hotel. I've got to be there. Hopefully I can be there tomorrow. Gigi's on her way. Never fear. Thanks, Gigi. Jersey Queen said, is this witness testimony or suspect clearance? This entire case so far, in my opinion, has mostly been about the defense of Chris Melton. I mean, if you go back and watch the prosecution's opening statement, they have PowerPoint slides of Chris Melton's alibi. PowerPoint slides dedicated to it. Thank you, Jersey Queen, for your 10. Lola says, I so wish we could see the jurors' faces now. I know, me too. Resting Beckface says, don't you need grades to get into uni as a DR? Oh, as a doctor. Sorry, at the start, high grades. He can't be that bad at school. Well, he didn't go to medical school. I think the story was that he was pre-med in undergrad. So I don't know. He did not ever get into medical school and he dropped out of college. So thank you, Resting Beckface, for tuning in from down under. And Allie says, I'm going to recommend that this witness's testimony. Okay, awesome, great. We try not to like promote other people's channels on the channel, but I'll thank you to your 5. That's not a channel that I watch, so I don't know anything about that. Jaded for Justice, thanks for becoming a member. Crystal says, you'd be so proud of Crews's opening question. Oh, I can't wait to hear it, Crystal. Thank you. If you guys are ahead, no spoilers. This is a cold watch for me. Becky B loves me with all of her heart, and I love you right back. Thanks for being here for 19 months. And Tina said, he's a deuce to remind us. Here's a deuce to remind us of his testimony. Thank you, Tina. An empty evidence bag says, and you changed your name again. Not a single Kleenex was injured in his testimony. Oh, girl, I tell you, this is crazy. All right, let's get back to it. This is going to start the beginning of cross-examination. Let me just see if I've heard from anybody. He's actually in court right now. You got to email me, fanbase@mlittleLaw.com. It's in the show notes below. If you want to share your thoughts, please do. Email them to me, and I will share them with the class. We want to know how the jury's reacting to the Chris Melton testimony, how the family is reacting to the Chris Melton testimony. And if you are a cupcake and you're in court, are you sitting on the defense side of the aisle? Are you sitting on the defense side in the pews? Because when Christy was there the other day, her name is Boston Hooker. She goes by Boston Hooker or Hooker Boston. I forget which one. Sorry, Christy. She said she was the only white person on the defense side, and everybody on the other side was giving her the side eye. And do not use your phone in the courtroom. Thank you. Okay, here we go. This is cross and off we go.
Good morning, Mr. Melton. My name is Attorney Ahmad Crews. I have the privilege and honor of representing Mr. Faust. And under the authority of this court, I'm going to ask you some questions, okay?
Certainly.
Okay. Why didn't you cry?
Why didn't you cry?
When?
Just now. Why didn't any tears fall out of your eyes?
They are falling now.
Okay. Well, let's talk about January 19th. Would you agree that today you were much more emotional than you were on the day that you learned?
Why didn't you cry? I told you during openings when Ahmad Crews used the word unalived, when he said Tara was unalived, I said to you, I think he watches YouTube. I think he watches true crime on YouTube. Somebody else said it might be the TikTok generation. I know, I guess, based on that he graduated law school in 2017, we know he's like early 30s. Has he watched other trials on YouTube and watched the chat? Because that is the first thing the chat always says. He's not crying. Why are there no tears? Look at his face right now. My freeze game is on point. If looks could kill, they probably will. Somebody said, damn, that question trumped Alessi.
Learned of Miss Baker's death.
Look at his face. Why didn't you cry? Oh, man, that deserves a replay, don't you think? King Cruz. Cruz is a cupcake. Here we go.
Good morning, Mr. Melton. My name is Attorney Ahmad Crews. I have the privilege and honor of representing Mr. Faust. And under the authority of this court, I'm going to ask you some questions, okay?
Certainly.
Okay. Why didn't you cry?
When?
Just now. Why didn't any tears fall out of your eyes?
They are falling now.
Okay. Well, let's talk about January 19th.
Well, they are falling now. They must be invisible tears because we can't see them. And there was no objection to that question, which I find interesting. Here's in one of the sound effects on StreamYard. And that's called drum roll bongos. And here's a sound of Chris Melton's heartbeat right now. He's done walking all over eggshells. He has broken up all the eggshells in that courtroom, and this is fantastic. And the camera person couldn't even focus quickly enough to get that reaction. Look, it's all fuzzy. They can't even focus it. He panned immediately. Why didn't you cry? He panned immediately, and he had to. I guess they don't have autofocus. Here we go. One more time. One more time. Let's do the drum roll.
Okay. Why didn't you cry?
When?
Just now. Why didn't any tears fall out of your eyes?
They are falling now.
Okay. Well, let's talk about January 19th. Would you agree that today you were much more emotional than you were on the day that you learned of Miss Baker's death?
Oh.
I was holding it together best I could.
So your borderline fiance is murdered and you were holding it together on the 19th, but 25 years later, you have emotion about it?
In that moment, when I'm finding this out.
Mr. Melton, that's a yes or no question.
Judge, the witness is allowed to answer Mr. Crews's question.
That's correct.
Really? It's a yes or no question, Your Honor. Direct the witness to answer the question, Your Honor. Oh, is this how we do things in Western Georgia? Listen to the question again.
In that moment,
Putting it together on the 19th.
I was holding it together best I could.
So your borderline fiance is murdered and you were holding it together on the 19th, but 25 years later, you have emotion about it?
That's a yes or no question, right?
In that moment, when I'm finding this out.
Mr. Melton, that's a yes or no question.
Judge, the witness is allowed to answer Mr. Crews's question.
That's correct.
When this tragedy occurred,
Oh, sorry, it's Northeastern Georgia.
and I'm taking this
Sorry.
information in,
Sorry, I was conflating my cases.
I am telling myself inside, do not collapse in this moment. Hold it together. There are other people that are also relying on you. And I had to get through this. And that's where I'm at.
Who was relying on you during your initial interview with police?
The police, her family, her friends, anyone who loved her.
So the police were relying on you to hold it together during the interview.
Oh, well done.
If I'm not holding it together, I can't think things through.
Sure. Did you know that your DNA was found in Miss Baker's anus?
I was informed.
Who told you that?
Did you know? I mean, he's coming out with a bang. Did you know that your DNA was found in Miss Baker's anus? And I just love the way he said that with just complete and total normalcy. Did you know that your DNA was found in Miss Baker's anus? Let's go back. Who's relying on him? Why is anybody relying on him? He lied about not being there the night before. Let's go. Go Crews. And I love this because you need to be able to do this in cross-examination. You need to be able to not look at a list of questions. You need to have bullet points in your head about where you want to go. And you got to flow with the answers. When he says something, you pick up on it and you run with it. Use his words in your questions back to him. And he's doing so great so far. And it's only been 2 seconds and I'm so excited. Well, people needed to rely. Who needed to rely? They need to rely on you. Why would they need to rely on you? Right? Oh my God, I love this. I love this for us. I love this for us together collectively.
To hold it together during the interview.
Hold on.
During your
And I had to get through this. And that's where I'm at.
who was relying on you during your initial interview with police?
The police, her family, her friends, anyone who loved her.
So the police were relying on you to hold it together during the interview.
If I'm not holding it together, I can't think things through.
Sure. Did you know that your DNA was found in Miss Baker's anus?
I was informed.
Who told you that?
Liz and Jeremy from the GBI.
When did they tell you that? Because in the recorded interview that we have, they didn't mention that to you.
That's my recollection. If
Okay.
this is
My question is when? When did they tell you?
Liz and Jeremy. Okay. Elizabeth Biggums is the investigator who is investigating this case with the GBI, right? Was she with the GBI in 2023 and 2024? That's when Faust was arrested. So Liz and Jeremy, you're on a first name basis with the investigator, the cold case investigators. And Liz and Jeremy are the ones who told you about your DNA being in Tara Baker's anus. I hate to keep saying that. But you don't remember when. Well, it wasn't in 2001, sir, was it? Wow. How friendly are you with these people? You guys go out for Taco Tuesday?
Mention that to you.
Jeremy.
Yes.
I was informed.
Who told you that?
Liz and Jeremy
It's a bad look.
from the GBI.
When did they tell you that? Because in the recorded interview that we have, they didn't mention that to you.
That's my recollection. If this is
My question is when? When did they tell you?
if that's not the correct recollection, I'm not sure at this moment.
So now you're lying? Were you lying then or are you lying now?
Let me ask you this. When was the last time you met with the state?
This morning,
Okay.
Oh.
And they talked to you about your testimony?
we went over what the courtroom would be like.
Okay. So this is rehearsed. Is that fair to say?
I wouldn't say rehearsed.
But you went over it not just this morning, you went over it a couple of times last week, is that right?
We have established a process in which would occur in this courtroom as far as steps that are taken once I get here or whatnot.
Okay. So the questions that you were asked today, you already knew you were going to be asked those questions, correct?
Yes.
Oh my God. Redemption. This is the redemption tour of Ahmad Crews.
Mr. Melton, I am going to...
Ineffective assistance to counsel, my ass. All the naysayers. This is rehearsed.
Can I?
Did they script it for you?
Can I
Did they
say
write
something
it
to
out?
this?
What they wanted him to say. This is gold. We don't get this very often. This is gold. Well, you can never tell. The eggshells have been glued back together.
Mr. Melton, would you like a slim marker or a big marker?
Choice of markers.
All right. Let the record reflect that I am going to give you a black Sharpie, okay? I'd like you to write the very first time that you mentioned during your direct examination in regards to your actions or where you went on January 19, 2001. Do you understand that?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
May.
Can you please write the first place you went on January 19th on that board there?
He wants him to write it down on the board, the first place he went on the 19th. Oh, I love a demonstrative. He took the slim marker, Sharpie.
And, Your Honor, I would ask that if Mr. Crews is going to ask the witness to engage in whatever this is, that be repositioned to a place where the jury can actually see it.
I could do that.
In whatever this is. I'm surprised
We'll start on page 2.
I'm surprised that Yalamantilli's not objecting and screaming and crying and pulling out his binky, and this is improper. He's got a giant easel with a giant pad of paper. It's like
We'd like to
Pictionary.
also be able to see it. I guess, Judge, do you want us to move or do you
No, I
want
think-
him to move it over there?
Mr. Chris, I think perhaps moving that back would be best for everyone to take a look at it. Thank you, Mr. Hill.
Sure.
Do not take a break now, Judge.
All right, that's it. You may proceed.
Sure. Can you write the first place you went and the time that you went to that location?
You rehearsed it, so it should be easy. Is he writing with his right hand or his left hand? His
Okay.
right hand.
So I want to make sure I'm correct. You wrote Nash Plumbing 7:30 to 7:45. Okay. So you remember from January 19, 2001, you went to Nash Plumbing between those times. Is that fair to say? Okay. But you could not remember when law enforcement asked you if you knew Miss Baker was going to be alone in 2006?
Go to the mic.
You can take a seat, Mr. Melton.
He was writing with his right hand, right?
Along the way, I'm questioned about certain things, and I pull up my best recollection. Post this, I've been traumatized. I'm grieving. My mind is certain things and certain times. It's hard to pull from. And in those moments, stress also, in times, it's more difficult than others in certain moments to recollect certain things. And sir.
Let me catch up. So it's easier to recollect an alibi than it is to recollect whether or not the girl that you love told you that she was going to be home alone.
Over this question, it's argumentative and improper.
Sustained.
Sure. So it's easy to remember where you went on the 19th. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Mr. Melton, so after you left Nash Plumbing, where did you go?
After I left Nash Plumbing, I went to the bank.
Okay. Can you write the time that you arrived at the bank on the board? You can just put bank and then you can put the time.
And I just hear it like playing in my head. When I find myself in times of trouble, Mother Mary comes to me, speaking words of wisdom. Let it be. And he's writing with his right hand with his slim Sharpie. And he has written bank, 9 o'clock to
Sure.
9:10.
Okay. Sure.
He wants to tap out so bad. You know he does.
So just ask you. So you can remember that you went to Nash Plumbing, and then after that, you can remember that you went to the bank from January 19, 2001.
That's correct.
But you cannot remember from January 18th whether or not Miss Baker told you she was going to be alone.
At that time, it could depend on when the question's asked. It's not. If it's in a stressful moment, I'm going through things and trying to pull from times prior to this, when I'm not trying to
Make
how
up
should I
shit.
say, lock in on certain things previous to this, it is difficult.
Would you agree?
Previous to to her death. Go ahead.
I didn't hear you. Say that one more time.
I should say, it's like certain days, if somebody asks you what you had for breakfast, I couldn't tell you. But if I'm concentrating on after certain times, yes, I can on certain things. But It's hard to describe.
So I'll switch gears because I do want to talk about a difficult subject with
Whole lot
you.
of
You
word
mentioned
salad.
that you were told that your DNA was in Miss Baker's anus. Is that right?
Yes, there was a point in time I found out.
And we've agreed that that time didn't occur during your
No.
recorded interview. Is that right?
I can't recall.
That is fair. So let me ask you this, Mr. Melton. You would agree that Miss Baker did not engage in anal sex with you. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You would agree that Miss Baker was sexually assaulted anally. Is that correct?
I wouldn't really know if she was sexually assaulted anally.
They never told
I
you that?
don't,
Well, we can't have it both ways, Mr. Melton.
I don't understand the.
You previously stated that Miss Baker, not Miss Baker, I'm sorry, Miss Bigham
I see.
and Jeremy Howell told you.
Wait, what was that? He was like, I see what it was. Do you see he's looking for something? He's looking into the distance. He's looking for answers. He's searching. His eyes are searching. He's trying to figure out what to do next. And he will not be a step ahead of Ahmad Crews. Watch this. And I love this. I love he's going to jump around, and he should jump around to confuse him, because this guy's got a timeline. He's got his timeline memorized. But once you start jumping around into 2024 and then back to 2001 and then go to 2006 and then tell me about what you did the day before and then tell me when they told you, it's going to be fabulous, because he's going to fall apart, in my opinion. He might crumble. So you're going to want to stop whatever you're doing, call in sick to all your meetings, and lock in. What is he searching for?
It's hard to describe.
So I'll switch gears because I do want to talk about a difficult subject with you. You mentioned that you were told that your DNA was in Miss Baker's anus. Is that right?
Yes, there was a point in time I found out.
And we've agreed that that time didn't occur during your
No.
recorded interview. Is that right?
I can't recall.
That is fair. So let me ask you this, Mr. Melton. You would agree that Miss Baker did not engage in anal sex with you. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You would agree that Miss Baker was sexually assaulted anally. Is that correct?
I wouldn't really know if she was sexually assaulted anally. Like, I don't.
Well, we can't have it both ways, Mr. Melton.
I don't understand the.
You previously stated that Miss Baker, not Miss Baker, I'm sorry, Miss Bigham
I see.
and Jeremy Howell told you that your DNA was in her anus. Can we agree on that? Is that fair to say?
Maybe I'm mistaken on how I found that information out. Maybe.
I'm going to object to lack of personal knowledge. Mr. Crews is asking.
Bullshit. Bullshit. I'm going to object to this is what you call a speaking objection. This is Yamalama Ding Dong getting up there and now going to tell the witness what he wants the witness to say, and now stating, instead of just saying objection, relevance, objection, argumentative, objection, hearsay, he is going to now speak out and give the reasons for why he's objecting. And this is bullshit. But let's hear what it is. Because he knows the guy's going to screw it up. He's got a timeline memorized. He doesn't want him to go outside the timeline. And that's right. Bigham, Liz Bigham was in the courtroom last week, sitting next to or near the prosecutor's table with them for the entire week. Is she there today? Is he looking to her for answers? Liz, are you there?
Maybe I'm mistaken on how I found that information out. Maybe.
I'm going to object to lack of personal knowledge. Mr. Crews is asking this witness about information
Objection.
relayed to him as hearsay by other witnesses who had the actual information. So I think that's
What do you know?
both lack of personal knowledge as well as calling for hearsay.
All right. Any response to the objection, Mr. Crews?
Sure. Mr. Melton stated that he was aware that his DNA was found in Miss Baker's anus. He stated that Miss Bigham and Jeremy Howell were the individuals that told him. And we're fleshing out his knowledge in regards to what he's aware of, Your Honor.
I think as to the form of the question, I'm going to sustain the objection. You may rephrase if you choose to do so.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. But there should be no reason that your DNA should be in Miss Baker's anus. Would you agree?
I mean, other than if we have had sex and it has transferred from there and say drained down to that area. But
That is interesting that you say drain, because did you know that's the exact same thing the state is arguing in this case?
I mean, it makes sense though.
So your DNA,
Did you watch openings, sir? He just gave himself away. That's a tell. That's a tell. Drainage. Drainage was their whole opening. Wow. He's self-snitching. He is, no, it does not make sense. Exactly. And he's self-snitching. Oh, I hope criminal lawyer Bruce Rivers does some self-snitching videos on this. This is fantastic. Hold on.
Objection. You may rephrase if you
Here we
choose
go.
to do so.
Rephrasing.
yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. But there should be no reason that your DNA should be in Ms. Baker's anus. Would you agree?
I mean, other than if we have had sex and it has transferred from there and say drained down to that area. But
That is interesting that you say drain, because did you know that's the exact same thing the state is arguing in this case?
I mean, it makes sense though.
So your DNA is in her anus because it drained down in her anus. Is that your position?
I would say that would.
Again, Your Honor, lack of personal knowledge, lack of foundation. There's been no foundation laid that Mr. Melton's aware of these things. That would all be through GBI crime lab witnesses who do have personal knowledge and scientific information. And so there's no foundation for these questions. He's
objections.
asking for things that are outside of Mr. Melton's personal knowledge. He's asking about things.
I would object to a speaking objection, Your Honor, and just ask
you.
the state to state the ground.
Okay, I'm going to overrule that objection. He was just explaining his objection. I'm going to respond in the same way as the last objection. I'm going to sustain the objection as to the form of the question, allow you to rephrase if you choose to do so.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, he just closed his eyes and did a little Zen breath again. You can tell when he gets nervous, he's trying to ground himself. He closes his eyes for quite some time and tries to keep it together. I can't wait till he gets to his lie. I'll try and be quiet now.
Thank you, Your Honor. Would you agree that in order for your DNA to drain into Ms. Baker's anus, you would have to have sex with her? Can we agree on that point?
Agree.
Okay. Did you have sex with Ms. Baker the day of her death?
No, sir.
The last time you saw Ms. Baker, was it 6 days before or 10 days before?
From the beginning, I've said I saw her the weekend prior.
From the beginning, you've said that?
Yes, sir.
That you've seen her the weekend, and that has always been what you said.
There was a time that I was
Seen and have sex with are two different questions, right?
confused,
Mm-hmm.
and it was 20 plus years later. And then I made a statement that I felt like maybe it was 10 days prior. And I was confused at that point because I have always said from even meeting with the detectives from the beginning that we were together that weekend. And then time had gone by and I had even spoke out publicly for the first time.
Mr. Melton, to my question, is that a yes or a no?
He's in the middle of providing his answer. Again, the witness has a right to answer Mr. Crews's questions in the manner that he believes the answer should be given.
No.
It's non-responsive, Your Honor. And I would ask the state to stop the speaking objections because they are coaching the witness in the middle of his testimony.
They
Okay,
are.
I'm going to overrule that objection and I'm going to sustain the state's objection. This witness is allowed to respond to your question. And if he's in the middle of responding, no one can interrupt. You may continue if you choose to do so.
And in what court of the land is that accurate, Your Honor? If this witness is answering a question, no one is allowed to interrupt them. Are you just making shit up as you go along? The judge's name is Lisa Lott, and she's a lot. He's already moved for a mistrial like 3 or 4 times, so I don't expect him to do it now. But why is this in protection of Chris Melton? Why is Chris Melton allowed to explain his answers instead of just answering yes or no? Why are you so hesitant, Your Honor, to direct the witness to answer a question like they do in real courtrooms? Wow. Listen to her again.
Mr. Crews's questions in the manner
together that weekend. And then time had gone by and I had even spoke out publicly for the first time.
Mr. Melton, to my question, is that a yes or a no?
He's in the middle of providing his answer. Again, the witness has a right to answer Mr. Crews's questions in the manner that he believes the answer should be given.
Really?
It's non-responsive, Your Honor. And I would ask the state to stop the speaking objections because they are coaching the witness in the middle of his testimony.
Okay, I'm going to overrule that objection and I'm going to sustain the state's objection. This witness is allowed to respond to your question. And if he's in the middle of responding, no one can interrupt. You may
No one
continue
can
if you choose
interrupt
to
the
do so.
witness. No one can interrupt the witness in the courtroom of Lisa Lott. Look at his face now. Now he's like, I'm going to say whatever the F I want, and nobody's allowed to interrupt me because judge just said so. I'm pulling out Chaka because we are in the land of the lost. Wow.
Well, time had gone by. And then I had spoken publicly. At this point, I have stated over and over again that we were together the weekend before.
Looking at the jury.
And then there was a point in time that Tara's mother had stated that she was at her house.
I'm going to object to hearsay.
I am going to sustain that objection.
Oh, so nobody's allowed to interrupt the witness except for the district attorney, who can then interrupt the witness to tell the witness not to say something that he knows the witness shouldn't say. Okay, got it. Got it. I see how the rules are. The deck is stacked to kill a mockingbird. Harper Lee, where are you?
Your Honor,
Yes.
I don't want to send the jury out, but I would like to approach to understand the parameters of which I could.
This shite is for real. Apparently, this shite is for real. The world should be watching. There's over 4,000 of you in here today. This is the biggest crowd we've had so far on this trial. So tell your friends. Tell your friends. Everyone should be watching this right now. It's the way they do things in Athens, Georgia. Rules for thee, but not for me. District Attorney Kalki Yamalanchili. Yamalanchili. Everyone smash the like button. They're at the bench. We are behind. So if you have been watching ahead in another stream, please don't spoil it for those of us who are watching this cold. Chris Melton is on. There's Edrick Faust. He's the defendant. He is the black man sitting, facing life without parole on 12 felony charges regarding the murder, strangulation, and sodomy, a couple counts of sodomy and grape involving law student Tara Baker. It's a horrible, horrible, tragic case. But so far, we've heard no evidence pointing to Edrick Faust. This is Tara Baker's boyfriend, Chris Melton, who is on the stand. And the handcuffs are on the defense attorney as usual. Somebody said I completely forgot about Faust until they just showed him. Okay, he's talking to co-counsel now. He's coming back. Mr. Crews is. Will we get another Perry Mason moment? Looking nice today in what looks like a gray suit, navy blue tie, white button-down shirt, and Mr. Yamalama Ding Dong is coming over to try and throw him off his game, but I don't think it's going to work. I don't think it's going to work. Talking about some exhibit, looking through some pictures. Mr. Yamalama Ding Dong is. He's the new district attorney, remember? So he's got some axes to grind here. He's got to show that the Baker Act is
your current residence. I won't say your address, but your current residence is the same residence that your parents stayed in 2001. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And at that time, you stayed in the basement. Is that correct?
At that time, I would have been on the second story.
Forgive me.
Bedroom.
I asked that question wrong. The week before Tara's death, you went to your parents' home. Is that correct?
That's correct.
During that time, you stayed in the basement. Is that right?
No, sir. I think it was in my old bedroom in the second story.
Court's indulgence, Your Honor. So, Mr. Melton, this isn't the first time you've been asked that question, is it?
I can't quite remember.
Okay. Do you recall on May 5th, 2024, being asked where you resided when you went to your parents' home the week before Miss Baker's death?
I don't recall the question.
Say that one more time. You don't recall what now?
I don't recall.
Being asked that question?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you recall making the statement? So I was working there and driving back and forth. Well, my parents, we had a furnished basement. So then that's where I was. Do you recall making that statement?
I don't recall making the statement, but it seems okay.
Judge, I move to introduce I move to introduce as defense exhibit number 32, Mr. Melton's May 5th, 2024 interview with Miss Elizabeth Bigham. Minute mark is 1442 through 1448. And before I introduce this, you do recall speaking with Miss Bigham, is that correct?
That's correct.
Your Honor, I would ask to play minute mark 1442 through 1448 into the record.
All right. Any objection from the state?
I don't think any of the foundation for proper admission has been laid. However, if this is that interview, the state would stipulate to the foundation for the admissibility.
Can you all confer about whether that's accurate since you're offering to stipulate?
He's offering to stipulate, just take it. And she's like, that's her hint to
All right.
Yala.
You may
You
proceed.
shouldn't do that.
And
Look
it
in the
is, are you
corner.
asking to admit it, Mr. Crews?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
That portion.
Just that portion. Mr. Yalamanchili, are you objecting to what Mr. Crews has just offered into evidence? That particular disc?
I don't have a transcript pulled up, Judge.
That's
but
your problem.
Accepting Mr. Cruz's representation that what he's going to play is the answer that he just asked Mr. Melton about that he didn't recall, I don't have any objection.
All right. And it is that
Sounds like a you problem.
minute mark that the defense has just articulated is admitted.
The video.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And you said that was what, Mr. Crews? I'm sorry, 14.
1442
Thank you. Go ahead.
through 1448.
Okay.
Okay, this is a statement from May 5th, 2024. may need to boost it. If I do, I will.
Got it.
Oh, is it a video too? Oh, yes.
Working there and driving back and forth. Well, my parents, that we had a finished basement. So then that's where I was keeping in well, pretty much Jersey.
I don't think it's playing yet. I think they're trying to get the volume sorted out.
There and driving back and forth. Well, my parents, that we had a finished basement. So then that's where I was keeping in well, pretty much Jersey.
Okay, did you hear that? I was driving back and forth. We pretty much had a huge basement. That's where I was keeping, and then I cut the audio off.
I hear that.
Okay. So you were staying in the basement, is that correct?
I would stay in, there's times I stay in both. We had finished basement and had the bedroom upstairs.
Okay.
And the furnished basement was set up as a place to stay, a place to hang out for whoever. And then also had my,
Overruled.
Really?
So
You may continue with your.
the finished basement would have like a couch, sofa, TV, things, and my old bedroom upstairs also had a bed and so forth. And I would stay and, hang out in one, stay in the other, depending on who was there at the time, if we had visitors or whatnot. So I
Let him
would
talk. Let him
stay in the
talk.
basement if nobody else is using it.
under narrative.
I'm going to overrule the objection. You may continue.
So with that being said, I feel like kind of both are true. I had my old bedroom and they had a furnished basement.
He can just say whatever he wants. The witnesses can just say whatever
I'll
they
show you
want.
what's been marked. That's Defense Exhibit 33 and Defense Exhibit 34. Let the record reflect that I'm showing Mr. Melton what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 33 and Defense Exhibit 34. And Mr. Melton, you recognize Defense Exhibit 33 and Defense Exhibit 34 as photographs of your house. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and I believe Defense Exhibit 33 is the side of your house, and Defense Exhibit 34 is the back side of your house. Is that right?
That's correct.
Your Honor, I would move to, have those photographs been altered in any way?
No.
And that's a fair and accurate depiction of your home. Is that correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, I would move to admit Defense Exhibit 33 and Defense Exhibit 34 into evidence.
No objection.
They are admitted.
Oh, is there a bulkhead? So
Now,
he
Mr.
can,
Melton, you would agree there's a
Oh.
reason why you would say that you were staying in the second story of the house, correct?
As far as
There's a back door exit on the basement. I believe that's Defense Exhibit 34, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right?
there's a basement exit. Yes, sir.
And there's also a side exit from the basement, which was Defense Exhibit 33. Is that correct?
bam.
There's one exit. There's a door on the backside that goes into like a dead space that's more for access.
So Defense Exhibit 34, the backside is a door to enter and exit the basement where you don't have to go in the house. Is that right?
The side door would be. The back door is not.
But either way, there's an exit there's an exit from the basement and the entrance into the basement. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, you recall your parents talking to law enforcement?
They did.
And they were one of your alibi witnesses. Is that right? Were you aware of that?
You know, I would say yes. They knew I was there.
And you're their only child?
I am.
And by the time law enforcement spoke with him, you had been staying with him for 4 months. Is that correct?
I had started staying with them after this incident. Yes. So, yes.
After Tara's passing?
That's correct.
So if any other witness said you moved home months before, that would be untrue.
That's correct.
Oh, snap.
I want to talk to you about Miss Baker a little bit, okay? We'll switch gears and come back to some of this stuff. Would it be fair to describe Miss Baker as super friendly?
That'd be a fair statement.
You would also describe her as down to earth?
Correct.
She did not have any racial biases?
No, sir.
And although she was a law student, you would agree that she was not pretentious?
I mean, no, sir. Not unless it's for little specialty things like her collections of things, you know, but no.
Now, is it fair to describe Miss Baker as a casual dresser, shorts, hiking boots, sweat top type of girl?
Yes, sir.
She was more of a flats over heels kind of girl. Is that fair to say?
Fair to say.
Okay. And she had more of a, on her day-to-day appearance, she had more of a casual appearance that did not include daily makeup. Is that right?
I would say, I mean, light makeup, if any.
I'd like to show you what would be marked as Defense Exhibit 35.
Her collections of things she was particular about. Okay. They need to zoom back in on him. I agree. I wonder if there's a bulkhead door.
And I'd like to approach the witness to show him Defense Exhibit 35. Do you recognize the photo of Miss Baker?
It's Miss Baker. Miss Tara.
And is that how Miss Baker, makeup-wise, hair-wise, is that how she carried herself mostly on a daily basis?
I'd say yes.
And that's the fair, accurate depiction of Miss Baker as you would remember her.
I'd say yes, sir.
Okay. And I would move to admit Defense Exhibit 35 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
It is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now I'd like to ask you about the times that you visited Miss Baker's home in Deer Park. Is that okay?
Okay.
All right. Is it fair to say that you've probably visited Deer Park more times than you could count?
I mean, she wasn't there a terribly long time, but I would say, yeah. I mean, we've been there many times.
Okay. And during the times that you'd visit Miss Baker's apartment, you'd see normal foot traffic. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
And that foot traffic was due to a Walmart being on the opposite side of the neighborhood. Is that correct?
I'd say there's a Walmart. Yes, sir. And then,
Good, keep talking.
Now, the majority of that foot traffic, it was African Americans walking. Is that fair to say?
it's fair to say.
And those African Americans were typically in the late teenage, young adult range. Is that correct?
I would say it would vary, but I would say young teenagers, I would say.
Now, in regards to Miss Baker's passing, on January 19th, you testified that you went to the scene of Miss Baker's death.
That's correct.
And while at the crime scene, you were asked to identify Miss Baker.
That's correct.
Okay. And you were shown a single photo of Miss Baker. Is that right?
That's correct.
Yes, Crystal, that was awesome. Thank you, Shuda. Thanks, Charlie.
And I'll let the record reflect that I'm showing the state what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 36.
Thank you, Angel.
Let the record reflect that I'm showing Mr. Melton what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 36.
Thanks, Angel, for your super sticker. Boy, we could use the sigh emoji right about now. He's sighing into the mic.
Recognize that photo?
Mr. Melton is.
I don't believe it's the photo I saw.
This was the photo that you were shown to ask to identify Ms. Baker?
No,
This was not the
I
photo.
don't believe that was the photo.
Okay, can you describe the photo that you were shown to identify Ms. Baker?
I believe that her head was turned slightly. And there was coverage that
His breathing is getting very rapid. This must be the picture.
Melton, you're just
This must be the picture from the crime scene. But not the one that he was shown to identify her at the crime scene. And now he's starting to almost hyperventilate. Wonder if he's going to need a break. Let's take it back a tiny bit.
there was coverage
Coverage. He's pointing at the neck.
that
Mr. Melton, you're just shown photograph of Ms. Baker's deceased, and you have not shed a tear.
come on now.
Panicking.
I think I need a moment. Like,
Sure.
He's not shed a tear. Crews has hand on hip. He's like, sure, you need a moment? Sure. I'll wait a moment.
turn it all together.
He just said into the mic,
So let's switch.
I'm trying to hold it together. Did you hear that? He said, I'm trying to hold it together. Hold on. I'm going to boost that volume just for that one sentence. Listen.
Turn it all together. Okay.
So let's switch gears while we're here. You testified on direct examination that you became so upset that you punched the wall in your apartment. Is that correct?
When I unleashed the emotions, yes.
Okay. And when you unleashed the emotions, you became extremely angry. Is that correct?
I was upset. Yes, I was upset at the situation.
And the way you chose to release your emotions was through violence. Would you agree?
Towards that wall.
But you told the jury that the injuries to your hands came from punching the wall. Is that right?
My injuries came from punching the wall.
Okay. And we've already agreed. Well, you testified that the wall was sheetrock. Is that correct?
That's correct.
I'd like to show you what would be marked as.
This is like a movie. Yeah. When you get upset, you get violent. He's like,
Defense
well,
Exhibit 37.
toward the wall.
Defense Exhibit 38. Defense Exhibit 39. And Defense Exhibit 40. Let the record reflect that I am showing the state what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 37 through Defense Exhibit 40.
I wonder if these are going to be more pictures of her body, deceased at the scene. Mr. Melton, do you suffer from panic attacks? Mr. Melton, are you on any medication today? He keeps closing his eyes and breathing. And he said audibly into the mic, trying to hold it together.
Your Honor, let the record reflect that I'm showing Mr. Melton was been marked as Defense Exhibit 38 through Defense Exhibit 40.
I have 37 also.
I'm sorry, 37 through 40. Please forgive me. Is it okay if I approach you, Mr. Melton?
You can't handle
Yes,
it.
yes, sir.
I'll take that bet. Toxic grape.
Please take a moment and take a look at Defense Exhibit 37 through Defense Exhibit 40.
But except you could be ahead and you might know she's like $50 on a fake pass out at some point. Yeah, he wanted the jury to hear him to explain his behavior. I agree, Brett.
Excuse me. You recognize Defense Exhibit 37 through Defense Exhibit 40 as the wall that you punched. Is that correct?
I would say yes.
Okay. Is that a fair and accurate depiction of how that wall looked after you punched it?
I'd say from what I could recollect.
Sure. Has that photograph been altered in any way?
I'm not sure. I wouldn't.
Well, you have no reason to believe that photograph has been altered in any way. Is that correct?
I have no reason to believe.
Your Honor, I would ask to admit Defense Exhibit 37 through Defense Exhibit 40 into evidence.
I want to see
Any
the wall
objection?
too.
No objection.
They are admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor. I would ask to publish to the jury.
Granted.
Yes. Come to see the wall photos if you want to see the photos of the wall. Show us the wall. Show us the wall.
Now let's talk about the injuries to your hands, Mr. Melton.
Yes, sir.
Of course,
In the
no
hands. I have Happiness Labubu here. She can't wait to hear what's going to happen next. No, we're going to see the pictures of the wall. We haven't seen them yet.
And the photographs of your hands have already been admitted through, as Defense Exhibit 29.
He's not happy.
Electively.
Chris Melton's not happy.
And Your Honor, I just asked to republish the photographs of the hands to the jury.
Yes, please. Come see the hands if you haven't seen the hands. Does he need to lay down? I know this. I've never seen a witness have a panic attack like this. And he's not the defendant here, keep in mind. He's a witness. He's the victim's boyfriend.
Mr. Melton, I am going to show you one of the photos from Defense Exhibit 29, and we're going to talk about some of these injuries.
He just rolled his eyes. Did you see the eye roll? Hold, please. Oh, tongue. What did they say about the tongue coming out of the mouth? Here we go. Pay attention, Bo.
29, and we're going to talk about some of these injuries.
You guys watch a lot of trials. Have you ever seen anything like this?
All right. Can you see your hands on the screen, Mr. Melton?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you would agree, for the purposes of the record, I am making a fist. Mr. Melton, you would agree that a fist looks like this. Is that correct?
We can't see what he's doing,
Yes, sir.
but we know.
Can you make a fist and show the jury what your fist looks like? Okay. Excellent. I want to talk about this injury here on the side of your thumb. Can you explain how you got that injury from punching drywall?
Please do.
My hands are from work.
Are they?
I mean, no, I'm just saying my hands from work are naturally have nicks and such on them, but that very well could have occurred. I mean, from punching through a wall, there's also things inside the wall. There's siding on the wall that has, once you go through, there's nails that may have been there, but
There's no bruising to his hands. No bruises, says Melissa. We're looking at him. We got a little ruler on the top of his hand, a lot of scrapes on his knuckles, and a cut on this would be his left thumb. And we saw him write with his right hand, so we know he's a righty. We don't know when these pictures were taken yet.
at that point, I mean, I have little nicks and cuts just from my profession.
A lot of it.
Mr. Melton, isn't it
Cleaning.
fair to say as a plumber, you wear gloves?
No, sir.
You never wear gloves.
I wear gloves, but not 100% of the time. No, sir.
Well, I showed you Defense Exhibit 37 through Defense Exhibit 40. There's a pair of gloves hanging on your wall, Mr. Melton,
Hanging on my wall.
but you don't use them.
When you're working with your hands, you work quickly also, and you don't have time to always have gloves on. And at that point in time, I'm not working with raw sewage or anything. This is new materials. So with that being said, you not worried about bacteria or anything infecting your hands. You just work.
Got some
through it.
explaining to
So
do.
today, on February 9th, 2026, you remember exactly how you were working on January 19, 2001.
It's easily to assess because I worked it for so long.
Sure. But you don't remember whether or not Ms. Baker told you she was going to be home alone the day before her death.
You know, in moments under stress, I can't recall everything.
So let me ask you about this injury.
This entire cross has a theme. Are you picking up on the theme? The theme is, so you remember this, that, and the other, but you don't remember whether or not Tara told you on the 18th when you spoke to her 5 times on the phone that she was going to be alone the next day. You don't remember that. You never remembered that. But as you sit here today, you can remember that maybe that cut on your left thumb came from a nail inside and you remember that you didn't wear gloves that day. This is his through line, and I'm loving it.
Here. So this comes.
You know, in moments under stress, I can't recall everything.
So let me ask you about this injury here. So did this come from the wall or did that come from work?
Well, we can't see the picture.
Right here.
Did your dog get stung by a bee?
I don't know if I.
Or how about this injury here, Mr. Melton? How would you get this injury on the top of your hand going in this direction from punching sheetrock?
That even appears.
Camera person focusing on Chris instead of the picture, which I like.
Oh yes, when you punch through walls, you got to pull your hand back. I'm punching into a wall, pulling my hand back, punching through a wall, and even at work, I have nicks, cuts, and even burns from soldering pipes and hot materials. I can't tell if that's
burns. Do you have burns from setting things on fire like an Afghan? How often do you punch walls? When I punch walls, bada 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 bada. I am focused right now on the Edrick Faust case. Other cases will not be addressed right now. I'm not going to interrupt this cross-examination to talk about what's going on in other cases. I'm just not going to. Guide your actions accordingly.
an injury from hitting something or an injury from work, and it may look like that even looks like it could be even a slight solder.
A solder or an eye of a
stove. It's hard to say. I mean, it's hard for me to assess that.
But this
he could just say, I don't know. But instead he wants to over-explain, right? And now he's talking about burns. Let him keep talking, Judge. We tried to put a lid on this circus. Defense tried to put a lid on this circus and make him answer the question, but you said nobody's allowed to interrupt him. He can say whatever he wants.
This is the first time in 25 years that you've ever made the statement that these injuries were from work. Would you agree?
I've never been asked the question.
Oh, Jen McCabe. First time ever.
And just to make sure we're on
that I can recall.
Just to make sure we're on the same page. Your exact statement was to law enforcement is the injuries. Matter of fact, we don't even have to go to law enforcement. Your exact statement in the court before these jurors was that these injuries came from punching the wall in your apartment. Do you recall making that statement?
Was this prior to being shown pictures?
Mr. Melton, do you recall making that statement?
Yes, I had injuries from my hands from hitting the wall. That's what I recall.
But when I asked you about the injuries, you are now saying that they're from plumbing and hitting the wall. Is that right?
Well, I have, when you're pointing out specific things, like I do have from plumbing, you're going to have nicks and cuts or whatnot from that. Just
my question is, during my examination of you, this is your first time saying that these injuries are from plumbing? That's a yes or no question, if you can.
Since you just asked that question, I guess I would have to say yes. And
once the jurors finish looking at the photos, we'll go over some other photos as well.
He's like, you mean I
Now,
don't
on
get
the
to
day
go
of
to
Tyra's death, you voluntarily went to the Athens-Clarke County Police Department.
Sorry, I was talking over him. He said on the day of Tara's death, you voluntarily went to the police department. He's like, can I go to lunch now? Can I go to lunch now? Can I go to lunch? I have to pee. I have to pee. Let me go. Let me go. Keep skipping around, Cruz. You're doing a fantastic
We
job.
went to the Athens. And once the jurors finish looking at the photos, we'll go over some other photos as well. Now, on the day of Tyra's death, you voluntarily went to the Athens-Clarke County Police Department.
that's correct.
And I believe the state asked you a couple of times, did you hire a lawyer or did you refuse to speak to him? When you agree as the boyfriend, if you refuse to speak to him, you would look even more guilty?
Restate the question.
Sure. The state asked you on direct examination multiple times about whether or not you got a lawyer or whether or not you refused to talk to him. Do you recall being asked that question?
Yes.
Okay. When you agree as Miss Baker's boyfriend, you would look more suspicious if you refuse to talk to law enforcement.
If I refused.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
So we agree on that. Is that right?
Of course. I mean, I'm always wanting to be cooperative.
Sure. But that was a yes to my question, right?
Yes.
Okay. You would also agree you would look more suspicious if you refuse to give blood. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. You will look more suspicious if you refuse to give hair. Is that right?
Correct.
You will look suspicious if you refuse to talk to him. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, you conducted an interview with Officer Bill Ricketts on the 19th. Do you recall that interview?
I believe so.
And you state you believe so. Are you certain that you remember conducting?
Yes, I remember an interview on the 19th.
And your father was present with you during that interview. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And he sat with you for the entire interview.
Yes.
Okay. And during that interview is when you told law enforcement that you were at your parents' home at 7:15 on January 19th. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall during the interview being asked how would you describe you and Miss Baker's relationship?
Yes.
And your response was that she was your borderline fiance.
I recollect.
Okay. And you advised him that you and Miss Baker were very serious at the time of her death.
Yes.
Borderline fiance. He is now, I thank you. Chris Meltdown is his new name. It is Chris Meltdown on the stand today. Well done, Snark Tank. Well done. Borderline fiance. Did you buy a ring? Were you looking at rings? Were you about to ask her to marry you? I'll be right back.
I believe you established with the state that the truck you used for work at the time of Miss Baker's death was your own work truck, the truck you purchased. Is that right?
Correct.
Now let's talk about Josh McCourty. The state asked you about your relationship with Josh, and you stated that he was just a coworker that you met at McCart Plumbing. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Josh stays less than a mile away from your home. Is that correct?
Correct.
Josh knew where you lived. Is that right?
Yes, he worked for me.
Okay. You knew where he lived?
Once we became coworkers.
And you two attended the same high school?
That I'm unsure of.
You're unsure if you attended the same high school with someone you stated was your employee, Mr. Melton?
That's correct.
But to law enforcement, you only identified Josh McCourty as somebody that you work with. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, you stated on direct examination that while at Nash Plumbing, you loaded up supplies. Is that fair to say?
Correct.
Okay. But at no time did you provide law enforcement with any documents related to your employment at Nash Plumbing. Is that right?
That's correct.
So in regards to your alibi that you were at Nash Plumbing at 7:30 through 7:45, we just have to take your word for it. Is that correct?
I would say so at that point.
And law enforcement did, in fact, just take your word for it. Is that right?
I'm not sure. I would say to my knowledge.
Sure. Now, you stated after leaving, today you stated after leaving Nash Plumbing, you went to the bank.
Correct.
And did you go over that with the state when you all met?
I knew when I had gone to the bank, but yes.
Okay. And you all discussed your timeline before you came to testify here today?
I had gone over it, a refresher.
However, on January 19th,
Refresher.
2001, you told law enforcement after leaving Nash Plumbing, you went to Truk Kustoms. Is that right?
I'm sorry, I may have not heard you all the way. Say it again.
Sure. On January 19th, 2001, when law enforcement asked you what were you doing that day, you told law enforcement that after leaving Nash Plumbing, you went to Truk Kustoms.
On the 19th, yes, I did say that.
You forgot the bank part?
And you advised law enforcement that you arrived at Truk Kustoms around 9:30 or maybe earlier. Is that right?
Not earlier, probably 9:30ish, 10.
Mr. Melton, this isn't the first time that you've had the opportunity to discuss your whereabouts on January 19, 2001. Is that correct?
I have been questioned in the past,
Okay. And
several times.
and you told do you recall making the statement, Truk Kustoms spelled with the K, Truk Kustom, and you were asked, okay, and do you know about what time it was? You made the statement, first time was about early 9:30, maybe earlier. Do you recall making that statement?
It seems fair.
So at some point you leave Truk Kustoms, is that correct?
That's correct.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Melton, do you still have that marker I gave you?
Yes.
All right, perfect. Can you write Truk Kustoms on that under the bank
Yes, let's do it. He went to high school with
and
Josh.
the time that you were at Truk Kustoms? All right, and you can say right there, Mr. Melton, if you're comfortable. You can write the time next to Truk Kustoms. Okay, so now it's not 9:30, it is 10 o'clock. Okay, let's do 9:30 through 10, just to make sure that's accurate for the jury.
And Judge, I would ask that if there were going to be questions asked, that the witness be allowed to return to the witness stand so he can speak into the microphone.
I think that makes sense. So everyone can hear, including Ms. Satterfield. So you may have a seat and answer any questions in front of the microphone. Go ahead.
So at some point you would agree that you leave Truk Kustoms, is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. And when you leave Truk Kustoms, you go to Grayson, Georgia, correct?
Correct. I go to Grayson.
Now, and you can write Grayson on the board for us, please.
That was Liz that just cleared her throat. Hold on a second. Let me take that back a sec.
I think that makes sense. So everyone.
And Judge, I would ask that if there were going to be questions asked, that the witness be allowed to return to the witness stand. That if there were going to be questions.
Write the time next to and the time that you were at Truk Kustoms. All right. And you can say right there, Mr. Melton, if you're comfortable, you can write the time next to Truk Kustoms.
That was the
Okay,
throat clearing that we
now
just heard
it's
was
not 9:30,
Liz.
It's 10 o'clock. Okay, let's do 9:30 through 10, just to make sure that's accurate for the jury.
And Judge, I would ask that if there were going to be questions asked, that the witness be allowed to return to the witness stand so he can speak into the microphone.
I think that makes sense so everyone can hear, including Ms. Satterfield.
That's so funny
So
because
you may have a seat and answer any questions in front of the
the
microphone.
DA loves to wander and
Okay.
not use the
So at
mic.
some point, you would agree that you leave Truk Kustoms. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Okay. And when you leave Truk Kustoms, you go to Grayson, Georgia, correct?
Correct. I go to Grayson.
It's like, yeah, that's the line.
Now, and you can write Grayson on the board for us, please.
Okay, now we're getting a look at the board. At his notes.
All right.
Hank,
So
9
do
to
you recall
9:10.
speaking with Detective Ricketts 2 days later on January 21st, 2001?
Yes.
And would you have any reason to disagree that January 21st, 2001 was a Sunday?
No.
During your second interview, you advised Detective Ricketts that you stopped by the bank. Is that correct?
Yes. Then I had failed to mention that I went by the bank that morning.
Failed is right.
And you stated that you were in the bank for a total of 35 minutes. Is that right?
Sounds about right.
Okay. Next to bank, can you put 35 MIN and circle it?
Oh, yes, I love this demonstrative. I am loving this.
Just yeah, you put it there. That's fine.
We love a good visual. Failed to mention. Fail being the key word.
Now, during your second interview, do you recall Detective Ricketts coming to you and telling you that he went to speak with someone at Truk Kustoms?
Yes.
Okay. And in response, before he could tell you what he learned, you would agree that you changed your answer about the time that you went to Truk Kustoms. Is that correct?
I'm not sure. Not.
Play the tape. Roll tape.
Do you recall making the statement? It's like before 12. I mean, it was probably 10:30, 11:30. Do you recall making that statement?
I don't recall the statements, but yeah, I would say, I mean, I would say, okay. Yes.
Yes or no, Mr. Melton? Do you recall making that statement?
I'll say yes. Yeah.
I'll say
Yes.
yes. This was 2 days later. This is by the 21st. Her murder was on the 19th, or maybe the evening of the 18th when nobody really knows. And he keeps changing his story already. He doesn't even tell them about the bank until 2 days after his first interview, which was the day after the murder, or the day she was found, actually, was his first interview, the 19th.
So is it fair to say that the actual time is between 10 a.m. and 11:30 on the 19th? Based on
the
your statement?
timeline is shifting.
As far as being at Truk Kustoms,
Yes, sir.
and you stated what you just say. What did you just say? I'm sorry.
Would it be fair to say that the actual time of being at Truk Kustoms is sometime between 10 a.m. and 11:30 a.m.?
That's pretty broad, but yeah, I would say, okay, it would fit in there.
Now, during the January 21st, 2001 interview, you were told for the first time that Ms. Baker was sexually assaulted. Is that fair?
Can you repeat the question?
Sure. During the January 21st, 2001 interview, you were told that Tara was probably sexually assaulted.
I don't recall being told at that point. I had been told Adam, Tara's brother, had called me that morning and had kind of informed me that this is what we're looking at, that they had been informed.
So let me ask the question again. On January 21st, 2001, you knew that Tara had been sexually assaulted. Is that right?
At that day, yes, I had been informed that day.
Now, law enforcement also informed you of that. Do you recall?
I don't recall.
Would hearing the recording refresh your recollection?
Yes, please.
I would say if I heard it, it would help reflect. Yes.
Good. Excellent.
Hunter, I'd ask to refresh this witness's recollection outside the presence of the jury.
Right, and this is a good time for a restroom break, so I'm going to send you all into the jury room. This will be a good restroom break, so we'll take a little bit of time.
No, he did not go to the bank on the Sunday. The Sunday was his second interview. He did not go to the bank on a Sunday. Okay, let's. We have time to move a little bit so we can fast forward. If there are other things happening in the world, if there is breaking news, if there are people being arrested in other cases, if there are things going on in other cases that you would like to investigate, please go do that. Please go do it. You don't have to announce it. We are here. We are focused. We are laser focused on the murder trial of Tara Baker. And a lot of people come in here and they put misinformation in there about things that are happening anyway. And so I'm just not going to allow it. Timeouts are coming. Okay, what just happened? Did it just take me all the way back to the beginning? Oh, man. Hold on a second. Okay, so now this will be where the jury was not present. Okay, here we go. Chloe said he showed the jury he would lie to their faces without a pause when he said that tears were falling out now. Thank you for your 5. Thank you, Gigi, who says her husband's making it happen. She wants to know who else is going to be there. If you're going to be in court this week, tell Gigi. Tag Gigi's got your back. Thanks for your 5. Angel Serafina says it's from the movie Captain Phillips from 2013. What is The Truth Will Set You Free? Miriam says, why would they take him?
I had to take an emergency phone call related to.
Oh, an emergency phone call, you say, Judge. Do you have grave concerns? Miriam says, why would they take him to the scene to identify her? It's a great question. Maybe her parents couldn't get there fast enough. He says it's because he wanted to save them any trauma. Thank you, Kathy's Crafty Life, for your super sticker. I appreciate you so much. Judge should have taken an emergency phone call. Let's see.
All right, we're running a little bit behind. I had to take an emergency phone call related to Chief Judge duties, so I apologize for the delay, but we'll go back on the record.
I'm the Chief
Mr.
Judge.
Cruz, are you ready for the jury to come in? Okay. Oh, that's right. Of course. All right. Are you ready to begin that?
I had to take a call about my Chief Judge duties.
All right. Very good, sir. Go ahead.
All right, just for purposes of the record, let the record reflect that the last question asked to Mr. Melton was during the January 21, 2001 interview. I'm going to state it as said it. You were told that Tara was probably sexually assaulted. At this time, we're refreshing his recollection. We were playing Chris Melton's January 21st, 2001 recorded interview. Minute mark 11:51 to 12:02 for purposes of refreshing Mr. Melton's recollection.
Oh, it reverted. Well, it's on lawyer right. Oh, thank you.
Mr. Melton, I'd like you to listen to this and let me know if your memory is refreshed. If you need to hear any other portions of it, I don't mind playing, okay?
Lobotomist and that kind of blood people there, they take it, store it, put in evidence, and then on Monday morning, we've got a good working relationship. They'll start right away for us and tell us exactly what we've got.
Thank you, Karen, for gifting 5 memberships. I appreciate you so much. Welcome, new members. Couldn't really hear anything. Are they having a problem with technology?
Did their thing Saturday, and of course on the weekend there's none of the lobotomists and that kind of blood people there. They take it, store it, put in evidence, and then on Monday morning we've got a good working relationship. They'll start right away for us and tell us exactly what we've got. Tara was probably sexually assaulted.
Yes, sir.
All right, Your Honor, the witness's recollection has been refreshed.
All right.
I am ready for the jury to come.
All right, could you bring the jury in, please, sir? Thank you.
I've got this boosted all the way, but I couldn't hear what Crews said. Hopefully they'll find the mic. Jury's going to come back in. I love Cruz's hand on hip today. He's styling.
You all may be seated. Mr. Crews, you have the floor.
Thank you, Your Honor.
His confidence is back.
Now, Mr. Melton, during the January 21st, 2001 interview, you were told that Tara was probably sexually assaulted. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. You would agree that you didn't start crying. Is that correct?
Correct.
You didn't become upset. Is that correct?
I would say not correct.
You said that's incorrect.
Incorrect.
Did you make outward expressions of anger?
No.
You didn't say you needed a moment to yourself, right?
Correct.
You didn't even say, I hope you find who did this before I do, did you?
Correct.
Instead, you asked calmly, did you find some stuff on her like semen? Is that right?
Correct.
Did we miss all that?
Now, at the conclusion of the January 21st, 2001 interview, and I believe you've seen the photographs of your hands, pictures were...
Yeah, something just happened to the sound. Hold on. Is it my headphones? Wait. They didn't play that part. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna boot. I'm going to boost the court a bit. See if this is any better.
You didn't even say, I hope you find who did this before I do, did you?
Correct.
Instead, you asked calmly, did you find some stuff on her like semen? Is that right?
Correct.
Now, at the conclusion of the January 21st, 2001 interview, and I believe you've seen the photographs of your hands, pictures were taken of your hands. Is that right?
Correct.
And I think I have a better version of those hand photos I would like to show you.
Please do. This is as loud as I can boost it. Hopefully they're gonna figure it out. Oh, that's what happened because of the bathroom break. Thanks, Zoe. Are they going to figure it out? If you're ahead, do they figure it out? I've got my booster on 10. I can't go any higher than that. Thank you, Sherry. Thanks, Gigi. Good luck. Dinderloo says that Chris always answered Yamalama Ding Dong with sir, but has yet to refer to Cruz as sir. I did not notice that. I'm going to pay attention to that. Thanks for your 5. Charlie, thank you for your 5.
This is going to be marked as Defense Exhibit 41. There are 13 photos in Defense Exhibit 31. It will be a omnibus exhibit, photos or better quality photos of Mr. Melton's hands. While the state is reviewing the same, Your Honor, I'd just like to clarify the record with Defense Exhibit 29. There are There are 9 photos in Defense Exhibit 29.
Sorry, say that again.
Just for purposes of clarifying the record, for Defense Exhibit 29, there are 9 photos collected in Defense Exhibit 29. Let the record reflect that I'm showing Mr. Melton the 13 photos of his hands marked as Defense Exhibit 41. That defense, you would agree that Defense Exhibit 41 is. You would agree that Defense Exhibit 41 is the same thing you saw in Defense Exhibit 29. Let me change that. Please forgive me. You'd agree that Defense Exhibit 41 are photographs of your hands. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and a little bit better quality than Defense Exhibit 29. Would you agree?
I would agree.
Okay, and those photos are a fair and accurate depiction of your hands as they were on January 21st, 2001. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, Your Honor, I would move to introduce Defense Exhibit 41 and the 13 photos included in same into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
They are admitted.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
Come on, law and crime. Fix your sound. Otherwise, I have to keep whispering.
Now, after the photographs were taken of your hands, while at the hospital, you did a blood draw as well. Is that correct?
Correct.
And you remember giving that blood draw. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And that's January 21st, 2001.
Correct.
Okay. After you were asked for hair and blood in January, your parents told you they're going after you, Chris. Do you recall them making that statement to you?
Oh,
Yes.
when? Your parents said they're going after you? Hold on.
You recall them making that statement in January. Okay. After you were asked for hair and blood in January, your parents told you they're going after you, Chris. Do you recall them making that statement to you?
Yes.
Now, you discussed with the state the photograph you were shown of Miss Baker to identify her body. Do you recall us talking about that?
Earlier? When you showed me?
Correct.
Unfortunately, yes.
Okay. And you stated that that was not the photo that was shown to you to identify her body. Is that right?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
Go
ahead, Mr. Melton.
I was looking through a digital camera with a small frame, and it was fuzzy, and it's hard to. Anyway, it's not as high quality as what you're showing here, but no.
But we could agree she had a sheet over her body. Is that right?
I believe she had something draped across her. It was at the bottom frame of the digital image.
All right. So I asked you this question. Do you remember telling law enforcement that the photo shown of you, Miss Baker, had a blanket covering her from the neck down? So I saw her face and her hair.
Correct.
And the photo I showed you was a photo of Miss Baker with a sheet covering her from the face down, the neck down, and you saw her face and her hair. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay,
Correct.
But we can agree you did not see a black cord wrapped around Miss Baker's neck. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Do you recall a police officer interviewing you about you telling Mrs. Virginia Baker that you saw a black cord wrapped around Miss Baker's neck?
Not a black cord wrapped around her neck. No, I don't recall that.
You don't recall?
I do recall in the original photo that I saw, there was something draped over her, and I could recall seeing something black. I didn't know what it was. But like I say, I don't think that's even the image I saw.
So, Mr. Melton, we're speaking, the specific question I'm asking you, and you might have answered, I just want to make sure I'm clear. In the photograph you saw of Miss Baker, it was her with a sheet from the neck down. Do we agree on that?
The one you showed me, yes.
Okay, not the one I showed you, the one you described to law enforcement.
I believe I stated there was something from, I don't know if I said sheet, but in the digital camera at the bottom section of the frame, it kind of stopped. You could kind of see something laying there.
Sure, Your Honor. Mark, I moved to Mark. Move to mark the audio recording of Chris Melton with Detective Newton as Defense Exhibit 42. Mr. Crews. Yes, sir. Just to make sure we're on the same page before I play this. Law enforcement asked you, do you remember how much of her was exposed during that, in that picture that you saw? Your response was, they had a blanket covering from the neck down. So I saw her face and her hair, you know. You were asked, okay, you couldn't see any of her body or body parts. Your response was, no, I did not see any of her body. You don't recall making that statement?
I recall.
Now, you testified on direct that this was just a terrible experience for you. It destroyed you. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
And you and I both could agree Ms. Baker's death is a true tragedy.
Yes, sir.
Okay. On Thursday, January 25th, 2001, you went to Miss Ashley Peavy's house. Is that correct?
What's the dates?
January 25th, 2001.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this is 6 days after Miss Baker's death.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Okay. And while at Miss Peavy's home on the 25th, which we've agreed is 6 days after Miss Baker's death, you called Miss Leah Tucker. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And it was after 8:15 p.m. It was nighttime. Is that fair to say?
I can recall the time.
That's fair. But you set up a dinner with Miss Tucker at 5:30 p.m. the next day. Do you recall that?
I don't recall that, but it sounds, she was a close past friend. Yes.
All right. And then on January 26th, despite your future fiance being brutally murdered, you called Holly Hufford. Would you agree with that?
I don't remember Holly Hufford, but I do recall someone that was hurting, like as in
Someone was
anguish,
hurting.
but I don't
Also, he knows now that he's allowed to keep talking and explaining his answers, and he's not going to get cut off, and no one's allowed to interrupt him because the judge said that right in front of him. Right? Law and Crime, please fix your sound.
recall who Holly Hufford is.
You remember somebody else hurting and being in anguish?
Everybody around us.
But you set up a lunch with Holly Hufford for Friday the 26th.
I don't recall.
Okay. But we can agree it wasn't Miss Holly Hufford's fiance that died. It was your fiance, right?
That's correct.
Do you recall Miss Ashley Peavy Hall joining you and Miss Hufford for lunch?
I remember us joining for lunch with someone. If this is Holly, okay, yes.
Okay. And during that lunch, you were flirting with Miss Hufford 7 days after your fiance had been brutally murdered.
Reflected? Is that what you asked?
Flirted.
No,
You did not?
no.
During that lunch, you were gently rubbing Miss Hufford's lower back.
No, I recall this individual having an emotional moment, describing what she was going through. And I realized this person was in pain. And I reached over and I believe I did like a comforting touch to just acknowledge that it's okay. They're not okay, but to have her understand that we're all going through this and it's going to be okay.
Would you be surprised if Miss Hufford said that she was shocked by your actions during the lunch?
I would be surprised.
Holly was shocked.
After lunch, Miss Ashley Peavy Hall and Chris Hall, they left. Do you recall that?
I say vaguely, okay.
Do you recall telling them that you were going to continue hanging out with Holly?
This is a long time ago. I don't really recall this, but it would sound like someone who is, yes, that I would try to comfort, not flirt with or try to set up a date or anything. No.
Well, let me ask you this. On January 27, 2001, isn't it true you tried to comfort Ms. Hufford at 10 p.m. At 10 p.m.?
How so?
Did you contact Ms. Hufford after 10 p.m. on January 27, 2001?
I could believe I could have made a phone call.
Do you think it's appropriate to call women at past 10 p.m. at night after you just lost your fiance?
I'm going to object to the form of the question argumentative.
Sustained.
Yes, ma'am. Didn't you invite Ms. Holly Hufford out on the town when you called her past 10 p.m. that night?
Honestly, I don't recall the conversation.
Now, again, we discussed how much, or you told this jury how much Ms. Baker meant to you, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you recall discussing with law enforcement Ms. Baker's law school memorial service that was held shortly after her death?
Yes.
And that discussion occurred on June 20th, 2001.
Okay. I'm not sure at the time.
Do you have any reason to disagree that it occurred on June 20th?
No.
Instead of attending Ms. Baker's law school memorial service, you went to a country concert, correct?
Correct.
And you knew about the memorial service 4 days before the concert, is that correct?
Correct.
And your stated reason for not going to your fiance's candlelight vigil was because another woman talked you into going into a concert with her. Is that correct?
Correct. Can I give further explanation?
Well, I have a question for you. That woman was Lauren Sherling.
I think the witness is asking for some direction.
Right. Well, and I think the record needs to reflect the witness was asking the court a question, which is not necessarily appropriate, but based on the state's interjection, I will say this with regard to all witnesses. All witnesses must answer the question if they can, yes or no, and they are entitled to explain. And so I'll let you ask the question again. And if this witness has the opportunity to explain, feels he needs to, he is allowed to by law. But you may ask the
What
question.
they do in Georgia.
Yes, ma'am. He answered my question, Your Honor. So the question I do have for you is that woman was Lauren.
Object, Your Honor. I think that the witness is allowed to explain his answer.
And I would ask you to go back to the former question, Mr. Crews, and we'll go from there.
Yes, ma'am.
I need
Go
to
ahead.
object because it's
question that I asked you was
really damaging to my case. If anybody has a head on law and crime, can you tell me if they ever fix their sound? Or if I'm going to have to whisper for the foreseeable future?
Your reason for not going to the candlelight visual was because another woman talked you into going to the concert.
No, that's not accurate.
That woman was Lauren Sherling.
That is accurate.
Okay.
Can I explain? Do I have the opportunity? Do I?
All witnesses are allowed to answer yes or no and explain their answer if they choose to do so.
Okay. Well, I'd choose to explain.
It's not a real
Lauren was one of Tara's closest friends that loved Tara. She worked with her at the law firm in Athens. That's how they met. They became very close. Along the way, we all became close. We were all extremely grieving. There was a time that we did not see each other as far as physically in proximity, but she would reach out periodically and check in to see how I was doing. She was a very dear friend. She is one of the only few that actually would reach out to see how I was feeling, and then we would converse and we would talk about our feelings of the situation. At the time of this vigil, I did not know anybody at the law firm. I was grieving. I also was feeling extraordinarily uncomfortable with any presence I was of anybody that knew the situation. I would walk in to any room or any environment, and then people would separate, create distance, look at me.
So it's all about you. It's all about your comfort level. Were her parents, was her family at the candlelight vigil? You felt uncomfortable because people thought you were a murderer, so you would decide that you just didn't want to show up and you went to a concert instead? Can you hear me? Somebody's saying they can't hear me. Can you hear me? I'm trying to keep my volume even with the court so that you can crank it on your own side. Because Law and Crime forgot to modulate their volume after the bathroom break. I have never heard of a witness telling witnesses, a judge telling witnesses they can just explain their answer as long as they want. As much as they want. Keep going and do whatever they want. Without abandon. With abandon. And they cannot be interrupted by anyone. And they can just answer, they can just explain all their lies away. I've never heard of that before, ever. Until Judge Lisa Lott.
With angry eyes, somebody that knew the situation. I did not know anybody at the law firm. I was grieving. I also was feeling extraordinarily uncomfortable with any presence I was of anybody that knew the situation. I would walk in to any room or any environment, and then people would separate, create distance, look at me with angry eyes. So I did not feel comfortable being there. As much as I wanted to show respect, as much as respect as I had.
Overruled.
So with that being said, Lauren had an opportunity when she called me up. She had an opportunity to create in a different environment for myself. She said, maybe you need a different headspace. Come out and try to enjoy something. And so she invited me along with her group of friends. And she had had these tickets for an extended period of time. And she had one, and she says, if you want to join us and try to get a different headspace, maybe this environment will make you feel better. And
Different
so
headspace.
I accepted, and genuinely, it did make me feel better.
Oh, how good. I'm so happy for you.
Okay. So to my question in regards to, and your reason for not going to the candlelight visual was because another woman talked you into going into a concert with her. Your answer was no. Is that right?
You stated that she talked me into going. She didn't. She heard me through, and I believe that it's more of she gave me permission to accept that it's okay, Chris. It's okay
She gave you permission.
that you can try to do something to feel better
I can't even believe this is real.
about your situation.
I can't believe this is real.
Let me ask you this, Mr. Melton.
I-
I think you and I could.
I can't believe this is real. Is Lauren going to testify? So Lauren was hitting on you instead of going to her own friend's candlelight vigil. And instead of you going to your murdered girlfriend's borderline fiance's candlelight vigil, she gave you permission to go out and do something for yourself and go to a concert. Wow, sir. I mean, I've met a lot of dicks in my life, but you're up there with among the biggest. And not in a good way. This is outrageous.
Agree. You're a very charismatic person. Have you heard that before?
Yes.
Okay. Is this the way you were talking with law enforcement when they were interviewing you?
I wasn't aware if I was. I mean, this is my demeanor.
Sure. When the state and yourself was going over your testimony, is this how you were talking with the state as well?
I'm unaware. I mean, this is who I am.
But I would like you to answer my question with a yes or a no. Okay.
Okay. I'll try my best.
The reason you didn't go to the candlelight visual is because Miss Sherling told you you shouldn't go. Is that a better way to put it?
No.
Mr. Melton, this isn't your first time discussing the candlelight visual, is it?
It's been discussed with a detective.
Okay. And your statement was, or do you recall making the statement, and which even Lauren didn't go to that when she was part of that. Even the people she worked with were going to be speaking there at the memorial service. And they suggested to her that she shouldn't come. And I talked to her about it. And she's like, it's not something you want to be at, Chris. It's just gonna not trying to talk me out of it, just trying to tell me how the situation is going to be. But I didn't go to that. Is that accurate?
If that's on a recording and you have it verbatim, but I don't,
My question is that accurate? Yes or no?
I don't think it's completely accurate.
I move to introduce Defense Exhibit
Good.
43, which is the June 20th, 2001 audio recording between Mr. Melton and law enforcement. Now I ask the Honorable Court to introduce timestamp.
Oh, the sigh emoji. Okay, I'm going to refresh my browser because the sound issue is bugging the crap out of me. It's got to be bugging the crap out of you. Let me see if that fixes it. Hold, please. 2 seconds. I just wonder if StreamYard is giving everyone issues today or if it's just me. It's a screen sharing issue, or Law and Crime forgot to modulate their sound. Try it again.
Do you have a number of that exhibit?
Defense Exhibit 43.
43.
You're go to
And
lunch.
I'm sorry, say it one more time, the time stamp.
The,
I'm just gonna whisper.
4 minutes and 25 seconds to 4 minutes and 55 seconds.
All right, thank you. And you're asking to introduce that?
Just that portion, correct.
All right. Any objection, Mr. Yellow-Chili?
There's been no foundation laid for the recording, Judge. So that is our objection based on foundation.
All right, I'll sustain that objection. Allow you to lay a foundation, Mr.
Sure. Excuse me. You recall talking to law enforcement in regards to going to a country concert with Lauren Sherling. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you hadn't heard this audio recording. Would you like to hear this audio recording?
In the section that you're referring to, I would say yes.
Okay, perfect. So, Your Honor, this is what I would ask. I would ask if I could allow the witness outside the presence of the jury to listen to that portion of the recording to determine if he recognizes that recording, Your Honor.
All right, any objection, Mr. Yellow-Chili?
No, Judge.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you leave for a moment. Don't discuss the case. This is another break, and we will take a lunch break. Don't worry. We'll be back with you shortly. Thank you. Y'all may be seated. Thank you.
Okay, I don't know. I think it may have been my headphones that broke, but hold on. We're almost on real time, right? The jury hasn't had lunch. It is almost 3:30 here on the East Coast. I can't hear the recording. think he's got. Must be my headphones.
I mean,
Yeah, of course it does. I'm gonna have to put it on a flash drive. That this is playing for me.
all right.
Okay.
Are you able to do that? I mean,
I am gonna have a flash drive.
all right. How long does that take?
45 seconds.
Oh, great. Okay.
I think we're on real time. I think we're in real time. It's 3:30 and the jury has not had lunch. Do you think they're pissed? I would be. I would be hangry and not paying attention.
Probably before the concert, in which even Lauren didn't go to that when she was part of that. Even the people she worked with were going to be speaking there at the memorial service, and they suggested to her that she shouldn't come. And I talked to her about it, and she's like, "It's not something that you want to be at, Chris. It's just going to not trying to talk me out of it, just trying to tell me how the situation's going to be." But I didn't go to that, and we discussed. I even talked to Lauren about it the night before, just discussing if I should go to that instead of the concert, and saying, "Hey, you know, I feel I should be there too." And she's like, "Well," she told me what the people at the law firm told her what it's going to be.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Ready for the jury? All right. Could you bring the jury in, please?
The jury's on East Coast time. This is ridiculous that they haven't had lunch at 3:30. We started 2 hours late. We didn't start until 11. And we've caught up on the entire court day. They've had breaks, but they've not had lunch. Thank you, Black Peter, for your super chat. Thank you, Strange Credulity. Cross amnesia
Have a
becoming
seat. Thank you.
a national epidemic.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. You would agree that you and Miss Sherling agreed to go to the country concert over going to Miss Baker's candlelight visual. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, at this concert that you went with Miss Sherling, that you went with Miss Sherling to, there was a total of 6 people. Is that correct?
Sounds accurate.
Okay. It was Miss Sherling's mother and father. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. It was her neighbors, which was a guy and a girl couple.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And this was a country concert at Turner Field.
Correct.
Okay. So you and Miss Sherling left Athens when Miss Baker is having a candlelight visual to travel to Atlanta to go to a country concert.
I don't remember where we left from. I don't recall that. But I do recall going to a concert, and it was in an open stadium, and you get to walk around and listen to country music.
You remember that,
Good
but you don't
times.
remember whether Miss Baker told you she was going to be alone the day before she died.
Sustained.
Chris, the week before Tara died, there was an incident between you and her that jeopardized your relationship with her. Do you remember that?
I remember being asked about the question.
Do you remember the incident?
I remember nothing happening the week before, but I had answered a question to a detective. And I remember telling, there was an incident that always stayed in the forefront of my mind that I realized that I had hurt her feelings but I didn't realize at that time the question was the week before, because the incident that I explained happened months before.
All right, so your testimony today, Mr. Melton, is the incident that occurred before Ms. Baker died was actually an incident that occurred months before Ms. Baker died.
Where that, yes, where he had asked, he goes, has there ever been a time that you felt that something you had done jeopardized your relationship? I think that's close to accurate, but my answer that I gave was off the forefront of my mind that it had always stayed there, but it did not happen the week before. I had stated that in questioning, but it was not the week before.
I just want to make sure we're clear on the question that I asked, okay? The week before Ms. Baker's death, there was an incident between you and her that jeopardized you two's relationship.
No, sir.
This isn't the first time you've been asked that question, is it?
No, sir.
On June 20th, 2001, law enforcement asked you that question. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And your statement to law enforcement was, yes, I remember that incident. Is that correct?
No, I remember I started telling about an incident.
Your Honor, I would ask to play minute mark 1 through 650 of Defense Exhibit 43.
Any objection, Mr. Yeldon?
43 in evidence?
Correct. Well, we did this. We did the time.
The branch to pull the tape, and they did come into the branch.
I don't know where that came from. Let me move it back. I thought we were on real time. What is happening? A minute ago, we were on real time. We're in the land of the lost. We're officially in the land of the lost. You saw me. Fast forwarding to real time. Now I'm looking at a sprinkler on a ceiling. I have no idea what's happening.
Or some late summer, I remember it being hot. I stated that I couldn't remember how many times I'd punched it, but I was just guesstimating.
We're in the land of the Twilight Zone. Because now there looks like there's a whole lunch break.
Threw it in the dumpster by my apartments.
I didn't hear anything about a dumpster.
The most important portion of it isn't what's said to him. We aren't offering that for the truth of the matter. We're offering it to the jury for his someone, whether by choice or not, is intimate with two people.
I don't know where we are.
Well,
Did Law and Crime start a second stream?
yes, you would come by.
It's 2001.
I would like to see if it's accurately depicting your question, because
It's evidence as prior and consistent statement.
Any objection, Mr. Yeldon?
43.
Law and Crime started another stream? Okay. Maybe that's what happened here. I don't know.
Any objection, Mr. Yeldon?
43 in evidence?
Correct. Well, we did this. We did the times. The timestamp is,
That one time, well,
and forgive me if I didn't move
it's
to it.
not in evidence.
Please forgive me.
It is not in evidence. So is there an objection to, and we can talk about that later. Let's talk about
Law and Crime started a new stream.
request that Mr. Crews has just made. Do you have an objection to what he has just requested?
Just a foundation, Your Honor.
I will.
Okay. It appears that Law and Crime started a new stream. I'm still showing this as boosted. I'm hella confused.
Sustain that objection, allow you to lay a foundation.
Can you hear?
And you've already stated that you remember.
Is our sound even now?
It is not in evidence. So is there an objection to, and we can talk about that later. But let's talk about the request that Mr. Crews has just made. Do you have an objection to what he has just requested?
Just a foundation, Your Honor.
I will sustain that objection and allow you to lay a foundation. Mr.
Okay. And you've already stated that you remember talking to law enforcement about that. Is that right?
I do.
Okay. And
It's still low.
you two specifically discussed the
Now it's boosted on 10. I have a booster, a browser booster specifically for YouTube. Let me see if I can take it off and then turn it back on again. Hold on. Hold, please.
incident between you and Tara the week before.
Still
she died.
low,
Is that
right?
He
All right, hold on.
asked the question, but I'm not.
I feel like it's
hearing
not
it
boosting.
at the time. It was an incident that had happened in the past, but not the week before. But he does ask that question.
So let me do it this way. Did you admit to law enforcement that an incident occurred with you and Miss Baker the week before her death?
I would have to say yes, but it wasn't accurate.
Well, we can't have it both ways. First, you said it was months ago.
I'm going to object about editorializing about
Shut up.
witness's answers.
I'm going to sustain that objection.
Sure.
Mr. Crews, just stick to your question.
Yes, ma'am. Your original answer was that this incident was months ago. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. But your answer now is you do remember the incident the week before she passed away.
I remember the question he asked, and the and what I had described did not happen the week before.
But you told law enforcement it happened the week before.
He asked the question, and I gave an answer, but it was not the week before.
My specific. Oh, go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, you're fine. My specific question is, did you tell law enforcement that the incident happened the week before her death?
He asked that question, and I did not say that it happened the week before. I went into an explanation of what, in my forefront of my mind, had at some point jeopardized our relationship.
Your Honor, I would renew my request to introduce minute marks 621 through 650 into evidence as a prior inconsistent statement.
Mr. Yalmanchili.
Well, there were a lot of questions. None of them had to do with the foundation for the exhibit, however, which was my objection.
I think that's correct. So I'll sustain the objection, allow you to lay a foundation, Mr. Crews.
You haven't heard what's on this flash drive, have you?
On the flash drive?
Right. You haven't heard what's on this flash drive, correct?
I don't know what's on your flash drive.
Let me ask you this. Did the state play your interviews for you?
I have heard the interviews.
They played them for you?
I have heard the interviews.
Okay. So you're familiar with your interviews with law enforcement, is that correct?
Who played them
correct.
for you?
Okay. And you are familiar with the interview that took place where you discussed with law enforcement the incident that took place the week before her death, is that right?
Yes, I'm familiar with that question.
Okay. And the reason you're familiar with it is because you've heard the interview, correct?
Well, I'm familiar with the question from originally, plus after 25 years, I think it's fair to say that I need to hear what I said on recording.
So you'll like to hear it to determine if it's a fair and accurate rendition of your statements to law enforcement on June 20th, 2001?
I'd like to hear to see if it's accurately depicting your question, because you say, did I state in my explanation that it actually happened the week before? The question he asked was, did it happen? He goes, what happened? Or is there anything the week before that could have jeopardized your relationship? And then I go into an explanation of something that was always on the forefront of my mind because I hurt her feelings, and it did not happen the week before. But I did not explain to them it did not happen the week before. I just went into an explanation of something that I was recollecting.
Don't worry, because the judge is going to
I'm gonna
let you
allow you to
explain
hear-
anything you want, whether it's an answer to the question or not. You're going to be allowed to explain everything you want with this judge. So don't worry. Just say whatever you want. Doesn't matter. Objections are non-existent.
What's on this flash drive, defense exhibit 43? Do we have headphones? Do we have headphones? We don't. Headphones. Your Honor, I would ask, and I apologize to everybody. I would ask that I have the opportunity to lay the proper foundation for this flash drive with Mr. Melton outside the presence of the jury.
All right, we will do that. Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll go into the jury room, don't discuss the case. We'll be with you shortly.
We are ways behind. So I guess Law and Crime started a new feed, and that is the issue. There's Mr. Faust.
I am laying the foundation.
Are you? So, Mr. Crews, let me just make sure for the record, are you trying to refresh this witness's?
No, I am not. I am laying the foundation for impeachment. I just want to lay the foundation that he recognizes this exhibit. I think that's the only piece that's missing.
So are you trying to lay the foundation for a prior inconsistent statement?
Correct.
Okay, all right. Go ahead.
May I, Your Honor?
You may.
Okay, thank you. Let the record reflect that I'm playing for Mr. Melton. Minute mark 6:13 through minute mark 6:49 for the purpose of laying the foundation for this audio recording.
Anybody now? No, even if anybody now? No, even if another thing was issue, we'll call it an issue until we hear from you, was brought up to us. Something to the effect that like a week prior to Tara's death, Tara had found out some information and could have maybe jeopardized y'all's relationship. Do you remember having a discussion? I think something that she might have found at your apartment in Athens. I think she went there to leave you a note or something. And, yeah, I know it was. Okay. How about apartment in Athens? We're having a discussion. I think something that she might have found at your apartment in Athens.
Something that she might have found at the apartment in Athens.
I think she went there to leave you a note or something. And,
She went there to leave you a note or something.
yeah, I know it was. Okay. How about
He said, yeah, I know what it was.
Did you have an opportunity to hear that, Mr. Melton?
Yes, it did.
Okay, is that you on the audio recording?
Yes, it is.
Okay, is the minute 6 minutes and 13 seconds to 6 minutes and 49 seconds? Is that an accurate? Is that an accurate portion of your conversation with law enforcement?
Yes.
Okay, you recognize this audio recording as the conversation you had with law enforcement on June 20th, 2001. Is that fair?
Yes.
Does it sound like it's been altered in any way?
No.
Your Honor, I believe the proper foundation has been laid for the audio recording. I'd ask that the jury be allowed to come back in.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Yelmichili, do you have an objection?
I think at this point, the foundation has been laid. However, I did not hear a prior inconsistent statement. It's exactly what Mr. Melton said, which is that he got asked the question and then he launched into an explanation of what
And the witness is nodding furiously as Yamalama Ding Dong speaks.
happened without correcting the date. So there may be something beyond this that Mr. Crews wants to play that shows the inconsistency, but I believe, as far as what I heard, Judge, it was exactly what Mr. Melton testified to, which is that, yes, in response to that question about a date certain, I started to launch into an explanation about the only incident that I could think of, but it is not actually from that date. And I didn't clarify that for law enforcement, which seems to be what happens on the recording, but obviously the court heard the recording as well and can draw its own conclusions.
Mr. Cruz, any response
That's-
to Alderman Chili's comments?
Absolutely. That's a misrepresentation. Law enforcement clearly asked him if he was aware of an incident that occurred the week before Tara's death. And Mr. Melton, before I cut the recording off, said, yes, I'm aware of that incident. My specific question to him was, Mr. Melton, was there incident? Well, my specific question to Mr. Melton was, Chris, the week before Tara died, there was an incident that upset her and jeopardized your relationship with her. Do you remember that? His first answer was,
All of this argument is going on in front of the witness. Okay. I'm furious about this. We looked at a pretrial motion yesterday about this very issue. This judge allows the witness to sit there through all the argument about whether or not something should be admitted into evidence with regard to this person's testimony.
no. It was months ago that it happened. And eventually we got to him saying, well, I just told law enforcement that it was. I confronted him with the statement, Your Honor, I would ask that I'm allowed to impeach Mr. Melton with a prior inconsistent statement, because Mr. Melton danced around the answer. He wouldn't give me a clean yes or no.
I'm going to ask you to play it again because I did not hear what you're articulating.
Yes,
So I'd
ma'am.
like to hear it again, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
After watching what I played yesterday,
Another
that was denied, apparently.
issue, we'll call it an issue until we hear from you, was brought up to us. Something to the effect that like a week prior to Tara's death, Tara had found out some information that upset her and could have maybe jeopardized y'all's relationship. Do you remember having a discussion?
All right, thank you. That's what I thought I heard. So I think that we are at a moment of the interpretation of semantics.
Sure.
But I do think semantics matter
Yes,
in
ma'am.
this moment. And what the officer just said, which is why I needed you to repeat it, was that something happened the week before where Ms. Baker had learned of something.
Mhm.
And that is a different set of words and a different phrase than what you're asking Mr. Melton. And so based on that recording and based on the questions that you are asking Mr. Melton, that's not a prior inconsistent statement. You certainly may continue questioning him, but that does not qualify as a prior inconsistent statement. If there's more context, for example, in that recording
Sure.
that supports the way that you have asked the question, we certainly can get into that. But this particular thread that you have played very specifically says when she learned of something, and that is different than what you've asked.
Yes, ma'am. That's fair. We could bring the jury out. I've played it. He's laid the foundation for the recording. I'll ask the appropriate question, and depending on his response, we'll take the next steps.
All right. You may bring the jury out. Thank you.
Mr. Melton, do you recall law enforcement asking you that like a week prior to Tara's death, Tara had found out some information that upset her and could have maybe jeopardized your relationship? Do you remember having that discussion? Is that
Yes,
accurate?
they asked that question.
Sir?
Yes.
And you were told, I think she went there to leave you a note or something. Do you recall that?
I recall them saying yes.
Okay. And your response was, yeah, I know what it was.
Yes.
You'd agree that you never disclosed that information to law enforcement until you were asked about it 5 months after her death. Is that correct?
That's correct.
You never shared with law enforcement the issue that led to Miss Baker not spending Christmas of 2000 with you, did you? Or Christmas Eve. Let me use the right date. Christmas Eve of 2000 with you. Is that correct?
I believe we were together Christmas Eve.
Your testimony here today is that you and Miss Baker were together on Christmas Eve?
Portion of the day, I believe so.
You never shared with law enforcement the reason why Miss Baker did not spend New Year's with you, did you?
Tara did spend New Year's. She spent New Year's Eve with me into New Year's Day. Yes.
You never shared with law enforcement the reason Miss Baker stopped calling you the week of December 27th to January 3rd, despite being home. Is that correct?
What were the dates you just said?
December 27th to January 3rd, 2001.
I don't recall.
You never shared with law enforcement that Miss Baker told you that she needed space to focus on her studies 2 weeks before she died, did you?
Are you asking me? I'm sorry.
Sure.
There's a lot of questions.
You would agree that you never shared with law enforcement that Miss Baker told you that she needed space to focus on her studies 2 weeks before her death.
I'd agree.
And you also never shared with law enforcement that the day before Tara was murdered, that was the most that you two had spoken in the previous 2 months.
I don't know about that. No.
Wait, what?
No. As far as did I say? I'm sorry. Repeat your question.
Yeah, I want to hear it again.
And you also never shared with law enforcement that the day before Tara was murdered, that was the most that you two had spoken in the previous 2 months.
The day before she was murdered, that was the most they had spoken in 2 months.
I don't know about that. No. No. As far as did I say? I'm sorry. Repeat your question. I'll make sure I understand you correctly.
You would agree that you never shared with law enforcement that the day before Miss Baker was murdered, that was the most that you two had spoken in the previous 2 months over the phone. I left that portion out, so please forgive me. Over the phone.
Okay. No, I don't believe that I discussed that with the police. I wasn't really aware.
Would you have any reason to disagree that before Miss Baker died, others believed that it was clear that your relationship with Miss Baker was over?
It wouldn't be apparent or aware to me, no.
2 months is a long time in college.
Let's discuss your dating history with Miss Baker. Is that fair?
Fair.
Okay. When you met Miss Baker, you two were in Milledgeville. Is that right?
Correct.
You two were in college.
Correct.
Okay. And you were a pre-med major.
There it is.
That's correct.
And pre-med majors are typically aiming for medical school.
Correct.
Okay? And Miss Baker wanted to become a lawyer.
That's correct.
Eventually, Miss Baker graduated from college. Is that right?
That's correct.
And she moved to Athens. Is that correct?
When she graduated, at some point, when she graduated, she moved home.
Yes, sir.
Thank you,
But eventually
Gigi.
She moved to Athens. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And you would agree.
Happy birthday to Leighton. Happy birthday. She's 4 today. Everyone say happy birthday, Leighton. I love that name. Thanks, Gigi. Bye.
After Miss Baker moved to Athens, you followed her to Athens.
Correct.
This was, let me frame it this way. You didn't graduate from college. Is that correct? You didn't get your pre-med degree. Is that right?
That's correct.
Now, for your living arrangements in Athens, you rented a empty bedroom in Chase Guerin's apartment. Is that right?
Correct.
And Chase is someone you actually met through Tara.
Correct.
And for work, while you were staying in Athens, you were driving back and forth daily to Loganville from Athens, Georgia. From Athens, Georgia to Loganville and back. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And you moved to Athens specifically to be close to Miss Baker. Is that right?
Correct.
And when you first moved to Athens, is it fair to say that you and Miss Baker would spend in a 7-day week, you guys would be together about 4 or 5 days?
That's correct. That's pre-law school.
That's pre-law school?
That's before we spent that much time before she started getting in law school and getting more busy. Yes.
So first semester of law school, you weren't spending 4 to 5 days with Miss Baker?
Well, yes, she would come by. Yes.
Okay. And you would go to her house too. Isn't that
Yes.
right?
Yes. Yes.
However, towards the end of December 2000 and January 2001, Miss Baker stopped visiting your home that often. Is that correct?
I still get less time together. Yes.
Okay. And we've already discussed law enforcement talking to you about the incident that happened a week before her death. Would you agree with that?
Asking the question, yes.
Okay.
But
And you would also agree that the week before her death is when you decided to go back to your parents' home for work. Is that fair?
just for work, not to move.
Okay.
But yes,
So I just want to make sure we're clear. So you didn't move away from Athens before Miss Baker's death.
correct.
Okay. So if anybody said otherwise, that information is inaccurate.
Correct. I have not moved.
Right. He still had a place in Athens.
Did you
Why would
see
he
Miss
need to sleep
Baker's-
at his parents' house? We got a stage 5 clinger, Scott. Stage 5.
Studying and your work, the last time you saw Miss Baker was 10 days before she died?
Say it again.
It was 10 days before she died?
What was your full question?
Sure, I apologize. Due to Miss Baker's studying, as well as your work, the last time you saw Miss Baker was 10 days before she died.
Incorrect. The last time that I had stayed in Athens prior to her death would have been the Wednesday prior, but I saw her the weekend prior to her death.
And you saw her at your apartment?
No, she was at my parents'. She came by my parents' house.
And I noticed before you ask questions, you look over here.
Oh,
Is anybody communicating anything to you while you're on the stand?
oh,
No, sir.
who's he looking at?
Now, let me ask you about the question in regards to the 10-day window. You would agree that when law enforcement met with you, you told law enforcement in 2024 that you were certain it had been 10 days since you last saw Miss Baker. Would you agree with that?
In
I
2024.
stated that in confusion. Yes, sir.
But you stated it. It was in confusion, but you stated it.
I stated it.
Okay. And Miss Elizabeth Bigham told you that she had your DNA. Is that right?
At some point, yes.
And she told you that
Liz.
because of the DNA that she had of yours, it could not have been 10 days. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Ms. Bigham also told you that they need to be able to explain away your DNA. Is that right?
Correct.
And in response to let me ask this question the right way. In response to Ms. Bigham telling you that she needed to explain away your DNA, you continued to tell her that, no, I'm certain it's 10 days since I last saw Miss Baker.
It's
Is that right?
recorded.
I started reflecting, and I do recall being with Tara the weekend before. I have always stated from prior to that, I was with her the weekend before. Time had gone by, and confusion had started setting in, and I was reflecting on the last time I had stayed in Athens. But indeed, Tara had come to my house that weekend.
Dazed and
But you
confused.
didn't say that you had seen her that weekend until Ms. Bigham told you that you said that you saw her that weekend back in 2001. Is that right?
That's correct. And other times beyond. Yes, sir.
Mhm.
And Ms. Bigham told you that your DNA was found in Ms. Baker's mouth. Is that correct?
That's correct.
She told you the DNA doesn't last that long in her mouth. Is that right?
Correct.
She told you all of this information before you said that, hey, I remember now, I saw Miss Baker the weekend before she passed away. Would you agree with that?
Correct, I would say.
But one thing that you were adamant about with Miss
Crunchy.
Bigham that she couldn't get you to change, you said, I did not see Tara Baker the week of her death. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so I want to make sure we're clear for the record. You didn't see Miss Baker on Monday. Is that right?
Correct.
It's undisputed that you didn't see Miss Baker on Tuesday. Is that correct?
Correct.
It's undisputed that you didn't see Miss Baker on Wednesday. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And it's undisputed that you didn't see Miss Baker on Thursday.
Correct.
And it's undisputed that you didn't see Miss Baker you would say you didn't see Miss Baker on Friday.
I think it's undisputed.
So we have Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday. So we'll say at least 5 days, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you told Miss Bigham that the closest time for the first time that you believe you saw Miss Baker last or had sexual intercourse with Miss Baker last was the Sunday before she left. Is that right?
Sounds accurate. Yes.
Okay. And that was the first time in 24 years that you ever told law enforcement that you had sexual relations with Miss Baker on Sunday.
I think in the past I'd said it in the weekend, and I had said we had sex on Saturday, and then I'm sure that I believe that we had sex on Sunday. It's just yes.
That's a yes to my question.
I would say yes.
So if you're, I won't ask that question.
I won't ask that question, he said.
So at the time of Miss Baker's death, you stated today, I believe, that you and Tara, well, I'll ask you, how long had you and Tara been dating at the time of her death?
Again, that would be 2.5 years.
Not 3.5 years?
2.5 years.
Not 3.5 years?
From 2.5 to, I think our 2-year anniversary was the July 4th prior. I believe that we considered us actually a couple.
Okay.
Yes.
So we'll say 2.5 years. So in 2 years, 2.5 years, within that 2-year window, you moved to Athens to be near her. We've agreed on that. Is that right?
Correct.
You helped her move into her Deer Park apartment. Is that correct?
Correct.
And at the time she moved into her Deer Park apartment, is it fair to say that you two were in a serious relationship?
Correct.
But Ms. Baker didn't choose to move in an apartment with you. Is that correct?
That's correct.
The day before Ms. Baker died, you would agree that you two spoke 5 times.
Sounds right.
And we've agreed for the past 20 years, you've stated court's indulgence. Now, Mr. Melton, we've already agreed that in 2001, you were advised that Ms. Baker was sexually assaulted. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, you heard it, you testified to it. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, now you do recall also meeting with GBI again on May 5th, 2024. Is that right?
That's correct.
And during the May 5th, 2024 interview, you were told that someone else's DNA was found in Ms. Baker's mouth. Do you remember that?
That's correct.
Okay, and is it, you were told that it was the bad guy's DNA. Is that right?
That's correct.
You were also told by law enforcement that they did not intend to arrest you. Is that correct?
That's
Bad
correct.
guy's DNA.
And they told you that they needed your help explaining away your DNA. Is that right?
They were trying to have an understanding of why the DNA was in their mouth or was in Tara's mouth.
An understanding.
So ask your question again.
With you? They were trying to have an understanding with you? Okay. Go on.
Sure. They told you they needed you to explain. They needed to be able to, let me rephrase it. They were asking you to help them explain away your DNA or why your DNA would be present in her mouth.
Yes.
Now, when they told you that there was another DNA profile in Ms. Baker's mouth, your response is,
May?
You know what he's going to say. She must have been with somebody else. That's what cost him $1,000 an opening.
May?
present in her mouth.
Yes.
Now, when they told you that there was another DNA profile in Ms. Baker's mouth, your response is,
Yep, they were waiting for this objection. A little sidebar, front bar action.
All right. So we've agreed that you were aware that Miss Baker was. All right. So we've agreed that you were aware that Miss Baker was sexually assaulted in 2001, right?
Correct.
Okay. And despite this knowledge of her being sexually assaulted at the time of her death, your response was, I'm kind of stunned. I'm hearing there's two people, me and somebody else.
There's further description of that. I think they say in her mouth. Yes.
Okay. You make that statement.
And when they said in her mouth, yes.
Would
I'll
it
get
be
him to say it.
shocking that if someone was sexually assaulted by someone else, that they would likely have more than one DNA profile in them? Is that fair to say?
Judge, I'm going to object for calls for speculation.
I'm going to sustain that objection.
In your personal knowledge, okay, if someone, whether by choice or not, is intimate with two people, you would expect that two people would be present. Is that fair?
If somebody was sexually assaulted, and I'm thinking that if it's in the vagina and around, yes.
No. If it's in the vagina and what? Please finish that statement.
Right. Quick question was asked. Well, actually, how can I have full explanation of the thoughts that are going through my head at that moment?
If I can ask you this, can you answer my question first and you can explain anything you need to explain?
Fair enough.
Is that fair?
Just restate your question, please.
So I think we agreed on the point that you said you were kind of stunned. I'm hearing that it's two people, me and somebody else. We've agreed on that, right?
Yes.
And my follow-up question was, based on your personal knowledge, if someone is sexually assaulted by someone other than yourself, you would expect two people to be present. Is that right?
I would say yes, but I do have further explanation of my statement.
Sure. You were asked about your sexual history with Ms. Baker. Is that correct?
When can I continue? When can I continue to?
So I can't answer questions. The Honorable Court has only given me
I'm sorry,
authority to ask questions.
Didn't mean to look that direction. I apologize.
But the question I have for you, you have previously described your sexual relationship with Ms. Baker. Is that correct?
Yes,
And that did not include anal intercourse.
that's correct.
And when investigators interviewed you on May 5th, you understood the importance of being truthful. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you understood, and you told them that you and Ms. Baker never, ever engaged in anal sex. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And just a couple of more questions for you, Mr. Melton. I thank you so much for your patience.
Never, ever, ever. This is the longest day for me. I can't imagine how long of a day this is for this guy. Never, ever, 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 ever had a.
During direct examination, and you told them that you and Ms. Baker never, ever engaged in anal sex. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And just a couple of more questions for you, Mr. Melton. I thank you so much for your patience. During direct examination, you talked about items on your hands. I believe you said it was plumber cement, it was solvent. What were the items that were on your hands when you met with police?
When do I get to go back and talk to the other about the other? Refer to the previous question that you had.
So the Honorable Court has only given me authority to ask questions.
He
after this-
really, 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 really wants to explain his prior answer. Can you believe this? When do I get to go back and answer that? When do I get to go back and clarify my answer? When can I do that? When? You believe this guy? Do you believe this guy?
In direct examination, you talked about items on your hands. I believe you said it was plumber cement, it was solvent. What were the items that were on your hands when you met with police?
When do I get to go back and talk to the other about the other? Refer to the previous question that you had.
So the Honorable Court has only given me authority to ask questions. After this hearing, you and I can discuss it.
I've been on redirect.
I not have an explanation to an answer. If I'm not, do I have the opportunity to explain a statement?
We want to know what was on your hands. That's the question in front of you right now. The question on the table is, what is it that was on your hands when you went to law enforcement on the 21st or the 19th or whatever day it was? What was on your hands? And he wants to go back 3 questions ago because the judge told him he can say whatever he wants whenever he wants.
If I'm assuming I'm granted that. I'm not sure about the order of the questions that he's stating that Liz and Jeremy had asked me to order.
And
Okay?
Jeremy, if you don't look like the biggest douche by calling the lead investigator from the GBI, Elizabeth Bigham's Liz, then sir, I don't know what you're doing. What are you doing? Do you not understand how that makes you look like a complete douche? Is it just me? Am I overreacting? That could be possible. I tend to overreact sometimes. Maybe people have said. Are you kidding me? And now he's looking at the jury again.
I'm assuming I'm granted that.
Yeah, you should get all the courtesies.
I'm not sure about the order of the questions that he's stating that
Key.
Liz and Jeremy had asked me, the order. Okay.
Objection, Your Honor, non-responsive to any question that I asked. No
That's right.
question involved the order of questioning
Okay.
by investigators.
Well, the reason
Right, hang on just a second.
He does not get to testify in narrative form like boss baby Robert Tellis did. He does not get to just get up there and tell a story. Right. Control your courtroom, judge. Control your courtroom. I hope the jury's seeing right through
I
this.
believe the question, and Mr. Melton can correct me if I'm wrong, that he would like to follow up on was the question in regards to his statement. I'm kind of stunned. I'm hearing there's 2 people, me and somebody else. And I believe he mentioned about it being in her mouth. And I think he wanted to follow up on that, Your Honor.
All right, well, witnesses are allowed to explain their answers if they answer yes or no. Did you, why don't you ask that question again and see if you get the yes or no?
Welcome to
question. And
Narnia.
If this witness would like to explain his answer, he may do so.
Welcome
Sure,
to Narnia.
absolutely. And despite knowing that Ms. Baker was sexually assaulted for 23 years, when you were told that somebody else's DNA was found in her body, your response was, I'm kind of stunned. I'm hearing there's 2 people, me and somebody else. Is that correct?
correct. Okay. With the explanation.
He got fined $1,000 for saying this in his opening. But I guess now the door's been opened and now he's allowed to. Oh, I guess it was me and someone else. Exactly. Why would he be surprised? Why would he be surprised? He knew since 2001 that she was SA'd, that she was raped, sodomized, orally, the other way. Why in 2024 would he all of a sudden say, oh, I guess it was me and someone else? Okay. Taking it back a second. I don't even know what to say anymore, y'all, either. I don't either, y'all.
Your response was, absolutely. And
Here we go.
despite knowing that Ms. Baker was sexually assaulted for 23 years, when you were told that somebody else's DNA was found in her body, your response was, I'm kind of stunned. I'm hearing there's 2 people,
Stunned.
me and somebody else.
Stunned.
Is that correct?
Correct. Okay. With the explanation. When Liz, they tell me, not that it's in her body, they tell me specifically that it's in her mouth. Okay. In my mind at that point, I'm not accurate about DNA and so forth, timing and so forth, but there was just a short fraction moment of a time. And if I can request to even play that section of the audio, that
He's
for
making
just
requests.
a moment, I was taking consideration that I say was this voluntary?
He's saying this monologue with his eyes closed. If you're not watching your screen, his eyes are closed. I'm taking it back a smidgen.
Request to even play that section of the and if I can request to even play that section of the audio.
Oh, no, you're directing what's going to go on the courtroom, what's going to be played, what exhibits are going to come into evidence. This is Chris Meltdown's courtroom. We're all just here for it.
That for just a moment, I was taking consideration that I say was this voluntary? Because why in the world would she not bite his penis? If somebody's trying to do that, why would you not bite his penis?
Oh,
And that's what I was expressing. And I was in shock that it was in her mouth, because for just a fraction of a moment, it kind of went through my head. I was like, was something happening there that I was unaware of with Tara? And I'm ashamed to even think that for a second. And then Liz responds, don't let your head go there.
Objection, hearsay.
It's on the audio recording.
Rejection. That objection.
That's sustained, Mr. Melton. So you can't mention what anybody else said.
it's on the recording. Look at him. It's like he's incredulous. He's like, it's on the recording. Why can't I say? Why can't I say? I can't believe that she wouldn't have bitten his dick. Why wouldn't she have bitten his penis off? Why wouldn't she Lorena Bobbitt him? Why wouldn't she? Are you kidding? It's on the recording. It's on the recording. When's the last time you listened to that recording? I cannot believe what we are seeing. So what I'm getting is she bit his no. He's like, why wouldn't she have? Why wouldn't she? I can't imagine this girl would ever cheat on me. Meanwhile, she found something in his apartment in Athens. She was going to go there to leave him apparently a Dear John breakup note. And he knows what it is, and they all know what it is, but they won't tell us what it is. And he's thinking, how dare she would never, ever, ever cheat on me. So it must have been by force that there's other DNA in there. Why wouldn't she have bitten his penis? Yes, I'm sorry. Motion for Chaka granted. We're in the official land of the lost. Officially. This witness is trying to rule this courtroom, and I don't know what's going to happen next. Hold on.
Would she not bite his? I was taking consideration that I say was this voluntary? Because why in the world would she not bite his penis? If somebody's trying to do that, why would you not bite his penis? And that's what I was expressing. And I was in shock that it was in her mouth, because for just a fraction of a moment, it kind of went through my head. I was like, was something happening there that I was unaware of with Tara? And I'm ashamed to even think that for a second. And then Liz responds, don't let your head go there.
Objection, hearsay.
It's on the audio recording.
Liz responds.
That objection.
That's sustained, Mr. Melton. So you can't mention what anybody else said.
He's looking over to the prosecutor like, really? No, I want them to play it.
I would like to follow up on this.
Okay.
This needs to be in defense of me.
Yeah.
On the hearsay objection, Mr. Crews in this line of questioning has specifically mentioned the words that the GBI agents are saying back and forth to
Look at him
Mr.
furiously
Melton.
nodding.
So I think as it relates to the rule of completeness in this line of questioning, Mr. Melton is allowed to talk about that because of the fact that Mr. Crews has opened the door to it
How about you do it on redirect, you dumbass?
in his line of questioning.
Would you like to respond to the
Make me want a hot dog real bad. I feel like we're in Legally Blonde. This is a Legally Blonde moment. Why don't you do it on redirect? Okay? Why don't you do your job? This is a circus.
Mr. Melton. So Crews in this line of questioning has specifically mentioned the words that the GBI agents are saying back and forth to Mr. Melton. So I think as it relates to the rule of completeness in this line of questioning, Mr. Melton is allowed to talk about that because of the fact that Mr. Crews has opened the door to it in his line of questioning.
would you like to respond to the objection about the rule of completeness?
I would.
Go
So the purpose of my questioning was the objective effect on the listener. So it wouldn't apply as hearsay because they give him information or they make a statement to him. The most important portion of it isn't what's said to him. We aren't offering that for the truth of the matter. We're offering it to the jury for his response. So anytime that I've mentioned something from GBI, it's either been a question that was asked, which is not hearsay because it's not a statement offered for the truth, it's a question, or two, the objective effect on Mr. Melton in regards to how did he respond to that information. The rule of completeness, from what I understand, applies to documents, videos, things that if you only play a portion of it or show a portion of it, it wouldn't put it into context. Now, if the state would like to, well, I won't get into that, but that's my understanding of the rule of completeness. Right now, we're just going through his testimony with non-hearsay statements from law enforcement.
Okay, I'm going to withdraw my former comment that it is hearsay. Both parties have agreed that it is not hearsay. I'm going to allow you to complete your statement. Go
So
ahead.
the parties can agree that it's not hearsay? Okay. We're in a whole new land of the
Back
lost.
to what I was saying.
Your Honor, I didn't agree that his statement wasn't hearsay. His statement was hearsay as far as what Ms. Bigham said. I was explaining my statements.
Well, I'm going to allow him to say
Yes, ma'am.
however you characterize it. I'm going to make a finding that both parties have said it's not hearsay. I'm going to allow you to continue explaining if you choose to do so.
Yes, ma'am.
quit.
I'd like to
I
continue. There was a moment when I'm going to have to back up just a touch, I guess, but I hear that there's semen in her mouth. I'm expecting it in other places of her body, but in her mouth, I was like, how did she not bite this person? And for just a moment, I was like, was this voluntary? And then I was going the wrong thoughts in my head, and Liz picked up on that also, and she stated something that was beyond my realm of consideration. And she says, that's if Tara was still alive.
You were in her mouth too, is that correct?
It's the DNA, you're saying, yes, the DNA was located.
Okay.
That's what I've been told.
And I just want to make it very clear for the jury. When you met with law enforcement on May 4th, May 5th, 2024, you understood that your DNA was in Miss Baker's mouth.
That's what I was told.
Last question I have for you. I want to talk about your hands a little bit.
Has it ever been confirmed that it was actually seminal DNA?
Did you state you punched the wall 30 times?
I stated that I couldn't remember how many times I'd punched it, but I was just guesstimating.
Okay. But you stated that you punched it so hard that shingles were falling off the house?
No, that I was hitting at some point when I came through, I know I hit the siding.
Okay. Did you mention that you were hitting concrete and things of that nature?
Sir?
Did you mention that you hit concrete? Did I hear
Well,
that?
that's what the siding was made of.
Okay, so you were punching through the wall and hitting concrete.
Yes. And I remember I remember punching through and feeling the other side. Yes.
Okay. You would agree that you never told law enforcement that you sought medical treatment for your hands. Is that correct?
That's correct. I never did.
Okay. And you would also agree that you didn't break any bones in your hands. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You also agree that the injuries to your hand were scratch-like injuries. Is that right?
There were scratch-like injuries on my hand. Yes.
I think we established this. This is my last point. I believe we've already talked about this and we've agreed on it maybe multiple times. But your hands were covered in work supplies when you went to meet with law enforcement, right?
Yes, I believe there was primer and maybe some glue that was on my hands.
You also mentioned cement as well, plumber cement, I think you stated.
Plumbing cement as a possibility. I wasn't completely accurate of all this, but it's primer. I know that sticks to your hands, and then there's probably little pieces of adhesive.
Okay, and I want to ask you something that's very interesting to me, and this is my last question for real.
Mm-hmm.
You refer to the officers by their first names. How many times have you met with them before this trial took place?
That's how they always introduce themselves.
For real.
My question is, how many times did you meet with them before this trial?
For real.
Before this trial?
Hmm?
When they interviewed me?
Okay. How many times?
I think I've had a total of 5, 6 interviews, I guess.
And that includes with the prosecutors as well?
As far as with the prosecutors, maybe 2.
Okay, so they've met with you a total of 7 times, but they told you that your DNA was present in Miss Baker's dead body. Is that right?
Who's you talking about? Liz and
Correct.
Jeremy?
Correct.
When they interviewed me,
He has no shame.
they said my DNA was also there. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Melton. I have no other questions for you.
Liz and Jeremy.
Any redirect, Mr. Yeoman-Chili?
Yes, Your Honor, briefly.
Please. That's how they introduced me. Hi, I'm Liz. This is Jeremy. We're going to be your friends. I mean, investigating you for murder or,
Mr. Melton,
pinning it
I've
on the
got
black
just,
guy.
One.
I'm Liz. He's Jeremy. We're going to try and pin it on the black guy. Are you game? You want to play? Cool. Cool. He has no shame, this guy. None. Zero shame. The audacity of this man. I think he made a really bad impression on the jury. You let me know what you think. We'll talk about it after, but we got to get through this.
Well, I'm not going to call it one question. It might turn into a couple, but just one thing that I wanted to talk to you about, because there's been some testimony about this incident between you and Tara, but there hasn't been any testimony about what that incident was. Can you explain to us, what it is that happened and what this disagreement that y'all had? And I believe you testified it was the only disagreement that you could necessarily recall that was ever serious. What was it?
I speeded it up a touch. Oh, he's got to take a drink for effect.
Just bear with me.
And look at the jury.
There was a time that Tara took care of me.
Just bear with me. Just bear with me, he says to the jury. Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord, tiny Jesus, please, please. Okay, bear with me. Hear that again.
Just bear with me. There was a time that Tara took care of me. I had gotten an infection. I had cellulitis that had entered my body through my thighs and through my buttocks on a job site late summer. Late summer, I remember being hot. I had been shaved. I was on a new job site. I'm sitting on the soil, installing plumbing. Well, during that time, evidently bacteria that had been in the soil entered through my clothes, entered my skin, and got me infected. That same day, later that evening, Tara was at my house, and she saw the effects it was having upon my body. And I'd swollen up in between my thighs and my legs, and my skin started turning black. She told me, you need to go to the emergency room. She took me to the emergency room. Once that was taken care of there, I had to come back to my place, and I could not walk or move around for a long period of time, possibly up to, if I can recall, 2 weeks. Okay. During that time, Tara was my caretaker. That's when she was given a key to get in and out because I could not go up and down the steps.
Oh, she had a key
without
to his
having her come
place.
in to take care of me. Well, time goes by. Now I'm at the end of this, and I've healed up, and I'm ready to go back to work. So she has stayed over.
Boy, let him go on. Narrative.
Behind that morning to show herself out. Once I had gone to work, she had called me and said, we need to talk. And I said, okay. Well, she said she would meet me back at the house, meet me back at my place. While I was gone, what she had found, I had a TV armoire with VHS tapes. And as embarrassing as it is, and this is something I had since I was 19 from back in
Porno.
college.
Corn.
She found an adult video. It wasn't anything crazy. It was just one video in bright orange, I might add, so it wasn't concealed. It was just there.
Wait, it was bright orange? Wait,
Yeah,
what
her
now?
feelings, she felt so disrespected.
What now? Wait. She found corn. She found a VHS tape. Hold on. Hold, please.
19 from back in college, she found an adult video. It wasn't anything crazy. It was just one video in bright orange, I might add, so it wasn't concealed. It was just there. That hurt her feelings. She felt so disrespected. I was ashamed. I was embarrassed. I can't even quite remember the last time I had even seen it, but I was still in possession of it. She sat down in that argument and she demanded, when did you come in possession of this?
What was bright orange?
And then I further explained that when we were in college, back, I guess I'm 19 at this time, one of the cheerleaders was actually marrying another cheerleader. It was a man and a woman. They had been partners for a while and they actually were getting married. But there was a bachelor party that didn't have anybody, no females show up or anything, but they had this adult video playing on the TV during that crazy little bachelor party guys kind of thing. Well, that's how I obtained it, because I asked the host, I was like, hey man, you mind if I have the tape?
Oh my God, look at his face. Oh my God, he's disgusting. Oh my God. Hey, mind if I get that tape from you? Mind if I get to keep the tape? This is your parting gift from a bachelor party, which, by the way, you were 19 at this time, and now at the time of Tara's murder, you're only like 23. Not even 22. So back in the time when you were 19, you mean 2 years before this? He's saying it like he's a 50-year-old man, and it was back when he was 19. Listen.
Married. But there was a bachelor party that didn't have anybody, no females show up or anything, but they had this adult video playing on the TV during that crazy little bachelor party guys kind of thing. Well, that's how I obtained it, because I asked the host, I was like, hey man,
eyes closed.
You mind if I have the tape?
Mind if I
was not in a relationship or anything at the time. I'm ashamed to say that, embarrassed. But when she found that, I felt like I broke her heart. That was not who she was, and I hope it's not a representation really of who I am. I was a young man. She found that tape, and that was the only time I can ever recall that she raised her voice at me.
Oh, okay.
And she demanded that I destroy the tape and throw it in the dumpster by my apartments with her hands on her hips, watching me. And I did. And we agreed, and I talked to.
Was he in the video? Heather Mosher says she wasn't mad about a video of others. She was mad about a video with him in it. Heather sounds like she knows something. Was it a videotape that was taken at the bachelor party of things that were happening there? Now we only have more questions.
Out, and I laid everything out for her as she asked, and I was laying all my cards on the table.
You know she watched it.
Honest with her. She chose to show me grace, and she was understanding, and we made up that same day and in that evening. Okay.
Why? Because you had sex?
Stayed in the forefront of my mind as the time that I could have jeopardized our relationship.
The judge is allowing this whole thing. I can't.
And I've always shown her respect.
Even Scott needs a shower.
I was showing her disrespect in that fashion at that time, but she made it clear that that was inappropriate and that I should never do that again. And I agreed. And that's the incident that I explained to law enforcement when they asked me, is there ever a time that's what I hear? Is there ever a time that you have jeopardized your relationship? And that's what I tell them. I tell them that story. And that's the context of where that answer came from.
Judge, I don't have any other questions for Mr. Melton.
Was it a grape fantasy video? Were you in the video? And this was an SA crime. Don't look too good. No, especially since there was so much. I mean, there was $1,000 fine, $1,000 fine about
Mr. Crews.
the grape statute and how you can't disparage a victim or, a decedent. And look at him. He's ruined now. His whole secret is out. His family now knows about this bright orange corn film from a bachelor party that his girlfriend found. And that's why she wasn't talking to him, maybe. I want to know what was on the tape. Was he on the tape?
Go ahead.
Mr. Melton, you've gone to Ms. Baker's house with her before, right? We've agreed on that?
Yes, sir.
Okay, you've seen, it's fair to say that you would see her take out her key and unlock the door. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
So you would know what her house key looks like. Is that correct?
I guess it looks like a house key. Yes, sir.
And you would agree if you showed up to Miss Baker's house unannounced, she would probably let you in. Is that right?
If I showed up to her house unannounced and knocked on the door and she answered the door,
Correct.
yes.
No other questions.
Any redirect, Mr. Yamachili?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused.
We'd ask that he is.
Any objection from the defense? You are free to go, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take a lunch break. It is late, but we are going to take a lunch break. I'm going to ask that, of course, when you leave this building, you don't discuss the case. You don't do any research.
Holy
you don't discuss-
Yalamanchili.
You don't go.
Holy
to any of the
Yalamanchili. It's
locations.
going to be, it is 8 men and 4 women on the jury. And then there's 3 alternates. Holy Yalamanchili. That's our new word. Yeah, then she finally gives them lunch apparently. And then there's going to be a bank witness, but I'm going to go to the chat for a moment. How late is she going to go today? Right now it's 4:30 on the East Coast. I need to make a call. So I'm going to put the tape on. I'm going to put the testimony on while I go make a call, but I'll listen in case you guys want to talk about it or if I miss anything. Wow, just wow. And the walls come crumbling down, says Tracy. Thanks for your super chat. Julie says, thanks for picking the best trials. I mean, I don't think that we could have had better things to do this week than this. Thank you. Burp says he's a terrible actor. Guess after 25 years, he never learned how to cry on cue. Chooses to pretend panic instead. Charlie said, should this go to the appellate court, they should rip this judge to shreds. Thanks, Charlie, for your 5. BG Borda says, punched a few holes in walls and I've worked maintenance jobs without gloves. My hands have never, ever looked like that. Karen says, hi, we have 3 other cupcakes here in Georgia. Talk to both lawyers. Oh, you're in the courtroom today. Excellent. We have 3 other cupcakes. So there's 4 of you all together in the courtroom. Yes. Talk to both lawyers. Wow, they are so nice. They are so excited. We're all here. We are so excited that you are there. Karen Lisk, we are here. We are with you in spirit. I'm so glad you guys met up and found each other. Praise be. So you talked to Mr. Hill and Ahmad Crews. Excellent. Excellent. You guys doing the Lord's work. Karen Lisk is there with 3 other cupcakes. We got 4 boots on the ground, 8 boots altogether in the courtroom today. Thank you, Karen, for telling me. And ARR says, I have never wanted so desperately to watch a trial on normal speed and in front of my screen. And that includes Karen Reed. This cross is fire. Go Crews. Thank you guys for being interested in this. Strange Credulity said, does anyone know other cases where foundation or relevance must be established before impeachment of inconsistent statements? Yes, pretty much all of them. But to get the recording in as evidence, you're going to have to lay a foundation. Yes. It seems like she's making it extraordinarily difficult. There are times where Mr. Crews has been a little bit inaccurate about his exact objection, which is why it was very friendly to Lally in Karen Reed's trial, because he didn't have to state the grounds and the judge could just make them up in her head. See the difference? See the difference? Jonathan, does Faust serve the rest of his current sentence? He's been out for a long time. He pled guilty to something that happened in 2001, 2 weeks after this murder. He did a couple of years. Then he's got a very long rap sheet, but most of it is parole violations and some yayo charges. Apparently, possession with intent to distribute yayo, which everyone told me was the nose candy, Scarface slang words. So he's been in custody since his arrest in 2024, where he still is today. But as far as his current sentence, I'm not aware that he still has one. John says, but was it a Dave Matthews concert he went to? Thanks, John, for your 5. Irish Wolfhound Mama said Scott Peterson didn't attend his murdered wife's vigil either. Just saying. Charlie said, is this a come to Jesus moment? I think it might be. Burp said, did they investigate his friend? They were each other's alibis. So if I were a juror, I'd be so put off by this guy. Listen, all Crews needs to do is sow some reasonable doubt. Do you see any reasonable doubt so far? You tell me. You are reasonable people. You are the model jury. Let me know if you see reasonable doubt. No, we are not on real time. I don't know what you're asking me. We started at 11. I'm taking a break right now to read the super chats. And then there's, I think, one more witness. So keep your pants on. Charlie said even Chaka is scratching his head. Jody said, Who else needs sanitizer for their brain after listening to this? Yeah, I think we all need an exorcism or something. And thank you, Kim, for becoming a new member. All right, I'm going to do what I need to do off camera while I put on the testimony of the woman from the bank after I make the proper banner for her. This judge likes to work until 6:30, so I don't know how long she's going to stay there today. But even with us not starting until 11 and not putting it on faster speed at all either, by the way, we're getting through it.
I was at the Loganville branch.
Okay. How long had that Logan branch? Okay. You can have.
So weird how the lawyers swear in the witnesses here. I can't get over it. Who wants to be in charge of telling me what I
Raise
missed?
your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that your testimony in the matter pending before the court should be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay. You can have a seat. And ma'am, I'm just going to ask you to,
Okay.
speak into that microphone so that everyone can hear you, okay? Could you please state your name and spell it for our court reporter?
It's CHRISTIE Kane, CHRISTIE, Kane, KANE.
Ms. Kane, I want to direct you back to 2001. Where were you working at the time?
At Wachovia Bank.
Okay. And was there a specific branch that you were working at?
I was at the Loganville branch.
Okay. How long had that Loganville branch been in existence in January of 2001?
Probably about three and a half years.
What was your job title?
I was a branch manager.
And what kinds of things did you do in your capacity as the branch manager?
Oversee the tellers, loans, banking for customers, new accounts, commercial loans, things like that.
Gotcha. Ma'am, do you remember sometime around May of 2001, do you recall being contacted by law enforcement officers regarding transactions that had been made or potentially had been made by a customer by the name of Chris Melton?
I do.
And specifically, were you asked to search for any records of withdrawals or deposits that Mr. Melton might have made on or about January 19th of 2001?
I was.
And are those records the type of thing that as branch manager you had access to?
We did.
Okay. And are records of customers' withdrawals or deposits, are those records made at or near the time that the transaction occurs?
So the branch is responsible for making a preliminary copy, the date of the transaction, and then we forward it to corporate and they make the backup copy.
You just answered my next question.
Oh, sorry.
That's all right. That's all right. And so are the records of those deposits and withdrawals kept in the regular course of Wachovia's regularly conducted business activity?
Correct.
And was it the regular practice of Wachovia's business, to make and keep those records?
Yes.
And I guess I should clarify in case people don't know. Is it still called Wachovia?
No, they were bought out by Wells Fargo.
And Ms. Kane, were you able to locate any records like the ones that you've just described relating to Mr. Melton's banking activity at the Loganville Wachovia branch on January 19th of 2001?
I was.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Ms. Kane, I'm going to show you what I have marked as State's Exhibit 147. Ask you to take a look at that.
Okay.
Do you recognize that, ma'am?
I do.
And is that a Wachovia withdrawal slip by Mr. Melton on the morning of January the 19th of 2001?
Correct.
Was that record made and kept in the manner in which you've just described as far as all of those records?
Yes, I was.
And were you yourself able to pull that record from the main drive?
I was.
Did you provide it to law enforcement?
I did.
Your Honor, at this time I'd move to tender States 147.
Any objection? It is admitted.
And if I could publish that to the jury, Your Honor.
You may.
Okay. So, and I did confirm, Ms. Kane, that this is no longer Mr. Melton's accountant, so
Correct.
we're not putting up any bank account information. Let me zoom out a little bit. So I'm just going to point out some different things on this withdrawal slip and ask you to describe what, if any, significance there is to that. Is that okay?
Right.
Can you see it on the screen up there? All right. So anything like this date here, the name, where the account number is written here, where my pen is pointing, the amount and signature, would that all have been filled out by the customer making the withdrawal request?
Correct.
And I think we talked a little bit about this T0004. What, if anything, does that tell you about this particular withdrawal slip?
It tells us that the withdrawal form was performed by the teller number 4, which is inside the branch.
And is there anything on this document that would indicate to you exactly when that withdrawal would have been made?
Yes, it's timestamped for 9/12
Is that right here where my pen is?
above the account number, correct.
Just above the account number.
And then where you see Chris Melton's signature, the numbers are kind of skewed, but that's our branch number in Loganville.
Zoom in. Talking about kind of behind the TON on
Correct.
the signature.
Correct. I think it's 89 something 19. That does signify the Loganville branch.
That's the one, again, just to be clear, that you were the
Correct.
branch manager of.
Correct.
Ms. Kane, around the same time that you were initially contacted by law enforcement, do you also remember being asked to pull any surveillance footage from the Loganville branch's cameras, especially as it might relate to the time surrounding 9/12 that morning?
I was.
And were you able to locate that video?
I did.
And kind of like before, would that video have been made and kept in the normal course of Wachovia's routine business practices?
I'm pretty sure that we kept videos for 90 days and then they referred it on to corporate.
Right, gotcha. And ma'am, were you able to locate that video?
I was.
Okay. Did you have an opportunity to watch that video with law enforcement officials who were investigating the death of Tara Baker here in Athens, Georgia?
I did. They contacted me prior to coming into the branch to pull the tape, and they did come into the branch.
And I think you just answered this, but I just want to be clear. Did you yourself watch it with those law enforcement officers?
I did.
And what did you see when you watched that video?
We watched Chris entering the bank, coming in and filling out the withdrawal slip, and then going to the teller and getting the cash.
You mentioned Chris. Was Mr. Melton a customer that was known to you in your capacity as the branch manager back in 2001?
He was. He was a regular.
Now, at the time that you watched that video with law enforcement, did you provide those officers with a copy of that video that you've just described?
We did not. I did not. We have policy that it has to come from, they have to request permission through corporate, and our corporate security gives them the final copy of the tape.
And to your knowledge, did anyone in law enforcement ever follow up to obtain a copy of that video?
I do not think so.
I didn't want to gloss over the actual video itself. If you remember, about how long was Mr. Melton in the branch at the time that he filled out this withdrawal slip?
I don't remember. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Bear with me just a minute, man. Just want to clarify one thing, Ms. Kane.
Okay.
Just a couple more questions. Going back to this actual withdrawal slip, you mentioned the date as being January 19th of 2001. There is another date that appears up here, up in the top right corner, May 2nd of 2001. What is the significance of that date?
It would have been when I pulled a copy and printed it.
And then this seems, just want to be clear, this date that we previously referenced, 9/12, would that have been 9/12 a.m.?
Correct.
Bank's not open at 9:12 p.m. is it?
Correct.
Okay, just want to make sure. Thank you, ma'am. That's all I have. Defense counsel may have some questions for you.
Cross-examination, Mr. Crews.
I've known you for the last 6 months as Miss Search. I know you mentioned your new last name. Can you
Right.
tell me your new last name?
It's Kane, K-A-N-E.
Miss Kane. Pleasure to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
My name is Attorney Ahmad Crews. I have the privilege and honor of representing Mr. Edrick Faust. Is it okay if I ask you a couple of questions?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. You were asked by the state if you remembered how long Mr. Melton was in the bank. Do you recall that question?
I do.
Okay, you said you did not remember.
I do not remember.
When seeing a copy of your statement, possibly refresh your recollection? Or a summary of your statement?
Summary of my statement, sure.
Yeah, just that page.
Is it okay if I approach you? And after you've had an opportunity to look at that document and you've refreshed your recollection, just please look up.
Okay.
How is your memory refreshed?
Me by the paper, correct?
Sure. How long was Mr. Melton in the bank?
Looked like he was in the bank for 4 minutes by this, or less than 10 minutes.
Ms. Search, I have a Ms. Kane. I'm sorry.
It's okay.
I have a marker for you.
Okay.
We have a board here. I'm going to move it. I would like you to write that time. Is that okay?
Which time? When he entered or the withdrawal slip?
Just how long he was in the bank.
Okay. Okay. I'm sorry. What would you like for me to do?
I'll walk you through it. I apologize.
Okay, that's okay.
All right. The first thing I'd like you to do is write your name at the top, if that's okay. And next to it, you could put Wachovia. And there we go. Okay. And if you could place the time that Mr. Melton entered the bank under your name. Okay. And next to that, if you could put, I believe you said less than 10 minutes. Okay. If you could put in put less than 10 minutes and just circle it. All right, thank you so much. That may be all the questions I have for you. Give me 1 second, okay? Thank you. Ms. Kane, do you recall Mr. Melton coming to the bank on Monday, January 22nd, 2001?
I do vaguely.
Okay. Do you recall how long he stayed in the bank on Monday?
I do remember with the police report that he was there for a good while.
Okay. Do you recall, is it fair to say when he came to the bank, he did not make a transaction on that day?
I think per the report that I had given the detectives at the time that he had applied for a loan or was talking to me about a loan, a personal line of credit for his business.
Okay. And we agree that that was January 22nd, 2001. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Can you write that on the board for us, please? And next to 9/8, I believe that date is January 19th. If you could just put 1/19/01 next to 9/08. Right. In front of the.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. And for the 22nd. That is perfect for me. All right. If you could write how long he was in the bank on the 22nd.
I don't vaguely remember. I think it was 30 minutes.
I don't disagree with that if you're asking me.
Can I look at that?
Absolutely. It's in the document that you have there?
Correct.
Okay.
30 to 45 minutes.
And if you could circle 30 to 45 minutes for me. Thank you. Those are all of my questions.
Any redirect?
Very, very briefly, Your Honor. Ms. Kane, do you happen to remember off the top of your head the address of the branch that you were the manager of back in 2001?
I think it started with 43, but I do not remember.
And approximately, not necessarily by miles, but by drive time, how far away would that branch be from right here where we sit today?
Objection. Cause for speculation.
I'm going to sustain that objection.
If you know, ma'am, how far would that have been?
I really wouldn't know. 45 minutes if I had to guess.
That's all I have, Your Honor.
Any request, Mr. Crews?
Yes.
Right, 45 minutes on that whiteboard for me.
Okay, but I'm guessing. I'm
Anything else of this witness?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused.
I would ask that she be excused.
Any objection by the defense? You are free to go. You may call your next witness.
Josh McCurdy.
Could you get Josh McCurdy, please? Thank you.
Sir, if you could raise your right hand, please. Do you swear or affirm that your testimony in the matter pending before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay. You can put your hand down, sir, and I'm just going to ask you to speak into that microphone loudly so that everybody can hear you, okay?
Okay.
Sir, if you could please state and spell your name for the court reporter.
Joshua McCurdy, Joshua.
Oh, it's Josh.
CURDY.
Here's Josh, the coworker.
And-
Okay. Zoop. Sorry. I had to make a call while business hours were still in session. So tell me what I missed. What did I miss with the bank employee? You can put it in the chat. I will give you permission. I'll go back and watch it later. All right. This is Josh McCurdy. Do we believe his alibi? Do we believe Chris Melton's alibi? Because I'm assuming that bank witness was to solidify his alibi. You let me know what you think. This is Josh McCurdy, the maybe employee of Chris Melton.
I'm going to ask you to speak into that microphone loudly so that everybody can hear you, okay?
Okay.
Sir, if you could please state and spell your name for the court reporter.
Joshua McCurdy, Joshua, McCurdy.
And sir, I want to take you back in time to 2001. What were you doing for a living at that time, sir?
I was plumbing.
Okay. And did you know an individual by the name of Chris Melton?
Yes, sir.
How did you know Chris?
I worked with him.
Okay. How did you and Chris meet?
We met working at a company called McCart Plumbing in Loganville.
Okay. And I mean, I guess other than just working together, how did you get to know Chris?
We pretty much just work friends.
Okay.
We didn't hang out outside of work or anything, but we were pretty good friends at work.
Were you all on the same team at McCart?
Yeah, yeah.
Where did you go to high school, sir?
I went to Covenant Christian Academy.
Want to kind of specifically talk a little bit about January of 2001. At that time, do you recall yourself and Chris kind of branching off from McCart Plumbing?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Describe what that meant.
It's called subcontracting. Basically, we'd work for another company and they would give us jobs to do and pay us more than what working for somebody would do.
Okay. And so, do you recall, again, approximately when that would have started?
I really don't remember that.
Well, when the two of you had started subcontracting,
He really doesn't remember what now?
And pay us more than what working for somebody.
recall yourself and Chris kind of branching off from McCart Plumbing?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. Describe what that meant.
It's called subcontracting. Basically, we'd work for another company and they would give us jobs to do and pay us more than what working for somebody would do.
Okay. And so, do you recall, again, approximately when that would have started?
I really don't remember that.
Well, when the two of you had started subcontracting, tell us a little bit about a typical day with you and Chris.
Okay.
How would it start?
Basically, he lived about 5 minutes from my house. So his parents lived there and he lived in the basement. And I would drive to his house and we'd leave my truck and then we'd get in his work truck and we would go to the job sites and stuff.
What time of day would y'all usually start?
Probably around 7 or 7:30 in the morning.
And
Oh, probably.
Was that the
Did they
time that
show
you
any
arrived,
video?
or is it-
Just answer this one question for me, because I was kind of watching while I was on the phone. Did they show any video from the bank? Because that would have been the proper bank witness to authenticate video if she worked in the bank then. I thought there was video in the bank. He lived in the basement, y'all. Nope. No video from the bank. Okay. All right, but they had a timestamp. All right. Cool. Video's lost. Of course the video is lost. Yeah. He lived in the basement. He's the basement dweller. Okay. Got it. Police never came back to pick up what they asked for. Okay, cool. Cool. Cops never asked for it. Video's lost. Yeah. Picking up what they're laying down. We still don't have a time of death. Okay, cool. So this is the witness, Josh McCurdy, who is the alibi between what time? 7:15 and bank. Okay, cool. All right, excellent. Let's see how believable this guy is.
Well, when the two of you had started subcontracting, tell us a little bit about a typical day with you and Chris.
Okay.
How would it start?
Basically, he lived about 5 minutes from my house. So his parents lived there and he lived in the basement. And I would drive.
He did live in the basement. Chris lived in the basement. Okay. He lived in the basement where there was a bulkhead door and he could leave without his parents know. And so if his parents were his alibi, and I wonder if his parents are going to come in and swear to God to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. If he could have left through the bulkhead door, then his parents might not have known if he was home that night. But why would he be home that night when he had an apartment in Athens? This is a little sped up, so I want to hear what this guy sounds like at normal speed. And Law and Crime has a little thing up on their feed that says we are fixing the stream issues now. We might lose the feed for a bit. So that's what happened earlier, but I think they still have not fixed their volume. So again, I apologize if there's volume issues because I like to give you the best viewing experience possible. All right, let's hear what he sounds like on real speed.
His house, and we'd leave my truck, and then he would from my house. So his parents lived there, and he lived in the basement, and I would drive to his house, and we'd leave my truck, and then we'd get in his work truck, and we would go to the job sites and stuff.
What time of day would y'all usually start?
Probably around 7 or 7:30 in the morning.
Probably.
And is that the time that you would arrive at Chris's parents' house?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, no shade to this witness at all. I'm not in any way disparaging him, but when I hear the name Josh McCurdy, I just had a totally different frat boy picture in my head is all.
In general terms, sir, could you just tell me what a typical day would look like?
Okay. We'd meet at his house, and then we would go to the shop, which would be in Loganville, and it was a company called Nash Plumbing, and we would go there, and they would give us the where the job was and everything for that day, and the material to use for the job, and then we'd go do the job, and go back home.
And so, what kind of geographic area might that entail? Where were y'all going on jobs?
Usually it was around like Loganville and Monroe, kind of Walton, Newton County.
Okay. But could it also extend beyond Walton?
Yeah. It just kind of depended on what the jobs were, but usually we worked around Walton and Newton County.
Were those long days, Mr. McCurdy?
Yeah. We usually would work between 8 to 12 hours a day.
Would that be Monday through Friday?
Yeah.
Would that include
sometimes Saturdays also?
I'm going to speed it up.
Mr. McCurdy, I want to take you specifically to the day of January the 19th of 2001. Is there anything about that particular day that sticks out in your mind?
No.
Let me see if I can frame it this way. Do you remember a day when you...
No. Do you remember your coworker's girlfriend being murdered? Sir, the reason we're here for this trial, sir?
Drove Chris to Atwood.
No.
Let me see if I can frame it.
Sometimes Saturdays also.
Mr. McCurdy, I want to take you specifically to the day of January the 19th of 2001. Is there anything about that particular day that sticks out in your mind?
No.
Let me see if I can frame it this way. Do you remember a day when you drove Chris to Athens?
Yeah.
Do you recall that day starting similarly to the others that you've described?
Yeah, it was about the same as every other day. We just go, I met him at his house.
At the same time that you described earlier?
Yeah, that was the normal time that we would meet.
Do you recall the specifics of where you might have gone that day? Your Honor, if I can respond,
May I respond?
it is a yes/no question, is not a leading question.
I'm going to overrule the objection. You may continue.
Of course, it's not leading for this judge.
Mr. McCurdy, I'll ask the question again.
Okay.
Do you recall specifically the job sites that you would have gone to that day?
No.
Do you recall if it would have started with a trip to Nash Plumbing?
Yeah, it probably would have started there.
Do you recall anything that Chris was having done to his truck, sir?
Again with the leading. Yeah.
You may rephrase if you want to.
Do you remember a trip to a place called Truk Kustoms?
Yes.
What was the purpose of going to Truk
He's telling him what he wants him to testify about. He's helping him.
Kustoms?
I believe we were putting a ladder rack on the truck.
Do you remember how many times you went to Truk Kustoms that day?
Not specifically. I know we did go that day, but I'm not sure about how many times.
Stop swinging in the chair.
I'd say once, maybe twice. I'm not sure.
Right, Emily.
Mr. McCurdy, do you recall speaking with law enforcement the following day on January the 20th of 2001?
Yes, sir.
And in preparation for coming in and testifying today, did I actually send you copies of some of those police reports?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did you have a chance to look over those?
Yes, sir.
And did those help refresh your recollection as to the conversations that you had with law enforcement in the aftermath of Ms. Baker's death?
Mm-hmm.
And you're not the first one to do it, but I need you to say yes or no. So
I'm sorry.
That's all right.
No, he is the first one in this trial to not say yes or no.
Do you
Don't
think
make
it
him
might
feel stupid.
help you again if you're able to review it one more time.
Less stupid.
I'm going to sustain that objection. I think a question has to be asked in order for him not to recollect. I'm going to sustain your objection.
Well, I think the question, Mr. McCurdy, was, do you remember how many times you went to Truk Kustoms that day?
No, sir.
Your Honor, he just said I didn't ask a question, then he said it's asked and answered.
Stop it
I'm
with
going
your
to allow you to refresh his recollection if possible.
stop it with your faux outrage, Chris Bolden, with a K. Stop with your faux outrage. It's annoying.
Go ahead.
What?
May I approach, Your Honor?
May.
Okay.
When you're done, if you can just look up and let me know that you've had a chance to finish it, sir.
He's refreshing his recollection. Thank you, DDD, for your soup sticker.
Refresh your recollection as to kind of your exact whereabouts on Friday, January the 19th of 2001.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then, again, specifically as it relates to Truk Kustoms, you remember how many times you and Chris may have gone there?
I believe it was 2 times.
As it relates to the second trip to Truk Kustoms, if you remember, what was the purpose of that trip, sir?
I'm not sure, to be honest with you. Maybe to check on the truck.
Had you and Chris been together at that point throughout the day?
Yeah, we've been together all day.
Do you recall,
Well, I'll have to hear the question first, and then I'll take up your objection.
did you have lunch that day, sir?
I don't remember. I imagine we did, but I'm not real sure.
He knows nothing. He remembers nothing.
The second time that you went to Truk Kustoms, if you remember, were you in whose vehicle were you in?
We were in my truck.
And why had you taken your truck to Truk Kustoms?
Because his truck was already there getting worked on.
Do you recall at that second trip Chris receiving a phone call or a page or something?
Yeah, I believe we received a phone call.
Describe what you observed when Chris got that phone call.
I just remember him getting real quiet, and I don't remember asking him what was wrong, but I know he got real quiet. Like didn't seem like himself anymore. He was usually really happy and kind of chipper, energetic, and he just got really quiet when the phone call.
Did you drive Chris to Athens?
Yes, sir.
Do you remember his vehicle you drove?
It was my truck.
Can you describe what, if anything, you recall about driving Chris to Athens?
I just remember him being real quiet the whole ride. I didn't really ask him what was wrong.
He got real quiet. He didn't get angry. He didn't even tell Josh that his girlfriend's body may have been found in a burning house. That's odd to me. Quiet, not angry. He's not punching walls.
Yeah, I just remember him being real quiet.
This was after Chris got the call from Tara's mom saying that there was a body found in Tara's house. There was a fire. The only car in the driveway is Tara's. And that was the call that he got. And then they're driving to Athens. And this guy is the one who's with him. And he says he just got real quiet.
Mr. McCurdy, is as it relates to the exact, excuse me, stops that you and Chris made on January the 19th of 2001 from 7:15, 7:30 on, do you have a good recollection as to when and where those stops were?
I really don't remember the stops that we made.
Did you guys run out of
Do
time?
you feel as if
Bolden, did you run it? Bolden, you have one job. One job. One job. Today, your only witness. Well, I think you had the bank witness too. The bank witness and this guy. You had one job, very short job today, and you didn't prep this guy?
here today your memory is insufficient to allow you to testify fully and accurately about everything you did on January the 19th of 2001?
I mean, as far as accurately remembering it, I would.
My question was fully and accurately remember it. Is that?
Yeah, it was a long time ago. I mean,
on the day after, on January the 20th of 2001, when you spoke to the detective the day after Ms. Baker's death, would your statements have been more fresh in your memory at that time?
Yes, sir. Definitely.
And would the information that you provided to the detective on that day been correct to the best of your ability back then?
Yes, sir. 100%.
Yeah, I thought he was making all kinds of phone calls. He was calling 411. He was trying to find out the roommates' parents' phone numbers.
Mr. McCurdy, those are all the questions that I have for you, sir. Mr. Crews may have some questions. Thank you very much.
Cross-examination, Mr. Crews.
This will be interesting to see how he handles this witness.
Good afternoon, Mr. McCurdy.
How you doing, sir?
I'm doing well. Thank you so much for asking. My name is Attorney Ahmad Crews, and I have the honor and privilege of representing Mr. Faust. Under the authority of the Honorable Court, I'm going to ask you a couple of questions, okay? I believe you've already discussed with the state that you spoke with law enforcement on January 20th, 2001. Is that correct? Okay. And on January 19th, 2001, you stated that you drove Chris to Athens. All right. And were you aware that Chris, on the way to Athens, learned that his girlfriend or ex-girlfriend had been killed?
Not at the time. Not until I believe he told me on the way back.
Okay.
That what had happened.
But in the vehicle, his actions were just, he was quiet.
He was quiet and he was upset, but I didn't ask him what was wrong or anything like that.
That's fair. You would agree that January 20th, and it's a given, I know you would, I just have to ask the question. You would agree that January 20th is one day after January 19th, 2001?
Yes, sir.
And law enforcement asked you about you and Chris's whereabouts on January 19th, 2001 when they spoke to you on January 20th. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, Mr. McCurdy, on the 19th, I'd like to go back to the 19th, you took Chris to the police department. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Or you were with him at the police department?
Yeah.
Okay. And you know police interviewed Chris. Is that correct? And before police can interview you, you left the police department. Is that correct?
I don't really remember that far back.
Yes, sir. So let me ask you this.
Okay.
When they talked to you on the 20th, do you recall telling law enforcement that you and Chris started the day at Nash Plumbing?
I remember telling that I met him at his house, but I don't remember exactly if I told him that we went to Nash Plumbing.
Would seeing a summary of your statement to law enforcement refresh your memory?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
The same statement that Bolden just showed him?
Okay. You can hold it for a second. Did that document refresh your memory?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Excellent. Mr. McCourty, I have a black marker. We have a whiteboard. Well, not a whiteboard.
Good. I
but
love
sheets
it.
of paper over there. I would like you, before I ask my next question, can you write your name on the top of that document for me?
On top of that?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Is it okay if I personally do?
Yeah.
Whole name is fine.
Sue says it's a normal door in and out of the basement. A lot of houses are built into hills. That is the norm in the South. They do not have bulkheads. Somebody put in the chat that there was a bulkhead door in the picture. That's why I said that. So
Got something for you.
thank you for that. But somebody said there was a bulkhead door, so maybe they were mistaken, or maybe I'm mistaken. Jody says, in Josh's defense, I have ADHD and I need to constantly rock if standing and rocking when I can while sitting helps with concentration. Thank you. He's holding the microphone like he's like.
Yeah, I can hear you.
A rock star.
Based on the document you reviewed, you recall telling law enforcement that you and Chris started your day at Nash Plumbing.
Yes, sir.
So can you write Nash Plumbing at the under your name?
He's a righty. He's writing with his right hand. He chose, I think he chose the thicker marker.
Then after leaving Nash Plumbing, you explained to law enforcement that you and Chris stopped by Chick-fil-A. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Got breakfast.
Can you write Chick-fil-A? Around 8 a.m.
Chick-fil-A.
Around 8 a.m., you and Chris went to a house in Grayson to check the police. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you write 8 a.m. Grayson, GA? And from Grayson, you told law enforcement that you went to Forsyth. Is that correct?
I believe so, yeah.
And you write under Grayson, Forsyth.
All right, so he wrote on the board, Nash Plumbing, Chick-fil-A, 8 a.m. Grayson. Can't hear what Crews is saying at all. I can't.
Yeah, I would say that.
He was smart by bringing the mic. I'll give him that. Yep. Just came in. What's going on? Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. He's probably the most honest witness so far. Has he said anything about the bank? Not yet.
Okay, do you recall being interviewed a second time on May 3rd, 2001 by law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
And they asked you again about the whereabouts of Chris on January 19, 2001. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And during the May 3rd interview, you advised law enforcement that you went to Truk Kustoms around 3:30 p.m. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think it was around, according to the paper, it was around 3:30 or 4.
Okay. Can you write that on the board? Truk Kustoms, 3:30 to 4. Now, do you recall law enforcement specifically asking you, do you recall going to the bank with Chris Melton? Okay. Would hearing an audio recording of your conversation with law enforcement refresh your recollection?
Yeah, I mean, that would refresh me, yeah.
Okay. Your Honor, I would ask for the opportunity to refresh Mr. McCurdy's recollection outside the presence of the jury.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask you to step out into the jury room for a moment. Please don't discuss the case.
They're going to do it outside the presence of the jury. I didn't hear anybody labeling the witness at all. I heard people relaying their own experiences about their own ADHD. They're refreshing outside the presence of the jury because the recording itself is not in evidence. That's a great question. We skipped through the lunch break. The jury did eat lunch. We skipped through it. You must be behind. You law and crime had to start a second stream. It was a whole thing. It's been a whole day. 6.5 hours so far.
All right, Mr. McCurdy, I'm going to play about 54 seconds. It's going to be difficult to hear, okay? So I'm going to try to turn it up as loud as I can. There's no sound on my
Oh, just a second.
Where'd you go from there? Wheatfield? Wheatfield? You said in your original statement you guys went to Chick-fil-A breakfast. Did you do that? Do you remember the bank or anything? No.
A little bit.
Okay. Would you like me to play that one more time for you?
It sounds that I don't remember going to the bank.
All right. So is your recollection refreshed in regards to the when they asked you the bank? Okay. Bring the jury back.
Mr.
I don't know what is going on, but they are having problems with their feed. They were having problems with their feed. Their feed is still glitchy, but it's where we are.
Moment.
See how it's jumping around?
If you bring
He said he doesn't remember going to the bank, right?
Eddie for a moment.
Oh, it's unbearable. It's on normal speed.
Maybe.
I'm going to refresh this browser. Hold on.
And one more thing for you. Can you write the time that Mr. Melton, excuse me, can you write the time?
This is so weird because now it started like it's as if it's a new video. Do you see what I'm seeing at the bottom of the screen here?
And
So this is a different witness now.
And one more thing for you. Can you write the time that Mr. Melton, excuse me, can you write?
How many feeds has Law and Crime had today? Hold on a minute while I try and figure this out because this guy's name is Bill TEETER. It's a whole different guy. All of it is in my ear. I can hear everything. Just give me a minute to go off camera and try and fix this.
Oh, and excuse me. Can you write the time that Chris came to Truk Kustoms? And one more.
What I'm seeing. Are you seeing what I'm saying? They've got a stream scheduled for 4:20 p.m. for the 9th, which is today. That says notify me. They must be having major issues. And this one
Address, Mr. Peter. The motion was
is day 4. This one's from 32 minutes ago.
Excuse me. Can you write the time that?
But it's starting with Bill TEETER.
And
Okay.
one more-
So I don't know what
and
happened
one
with
more thing.
Josh. No idea. It says it was streamed 8 hours ago, but it seems to be that the video is only 29 minutes long. Is it me? So we don't know what the rest of Josh's testimony was because they're having technical difficulties. I'm going to boost this again as high as it can go. 11 Alive has it. Hold on, let me see if I can get it from 11 Alive. Hold, please. I think 11 Alive was one of the ones that was covering it. Hold on. 11 Alive News. Was their audio any better? Because I think it's a pool camera, so I think they have all the same audio, but we'll try.
That we made.
I mean, do you feel as if here today your
Bad
memory is
audio.
insufficient to allow you to testify fully and accurately about everything you did on January the 19th of 2001? Is that on the provided to the detective on that day
Right? Okay.
been correct to your?
Shrimp and their famous fingers.
Oh my God. They show commercials on their feed. Oh my God.
Interviewed you in 2001, correct? Mr. McCourty, we've agreed that law enforcement interviewed you in 2001, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And in one of those interviews, they asked you if you remembered going to the bank with Mr. Melton. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And your response was that you did not remember going to the bank with Mr. Melton. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And I also want to, well, excuse me. Do you still have the marker?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you write under anywhere on the sheet, just do not remember, so DNR bank.
DNR, do not resuscitate. DNR. DNR bank. All right.
And then put in 2001, back in 2001, please.
Okay, good. I mean, I have it boosted as high as it can go, but
Last question for you. Well, last couple of questions for you. During direct examination, you stated that you recall going to Truk Kustoms 2 times. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm assuming you don't remember the time of the first time. Is that fair?
Yeah, I don't remember. I would assume it'd be in the morning time, but I don't remember the time exactly.
Excellent. I just want to make sure we keep everything accurate, and we
there's nothing accurate.
want to make sure I keep everything
at all.
accurate for you. So can you put on there, I know we have Truk Custom at 3:30. Can you put on there Truk Custom morning if you don't remember the time?
Okay. Just underneath it?
Yes, sir.
He's like a Lucky Lochran. I think he's got no skin in this game. He's got no dog in this fight. He's like, I don't know.
Okay.
what
Mr.
I-
McCourty, those are all my questions for you. Thank you so much for answering my questions.
Any redirect, Mr. Bolden?
One or two questions. Mr. McCurdy, you were asked on cross-examination about this second time that you spoke with the police about your whereabouts on January 19th.
Yes, sir.
About how long after the first time you talked to him was that?
I believe it was about a month or two, I believe, after that.
Was the second conversation?
Yeah.
That's all I have, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
Any recross, Mr. Crews?
No other questions, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused.
I would ask that he be excused, Your Honor.
Any objection, Mr. Crews?
He's on a subpoena for us, so I'll just ask that he applies for the subpoena with 48-hour notice.
All right, thank you. Mr. McCurdy, you're still under subpoena by the defense, but you are free to go for now. Thank you, sir.
That's not
You may
all.
call your next witness.
Before we call the next witness, may I grab the items?
Yes. Mr. Bolden, you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Bill TEETER.
Bill TEETER. This looks what
Bill
looks like the most
TEETER?
comfortable
TEETER,
witness
yes.
chair.
Could you
of
get Bill
all
TEETER,
time.
please? Thank
If you've seen a more comfortable witness chair than this one, please. let
Please,
me
do
know.
you swear or
Is it bad?
affirm that your testimony in the matter pending before the court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Okay, you can have a seat. Your Honor, just didn't want anything to play accidentally. Sir, if you could state and spell your name for our court reporter.
All right, William TEETER, Teeter.
Very
And
distinguished
Mr.
man.
TEETER, I want to direct your attention back to January of 2001. At that time, did you own a business called Truk Kustoms?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and where was that business located?
Downtown Loganville.
Okay, tell me a little bit about Truk Kustoms.
We customize pickup trucks, all kinds of stuff, hitches, ladder racks, lift kits, toolboxes, customized vehicles.
Gotcha. How long did you have that business, sir?
28 and a half years.
Specifically, Mr. TEETER, back in January of 2001, do you recall a customer by the name of Chris Melton?
Yes.
Okay. And do you recall being asked questions by law enforcement about his visiting your business on January the 19th of 2001?
Yes,
Okay.
I do.
And do you still have a pretty good memory of your interactions with Mr. Melton?
Somewhat.
Okay.
Yes, I can. It was quite a while ago.
Understood, sir. So on January the 19th, did Mr. Melton come by your business?
Yes.
Do you remember how many times?
Once in the morning, then back in the afternoon.
As far as the morning visit, do you remember approximately, if you can, what time that would have been, sir?
I would say mid-morning. I believe it was around 10 o'clock.
And again, if you remember, what was the purpose of that initial morning visit?
Go over exactly what we were going to do to his truck.
Do you remember what he was trying to get done to his truck?
We were working on his ladder rack to hold his pipes for his plumbing business.
And how did that first or that 10 o'clock meeting end? Was there a plan in place for him to return?
Yeah, he's going to bring it back later on.
That same day?
Mhm.
And sir,
Yes or no, please. If you could use your voice and say yes or no to that answer.
Use
Thank
your
you very
voice.
much.
Use your considered voice.
so is he going to come back later in the day?
Yes.
Okay. And the reason why we do that, Mr. TEETER, is the lady in front of you is taking all of this down, and she likes yeses and nos and not
Okay.
and uh-uhs. You're certainly not the
Yes.
first. You're certainly not the first. And so, if you recall, sir, was there a second time that Mr. Melton showed up at Truk Kustoms that day?
Yes.
Approximately what time was that?
Mid-afternoon, around 4 o'clock, I would say.
On each of these visits, do you recall anyone being with him that day?
He had an employee with him
Would that be the first time, both times?
both times. I believe it was both times. I think he had the kid with him.
So, Mr. TEETER, during that second visit, which I think you just testified was around 4 o'clock-ish,
Yes.
do you remember Mr. Melton receiving a page and then making a telephone call?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall how he made the phone call?
I don't remember at the time. I think he used our phone, I believe.
Were you able to see and hear any part of Mr. Melton's,
No.
what he was saying on the conversation?
No.
Okay. Do you recall anything of significance happening either during or after Mr. Melton using your phone?
I want to say that he was real distraught. Something had happened, and I wasn't sure what it was.
Say he was distraught. Can you just go into a little bit more detail about what you mean?
Like he had received some kind of bad news on the phone.
And do you recall
This man is not playing.
Mr. Melton and his employee leaving together from your business?
Yes.
How did they leave?
Being they were there to drop the truck off, I believe they left in the employee's vehicle.
Did you have any further contact that day with either Mr. Melton or his employee?
No.
Mr. Teeter, those are all the questions I have for you, sir. Defense counsel may have some questions. Thank you very much.
Cross-examination, Mr. Crews.
Welcome to our Prime Line series, where elegance meets smart functionality. The shaker-style doors come in one.
No. They have commercials playing over the testimony. I mean, I guess we're going to have to get whatever we can get at this point, but we're going to miss parts of the testimony if they're playing commercials about trendy cabinets. Thank you, 11 Alive.
Okay, and I hope this doesn't sound like a not so great question, but I'm not familiar with it. When you're putting a letter rack on a truck, would he have been able to drive his truck if need be?
Well, not while we're in the middle of installing it, you couldn't.
Okay. At 4 o'clock when he made that call or received that call, were you all in the middle of installing the letter rack?
Yes.
Okay. When did Mr. Melton come pick up his truck?
I believe it was the next day. I believe it's when he come and picked it up.
Okay, so the very next day after leaving, he came back to pick up his work truck.
I believe so.
All right, I have a marker for you, okay? And I have a white sheet of paper next to you. The only thing I ask for you to do, Mr. Teeter, if you can, write your name at the top of that paper. Is that okay? May I approach you?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Now, write it or print it.
Oh, I don't know. Do we really miss anything? Do we need to rewind it? But I'll do that for next time. Okay.
And one more thing for you. Can you write the time that Mr. Melton, excuse me, can you write the time that Chris came to Truk Kustoms during the morning hours?
There's no witness to put Faust at the crime scene.
All right, now, Mr. Teeter, you put 9 to 10 a.m. Do you recall speaking with law enforcement on January 20th, 2001? Okay. And do you recall telling law enforcement that Mr. Melton came at 10 a.m.? Okay. Can we, if it's accurate, can we erase the 9 and leave the 10 a.m.? All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Teeter. I don't have any other questions.
Any redirect, Mr. Bolton?
I'm sorry, Your Honor. I do have one more question. I apologize.
Go ahead.
Mr. Teeter, can you write picked up truck next day?
Aha. Didn't he say he picked it up in the afternoon? He's saying he picked it up the next day. Oh, I love this so much because all of these graphics that these witnesses are writing down are all going to be used to prove reasonable doubt in closing. I'm predicting it and I'm loving it so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Teeter. Those are all of my questions.
Any redirect, Mr. Bolton? May he, this witness be excused. Any objection by the defense?
No, ma'am.
Sir, you are free to go. You may call your next witness.
Judge, can we approach?
We approach. They're like, Judge, it's like 5:45 p.m. Like, are we going to do this every day? Yeah, you know why they are? Because they told the jury when they were picking the jury that this was going to be a 2-week trial. And then right before the trial started, they tried to tell the judge, yeah, Judge, we think it's going to be 16 weeks.
And I'm going to,
or 4 to 6. And she's like, no, it's not.
And I'm going to release all of you. So I'm going to give you the same instructions that I have before and a few extra instructions, actually. So first, I do want to tell you exactly what I've told you many times. Somebody's ready to go. I got that.
I got to go back and watch all this because I'm getting hangry now. Did Chris say it was fixed in an hour? And this witness is saying he didn't pick it up till the next day. Okay.
Please don't, of course, discuss the case. Don't do any research. When you all first were impaneled, we have talked a little bit about social media when you all first were impaneled as jurors. And I want to talk to you a little bit about it today. I'm going to ask that you refrain as much as possible from using social media of any kind. And the reason for that is this. There has been recordings on social media of certain times that this court has held some hearings outside of your presence. And we, of course, do that outside of your presence for many legal reasons. And many of those moments have been captured on social media. And it would be improper for all of you to view those moments. You know, I'm sending you to the jury room for a reason, for legal reasons. And so out of an abundance of caution, because that seems to be happening, I would ask that you try to refrain from social media as much as possible. Now, I realize, of course, the Olympics are on, for example, and people are watching Instagram and things of that nature. And I certainly hope you all can enjoy those moments on social media like Instagram. But many social media sites could potentially share inadvertently share some scenes for you that are not meant for your viewing as jurors in this case. So I'd like for you all to be aware of that and try to stay off of social media sites for that reason. All right. Other than that, I'm going to tell you again how much I appreciate your patience. I'm going to release all of you. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock in this courtroom. Thank you.
Just want them to see her behavior, some of you are saying. She knows about the cupcakes. The 4 cupcakes were in court today. Ajax says this really feels like a crime ring cover-up. Listen to this. Caroline Smith says, my dad represented Faust on a case that happened 2 weeks after Tara's killing, where Faust stabbed a guy in the neck. He only got time served plus 5 months. Dad was a hell of a lawyer. So is that the case that they want to introduce into this case to show that, you know, he did it, prior bad act? But it wasn't really a prior bad act. It was a subsequent bad act if they're saying that he murdered Tara Baker, because that was like a bar fight, right? And he had some beef with this guy and he cut him in the neck. The guy went into the hospital, had some stitches and was released. How much time was served, Caroline? Was it the 6 years that I'm thinking of, or is that something different? Thank you, Caroline Smith. I want to know all about it. Do you think Edrick Faust did it? I'm curious. I want to know. I need to know everything. My email's in the show notes. fanbase@mlittlelaw.com. Heather wants to know, wait, was Edrick Faust's DNA even found in Tara? Yeah, well, allegedly, apparently, maybe in 2024 when they sent the samples away to California to let an expert who was right out of school do some true allele testing on them. There was a combination maybe of some oral swabs and vaginal swabs that he may have been a contributor to, if you believe the junk science, but or if you believe that the right swabs were even sent, or the swabs were also mislabeled. So that is the only thing they're hanging their case on. The only thing.
Everybody gone, Mr. Tara? All right, very good.
And that is it. Oh, they're done for the day. Okay. Did they say what time they're coming back tomorrow? Did they say what? Wow. What a day. What a day. Thank you, Cross-Examinasia. This is from your passion for others. I bet you're a great mom. Oh, I try. It's the hardest job, but the most rewarding. Kat says, this judge is so much worse than Auntie Bev. It's heartbreaking. Thanks for tuning in to tell us that from Canada. And Kat Randall gifted a membership. Thank you, Kat. And also, Iceman Cummins says, they're building a new amphitheater here. I don't know where here is. The Dave Matthews Band is coming in July, and I'm going to go, and I just wanted to let you know how excited I am. That's amazing. I love that for you so much. You know what I always say, buy the tickets, buy the tickets, buy the tickets. Well, we got to see Chris Melton melt down on the stand today, and what a day it was. Tell me your favorite moments and how you're feeling and what you're thinking before I push my own opinion on you, which I'm not going to do today. I'm not going to do yet. I have a lot of thoughts. I need to digest the testimony today of Chris Meltdown. And after maybe tomorrow, we'll be able to, I might have to go watch it again. Rochelle says, I love your content so much. I want to shower you with doll hairs every day. You're amazing. You're amazing. You're amazing. You're amazing, Rochelle. I love you so much. All of you, each of you with all of my heart. So many things you guys were trying to tell me during the show about. There's been some indictments in Enrique Delgado Garcia. There was a motion to recuse the judge in Kelsey Fitzsimmons today. So many things that we didn't get to talk about that so many people are trying to tell me. Will I come back and talk about it tonight? I don't know. I'm kind of tired. Just a Girl in the World bought me a matcha latte because she's amazing and I need lots of them. Just see if there's anybody else here that I need to thank. So tell me all of the things that 4 people were charged. Investigators filed charges against 4 MSP Academy trainers in connection with the death of a recruit, Enrique Delgado Garcia, who we've been waiting for answers on when he was beat up, maybe beaten to death during fight night in the academy. That was in 2024. He died. And they're saying that Brian Albert worked with one of the women on Boston's Finest. I don't know. I need to digest that a little bit more before I can bring it to you. And also same thing with Kelsey Fitzsimmons. Did anybody even stream the hearing today on Kelsey? Because, in Essex County, they do not have Zoom. So it would have been a conference call or something. I don't know if anybody even streamed it. I'll have to go watch and see if I can see it. But listen, you know me. When I get laser focused on something, I am laser focused on it. I am laser focused on it. I will not, in the middle of my stream, pivot to talk about Savannah Guthrie's mother. I will not, in the middle of my stream, pivot to talk about the motion to recuse on Kelsey Fitzsimmons. I will not pivot to talk about Enrique Delgado Garcia. Does that mean I will never talk about it ever? No. But it just means that the cases that I am covering right now, and especially right now, this Faust case has my attention. And I am riveted and I am laser focused on this. This is a man, not Bill TEETER. This is a man who is looking at spending life in prison without the possibility of parole. We've watched 6 full days of trial and I have not seen one sliver of evidence putting him at the scene, putting him in contact with the victim, Tara Baker. I have seen nothing but a case that has been being put on in defense of Chris Meltdown. That is what I am seeing. And I am horrified by this whole thing. We are watching, once again, my friends, we are watching To Kill a Mockingbird live in 2026. Harper Lee. Okay, now I got to go to Law and Crime at the end of the day. More stuff I missed. I will love to. It's been 7 hours right now. I need a break. I'm not going to do it now. Thank you, though, for telling me that there's more stuff that I need to go watch. It was regarding Discovery. Okay, cool. Yeah, I am getting stopped up because I haven't had enough medication today because I've been with you guys all day. Thank you, Gigi. If you're going to the court, let me know. And if you email me in the middle of the stream, I will not read it during the middle of the stream unless you're like in court and you have something that you have to tell me. So, and I don't even know because I can't even look at my email right now because it's very blurry all the way over there. It's very blurry. And I don't think anybody in court has emailed me yet. But if you are in court, write something in your subject line that makes me know because I get 700 or 800 emails a day. And a lot of them are from trolls. So they go immediately to spam. So thank you very much, Gigi, for another super chat. And each and every one of you, thank you so much for being with me today. Thank you to the moderators for keeping it classy. Justice for Tara Baker. We're not living in 1960, but it kind of feels like it is, right? It kind of feels like it is. Thanks to the boots on the ground for being there, says Ashley, and letting Team Crews know we are here and standing with him and with them. Faust hasn't really been mentioned at all, says Jen. It's all about Chris Meltdown. They probably thought it would be easy to pin it on the guy with the rap sheet or pin it on the black guy, right? There's been no black hairs found at all on the scene, at the crime scene. No black hairs at all. What they have is maybe some DNA. We don't even know if it's seminal DNA with some junk science, okay? And we haven't even heard about the results yet. We've heard nothing about Faust yet, right? Have we? Anyone? I mean, I've been in and out of it with my illness. So if I missed something, please let me know. Please let me know. Has there been one thing pointing to Edrick Faust? Anything? Definitely a whole episode. We're going to come back tomorrow. We're going to start a little bit late. I have an appointment in the afternoon that I can't miss. So we may break and then I may try and recap the rest of it with you, whatever happens tomorrow afternoon, later in the afternoon. Just opening statements, right? And that's not even evidence. It's not even evidence. We don't even know where the DNA came from. We don't even know if there's chain of custody. But what we do know that Ahmad Crews has, he's going to get his flowers. He's getting his flowers. Attorney Hill is joining the Faust defense, says the Traveler. Wasn't he there? He's been there the whole time. What do you mean? Is that what happened after they said he was allowed to actually try the case? Was he just observing? Thanks for your 5. I don't know. Yeah, there was a black guy walking around. And it might not have even been him. It might not have even been him. They wouldn't even let the other sketches in. It's wild. I hope everyone catches up on this case. We had a much bigger crowd today than we have for any, I think day one, maybe we topped out at 1,800. And today, I think at some points we were well over 5,000. So people are becoming interested. You guys are spreading the word. I love that. So keep doing the Lord's work. Justice for Tara Baker, free Edrick Faust. The family thinks he did it. The guy who did that podcast from Crime City thinks he did it, but he's also really good friends with Chris Melton. So who knows what to believe anymore? Don't believe everything you read on the internet. Don't believe anything you read on the internet. And if tonight you want to go watch some people talk about what might have, maybe, could have, maybe possibly happened to Savannah Guthrie's mother, like that's all that anybody's been talking about for a week, and everyone's got a different opinion, by all means, get on out there and do that. But you're not going to see me doing it ever. Ever. I don't know who Kat is, but you guys keep talking about her. And I heard Bob Mata talking about her, and she's covering the trial too. Is she a lawyer? I love it. I love it. I love meeting people through the cases that we cover because, you know, we are selective here. All right, you guys. My chat is frozen over here, but what is new with StreamYard? Stay cool, stay kind, stay classy. Above all, stay safe. I will see you tomorrow probably. I'm going to say maybe around 9:30, 10. Make sure your notifications are set so you're going to know and you won't miss a thing. Sub up. It's free. Tell your friends. Help the algorithm by leaving a comment after the stream is over. Okay? I love you guys so much. If I don't see you soon, I'm going to die. But I am going to see you soon because it's going to be tomorrow. Okay? Love you so much. Bye. Peace out.